Let me do this again. Okay, the House Committee on Elections will now come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Laubenberg.
Here.
Vice Chair Goldman. Representative Reynolds.
Here.
Representative Pat Fallon.
Here.
Representative Israel.
Here.
Representative Dade Phelan.
Here.
Representative Schofield.
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present. And just a little bit of housekeeping. What I'd like to do is keep the front couple of rows open so that as members come in to lay out their bills, that they have a place to sit so I can see them. And I see y'all have already done that, so I appreciate your help on that one. And what I'm going to do is I will recognize who is here first, and I think Representative Blanco was here first. And if a more senior member comes in, out of courtesy, you know how it goes, so we will accommodate for that. And we will also, just for you in the audience, if you're looking at any particular bill, the committee members' bills will naturally be placed at the end. That's how I keep my committee here. So having said that, the chair will lay out House Bill 2644 and for consideration, and recognizes Representative Blanco to explain the bill. And you are a freshman getting to go first. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Chairwoman, members, HB 2644 aims to make precinct boundaries changes more accessible by requiring information to be posted on county websites. It also saves county taxpayer money and helps modernize how the Secretary of State receives and stores map information. I want to make clear that the point of this bill is to increase voter access to quality information, not to limit it. I'm open to substitute language if that would help achieve the goal. Currently, a county produces a paper map after an approved precinct boundary change. Then, counties purchase advertising space to publish notice of the map change. This is typically a description of the map change with metes and bounds. Lastly, counties send the paper of the boundary changes to the Secretary of State to store for 10 years. The map is then stored in state archives for an additional 10 years. This results in every precinct boundary map being stored in the Secretary of State's office for a minimum of 20 years. Now, counties will publish notice of a map and the actual map on their county websites instead of purchasing advertising space with just the metes and bounds. If no website is maintained, the notice will be placed at the county courthouse, where notice of commissioners' court meetings are also posted every day for 3 consecutive weeks. Anyone needing information about precinct boundary changes can contact their local county, and anyone wanting an actual copy of the map can get one from the county upon request. Also, a county could send a precinct boundary map to the Secretary of State in electronic format instead of sending a paper map to the Secretary of State, which is currently being stored for 20 years. This eliminates storage and makes the map more easily accessible for a longer period of time. So in all, the intent of the bill is to provide better, more helpful information to constituents. While we do that, we can also make the process less costly and more efficient. This bill modernizes this project by enabling counties to display the useful information on their county websites while also supporting the Secretary of State with a more efficient way of record keeping. With that, unless there are any questions, I respectfully submit House Bill 2644 for your consideration and reserve the right to close if there aren't any other questions.
Okay. I want to say that we also have the Secretary of State's office here as a resource and the Attorney General's office here as a resource, members, in case you have any questions. So, Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Blanco, are the changed precinct maps currently printed in the newspaper?
To my understanding, and we've got resource witnesses available to answer that question, to my understanding, the maps aren't typically printed in newspapers. Voting locations and any kind of changes to polling sites are. As of right now, my understanding, to my knowledge, they are not printed in newspapers.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schofield.
I just have one question. Is this the first bill you've ever laid out in the committee?
It's my third.
Oh, all right. Then I don't have to vote for it as fellow freshman. Okay.
He knew to ask to close. Any other questions, members? Okay, we'll let you close when we're done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Chair recognizes Glenn Maxey Speaking in favor of the bill, representing the Texas Democrat Party.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members. I'm Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party, here in support of House Bill 2644. Most of us who do politics and want to look at precinct maps first go to a website to see if it's there electronically. It's the most efficient way the county could post this instead of having open records requests or trying to deal with mailing people paper maps. Throughout this bill, Representative Blanco has streamlined to allow electronic maps to be used. Especially, I asked Mr. Ingram of the Secretary of State's office if they actually had boxes and boxes of precinct maps at the Secretary of State's office. He replied that they did. And I asked if anybody had ever, in his tenure, walked into the Secretary of State's office to ask to see a paper map, and the answer was no. And so this just shows you a very inefficient way that nobody goes to the Secretary of State's office to get a map. They would go to their local county office where the maps should be, and having them electronically would keep people from even having to go there to get them if they were on the website from the get-go. I will also say I think there are a lot of witnesses today probably testifying because of the lack of public notice that these are described in a newspaper ad. I'm calling a little bit of bull hockey on that. I've been doing this politics for 40 years, and I have looked at a lot of precinct maps, and never have I ever gone to a newspaper to try to find the information about the change in a precinct line. The fact that this information is printed there is useless to all of us who work and deal with these maps. It is outdated. It may have worked 40 years ago, if that the only way that people would know that a change was happening. But now, the internet and online is the way to go, and newspaper publications are just a waste of taxpayer dollars. And you heard a Democrat say that.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party, ballot security against the bill.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 2644. We oppose this bill only for one reason, and if it's fixed, we'd support it. We object to Section 4 that eliminates the requirements to notify the affected precinct chairs and presiding judges of changes in their precincts. Precinct chairs, in our opinion, of either party are elected by voters in their precinct. They are elected party officials. Texas elections work because the grassroots of both parties show up and make them work. We strongly believe that citizen involvement in elections held close to the homes of voters is critical to long-term engagement of Texas voters in the political process. These precinct chairs, these presiding judges, are not professionally paid politicians. We think they deserve the respect of being notified of significant changes in their precinct. If HB 2644 could be amended to remove the change in Section 4, we would switch our position to being in favor of it. I'm open to any questions.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair recognizes James Moser, the Texas Press Association, against the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Jim Mosier, and I represent Texas Press Association, as well as being a newspaper owner and publisher myself.
And state your position.
My position is against the bill,
Okay.
as it currently stands. I just wanted to take a moment to remind everybody here that public notice doesn't exist for the convenience of government or for the benefit of newspapers alone. They exist to make citizens aware of important government actions such as tax rate changes, and one of those other changes being boundaries to voting precincts. Voting is fundamental to a republic, and a citizen's trust in that government depends largely on the credibility of that process. That credibility depends on transparency. Without that transparency, there is no credibility to the process, and we feel like there's an obligation for government to push that data, that information out to the voters so that to ensure a smooth process. Anything the government does to reduce visibility about the voting process weakens the public trust. In some statistics that you're going to receive in just a little bit, we were prepared for another bill that we're going to be testifying on. There's going to be a package coming to you, and in that packet, based on U.S. Census data, you're going to find that over 46% of senior citizens don't have internet access. Imagine if a senior citizen showed up at a school where he had been voting for many, many years, only to discover that he's in the wrong place. The precinct boundaries had changed on him. That individual's not going to be happy and be very distrustful of the process. We want to make sure that everything possible is done to make voting changes visible, to avoid that type of a surprise to individuals and to avoid the decrease in public trust. That is precisely why current law requires changes in voting precinct boundaries to be published in a newspaper. And in all of the newspapers that I've ever been associated with, I will say that I cannot speak for every newspaper in Texas, but all the newspapers that I've been associated with, we have printed those maps as part of that. They're referring to an advertisement. We call it a public notice. That's why we insist that those continue to be published in newspaper, and that's why we think that 2644 is a bad idea. Newspapers continue to be a great medium for complex and detailed information such as this, and that's why the Texas Constitution and numerous Texas statutes require them. There's simply no more efficient and effective way to notify citizens than newspapers. There's nothing more important to notify them about where to vote. When voting precinct lines are changed, government needs an all-out effort to make sure everyone is aware of the changes. We feel like it needs to be pushed to the public. We don't need to post it on a wall or put it 2 clicks or 3 clicks deep on a county website. It needs to be pushed out to people. So even if that individual doesn't subscribe to the paper, they might hear about it from their neighbor that does, or any of those other readership factors that come into play. Newspapers should remain a crucial component of that information campaign. Newspapers' readership far exceeds that of any other medium, making them an attractive and a cost-effective way to reach mass audience. And there is a cost to it, but I want to remind everybody that there is a cost to being transparent. There's whether you put it on a website, that's going to take time from the county to do that. And so I understand there is a cost to doing it, but aside from the business aspect of it, it is important for people to receive that data and for it to go forward to them. Newspapers are seen as a go-to independent source for reliable and consistent local information. Online metric services show that local governmental websites have very small readership in comparison to newspaper websites. Do you really want to relegate information this important to a website that very few people actually go to? Surveys show that newspaper readers are most likely to be involved in local civic activities and to go and vote. If you're marketing a product, you try to get that information on that product in front of your most likely customer. Well, if the product is detailed information about elections, your prime customer is a newspaper reader. Newspapers have been the traditional repository for public notice for over 150 years, and they are still the most robust, in-depth source for information on civic affairs. This has always been true, and it's still true today, and that's why important information on voting precinct boundary changes should remain in newspapers, and we hope that you will vote against us. Bill, I stand to answer any questions that you may have.
Members, any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Chair recognizes Fred Hartman, Texas Press Association, also against. But you need to state all that again.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Fred Hartman. I'm testifying against House Bill 2644. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Press Association and on behalf of my company, Hartman Newspapers. We publish a group of newspapers in small towns in different parts of Texas. I'm going to have to take exception to Representative Blanco's logic on why this should be passed, because I think it's going to make I think his intentions are good, but I think it'll make this information about polling places less accessible to Texans, and that's not a good situation. It's not good for government transparency. However, if he was the language in the bill completely strikes out the notice requirement for newspapers. However, if that was restored and we put county websites for the maps, our association and newspaper publishers would be glad to support the bill because we think in that instance it would actually promote transparency. And we think that's what needs to happen for Texas. As Jim Mosier just told you, government county websites in particular have just a tremendously low percentage of viewership and page views compared to the amount of people who see printed newspapers and newspaper websites. This information goes not only in the printed product, but for the same price, it goes also on the website. In Texas, you all probably know we have more than 6,000 taxing entities. And people don't necessarily look to those government websites to learn about what the government's doing that could affect them. They look, to news sources. We don't wake up in the morning and ask, gee, what is the government going to do that's going to affect my life today? Oh, I think I'll go take a look at the government websites and click 4, 5, 6 times deep to find out. That's just not not practical at all. And
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you expressed this to Representative Blanco? Have y'all visited
yes,
with
ma'am.
him?
Yes, ma'am. We have.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We have. And as I said, we'd be happy if we didn't strike out the newspaper notice of that portion of this bill. We'd be happy to join him in support.
Okay.
So we're happy to work with him in any way we can to make that happen. Of particular concern to us are the amount of elderly people and minorities who don't have access not only to computers in their homes, but to high-speed internet service either. I mean, there are a number of people may have it, but they have the slow dial-up service. And the McAllen, Harlingen, Brownsville, Edinburgh area, the Laredo area, and the El Paso area have some of the lowest connectivity rates in the United States. And we're going to, for internet usage and broadband access, and we're going to be providing the committee members with a handout that details that. It's from the U.S. Census Bureau and a group called Connected Texas. We see also, to comment on newspaper, there is a cost to transparency, and we see it as an investment in transparency, the cost of actually printing these notices. It's as you heard a minute ago, it's been that case. It's been that way for 150 years, and it's been that way because it's been effective and it works. And it's one of those situations that goes to the old axiom, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, this isn't broken, so it doesn't need to be fixed. And I would urge all of you to please vote against this bill. And I'll be happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Representative Fallon.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. So in impoverished areas, my guess would be, and you would know better than I, that newspaper sales, are they the same as they would be in other areas, or do they suffer as well because people don't have maybe quite the disposable income that others would have?
Well, in our markets, we serve, we're in small markets, and we have, many low to moderate income individuals who read our newspaper, and they can buy our newspaper for 75 cents on the rack, as opposed to subscribing to an internet website, having a computer, mobile phone, that sort of thing. But if somebody doesn't see information about a precinct line, if they don't see it in the paper one day, well, they may have a friend, they may have a family member, they may have a coworker who sees it, or someone they talk to at the coffee shop in the morning might see it. There's just a better chance of people being informed about their precinct lines being changed when it comes to something as important as voting. Mm-hmm. So I think the newspaper is more accessible than...
So do you know, though, I mean, offhand, you may not know, that's what I was just curious, if in, let's say, a more affluent or middle-class area, is readership higher than in a lower-income area, or is it the same? Because, again, would have no...
It really depends. It really depends.
So you don't know?
I don't have any
data.
Right.
I just think, just sharing my thoughts, that eventually, things are moving fluidly. And your points are well taken, and it may very well be accurate today, but I'm not so sure about tomorrow or in the future, because people got their little handheld devices, and I see some rather, I would guess, in impoverished areas, people with these phones, they have the money for this, and there's a lot of data on these kinds of things nowadays. So I don't know if that's tomorrow. I don't know if it's 10 years from now, but
You're right.
We're moving and we're fluid. And I just remember travel agencies when we were kids. They were all over the place, and now they're learning.
Now there are
all
none
it.
of them, right?
So but anyhow, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate
Thanks. Just one more comment on the mobile devices. A lot of the statistics of people with access to the internet include mobile devices. It's not necessarily desktop or laptop computers. But I just think someone is unlikely to go 4, 5, 6 clicks deep on a county website or any other governmental website to see that unless they know about it first. To me, it's just going to get lost in the shuffle of 50 billion internet websites that are out there.
I think with particularly the kids now, they just the Google searches, I mean, they're searching and then it pops up, and it seems to be helpful, and it's just kind of the way of the future. But thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. The chair recognizes Kelly Shannon with the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas, speaking against the bill.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kelly Shannon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas, and I'm here testifying against House Bill 2644 in its current form. I was really glad to hear Representative Blanco talk about being open to substitute language. I've been in touch with his office, and we would really like to work with him on that. At the Freedom of Information Foundation, we advocate for open government and citizens' right to access information that helps them participate in their government. Our concern with the bill in its current form is that it takes important election information and it takes it from a trusted, independent, reliable news and information source, the newspaper, and moves it to the internet. Now, while that may not seem like such a big deal to those of us who are so internet connected, so wired, we live in a Wi-Fi world, that's not the world many, many Texans live in the current time. So to us, it may not seem like the biggest deal, but there's some 6 million Texans who aren't connected the way most of us are, probably all of us are in this room. There's many reasons for this, but we know that this happens most prominently in minority communities, among the elderly and the disabled, and also in rural Texas. So I'd like you to just consider some of these statistics from the U.S. Census Bureau. In Laredo, 48% of people do not use the internet. They do not live in a home that has internet access. In McAllen, it's 45%. In Brownsville and Harlingen, it's 43%. And if we move out away from the border, these high numbers continue. In Waco, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, it's 35%. In Texarkana, it's 33%. So I just urge you to think about all of these Texans. It may be elderly folks who have not had the training or are afraid of the internet. Some cases, I know one personally, where arthritis is an issue, and using a keyboard is just all but impossible. So we need to think about those. Yes, ma'am?
Stylist.
There you go. And so anyway, and we also want to think about election turnout. We're always trying to improve participation in our government. And at a time when some of our election turnout has been low in a lot of areas, we ought to be adding information, not subtracting. So if we want to add information to a government website, great, or any other website for that matter. But let's don't subtract information from a reliable, trusted source that's there that so many Texans still use. Why not add to it and keep that information flowing in all those directions? It's all about public access, and we just need to think about all Texans. We don't want to disenfranchise any group, and I urge you to think about public access to information. And I look forward to working with the representative's office on the bill.
Great. Any questions, members? Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Is there anyone else? Okay. All right, do we have anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill? Oh, okay, I didn't see that one. All right. Chair recognizes Don Lee with the Texas Conference of Urban Counties for the bill.
My name is Donald Lee. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Conference of Urban Counties, and our association supports this bill. And it would be no surprise to you all, there's been a long debate that we've been having in the Capitol between publishing information in the newspapers versus can we replace that and save money on electronic publication on the web. We've been having that debate for a number of years. Out of all these different bills, this one is dealing with information that is so technical and so least sought after by the public. We are not talking about polling places. We are, if you change your precinct number, lines change you're going to get notice in the mail. We are talking about something that no one is seeking to find right now, and no one is is going out and looking for this. This is an area where we really can save money without impacting transparency or information to anyone who's looking for it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I've already announced that the Secretary of State is here as a resource if y'all have any questions for them. All right. Keith, do you want to come up? Chair recognizes Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State on the bill.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Elections Division, here to testify on House Bill 2644.
Mr. Ingram, what are the
Chair recognizes
Thank you,
Representative
Madam
Israel.
Chair. What are the methods that for notification right now through your office? Are there any?
No, we get the precinct boundary maps from the counties. They're in a box. We put them in boxes, and they're in a room down in our basement.
So they're actually hard copies?
They are hard copies.
Really?
And we keep them for 10 years, and then we take them over to Library and Archives.
Where are they? They're in your office?
They are. They're in the basement of the building next door to us.
That's amazing to me that you have to keep that stuff. And then it goes to archives, and it's archived for 10 more years.
That's right.
And these are just notices of precinct boundary changes?
That's right.
And is there a map that goes along with that change, or is it just kind of a meets and bounds description?
I believe there are maps. I haven't looked in those boxes to know for sure, but I think there's maps there.
And no one has ever asked for these?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is that it? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2644? Okay, then the chair recognizes Representative Blanco to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I want to thank the individuals that came and spoke on the bill. Mr. Alan Veda, I'd like to work with him and include the language that and offer substitute and include the language if he's interested. And I'd like to thank the press for speaking on behalf of the bill. I think this is the most attention I've ever received from the press. So thank you for giving notice and sharing your views. This is the intent of this bill is to provide better, more helpful information to voters, and while we do that, we can also make the process less costly and more efficient for our counties. So, with that, I close, and unless there are any questions.
Okay, I just want to have one last thing. You want to have transparency and ease, and so there's some things in here that you could probably work with some folks to not exclude, but just, add to the transparency, and you're willing to do that.
I'm happy to, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions? Representative Schofield.
Mr. Blanco, I thank you for your willingness to work with Mr. Vera. The way I read the bill, my assumption was that since you wouldn't be sending the information to the precinct chairs or the presiding judge, but would still be sending it to the county chair, my assumption was you expected they would disseminate it by email or whatnot.
That's correct. And if not, and if folks don't feel comfortable that these folks are not included within the bill, happy to offer a substitute and include that language.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. People can interpret things literally and think maybe you shouldn't be giving it to the precinct chairs.
Right.
So, okay, it's fixable. All right, thank you very much. With that, House Bill 2644 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you.
All right, and so I see Chairman Flynn here. So the chair lays out House Bill 1380 and recognizes Chairman Flynn to explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of this committee. I appreciate having the opportunity to allow you to hear House Bill 1380. As you know, Texans and Texas has taken great strides to ensure transparency of its agencies, and that drive for transparency has led us to many to ask for more and greater transparency in ballot questioning and language. Many Texas voters don't have the luxury of attending voter information sessions.
Pardon me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a substitute?
You know what? It's not a substitute. What it was is the Legislative Council. We had an e-filing system, and then this is the bill that they provided. So there's not a substitute.
There is not a substitute.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know I had that same question. I thought, where's the substitute? There's not a substitute.
Okay.
This is the bill.
Okay.
I think initially what they did is the Legislative Council, when we filed the bill, it was an e-file, and then they came back and gave us a council draft.
Dang those computers.
I'm telling you, I may be one of those that need a little help.
I know.
And this is why this bill is going to provide greater transparency, I believe. The legislation would ensure that voters will know what they're voting for and what the impact of that vote will be to their children and their grandchildren. Madam Chair, I don't have to tell you that Texas local debt is staggering, with over $111 billion in school debt alone, and 21 schools with well over $1 billion in individual debt. Texans deserve to know that House Bill 1380 ensures that they will have the transparency requirements for the disclosure of debt information to voters. And now you will hear some opposition to the bill, and one of the things that kind of stuck out in my mind is one of the letters that we received said it would make it very difficult for political subdivisions to pass bonds, elections to fund capital needs. Well, that's what we're wanting to do, is have the information out there so the voters will know exactly what they're voting for. And I think that's the whole idea of trying to provide transparency. That's been kind of the theme of the last session and this session too. I think it's a demanding item from the voters. They want to have greater transparency. That's what this bill would do. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, members, any questions?
And would reserve my right to close.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, and we have a lot of folks testifying on this particular bill. So my only request is that you try to keep it succinct out of respect for, allowing everyone to have an opportunity to speak. And if someone has made your point, it's okay. I would say, welcome that you agree with whoever. So having said that, the chair recognizes Rhonda Skillern Jones with the Houston ISD Board President against the bill. Is she, Rhonda, here? Miss Jones? And I don't see her, so I guess she is not wanting to testify. Okay, in that case, the chair recognizes Jess Fields with the Texas Public Policy Foundation in favor of the bill.
Howdy, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jess Fields. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Texas Public Policy Foundation Center for Local Governance, in favor of the bill, and also a former College Station City Councilman. Really, our support of the bill comes down to a very simple concept, which is that information is good. This is something that we think is pretty obvious. When people have more information, they can make a better decision. And it's often talked about, how can we get more people involved in the process? How can we make elections more accessible? How can we make these kinds of complex issues more accessible to folks? And the bottom line is, one of the easiest ways to do that is to provide people with some basic information right there on the ballot, where it's obvious and easy for them to look over it when they're in the polling place. Now, they don't have to, we often hear from folks that this is a big, complex thing, that they have to wait and read all this stuff. Well, if I'm assuming that the members of the committee have voted before, and sometimes you vote quickly. You don't have to go through and read every single little thing if you don't want to. When a state proposition comes up, you don't have to read everything about the proposition if you don't want to. But if you want to, the information should be there, because we're talking about a situation of $333 billion in local debt in Texas, principal and interest, and really local voters are not armed with what they need to continue to make decisions. And I'll leave you with just one simple point on this, too, that a lot of times the information that's provided about these propositions are provided directly by the entity that's actually putting out the proposition. So if a school district is having an election to approve a large bond package, they'll be putting out the information on it. Now, obviously, they can't go and lobby for the bond proposal, but you'll often see that there's not really a whole lot of direct information about the total outstanding debt. And things like that. I mean, so this is really pretty basic as far as we're sitting, and we're in favor of the bill.
Okay, and Jeff, could you state the bill number, please?
I'm sorry, yes, 1380.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, are there any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, Chair recognizes James Scheel, and if I mispronounce your name, please correct me, I'm sorry, with the Fast Growth School Coalition against the bill.
Thank you, and you got closer than most people do. I've lived with this name for a long time.
Kind of like a Lovenberg name.
My name is James Sheely.
Sheely.
I am the Chief Financial Officer for Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. We're up in the Tarrant County area. And I'm also here representing the Fast Growth School Coalition. And I am here to testify against HB 1380. There are currently 85 Texas school districts that qualify as fast growth districts. We take in approximately 80% of the growth in students each year. Put it another way, 10%, less than 10% of the districts in the state of Texas accept over 80% of the growth that comes in each year. We have a significant challenge to meet the educational needs of those children. As we look at this, we are very diligent with our elected Board of Trustees and our administrators in informing the community as we go forward. We have bond steering committees. We put information out online. We have public hearings. The ballot is a point of decision, not a point of education. It is very difficult to cast or to provide a full picture of what you're asking for, what your needs are, what your demographics say, at the same time that you're telling what the bond amount is, what the payments are going to be. In fact, the bill only addresses the half that deals with the debt. It doesn't address the picture as to why you're going forward or the needs that have brought these projects up. Making the ballot language longer, including these specifics, does not increase transparency and it does not increase understanding. In fact, we believe it will tend to frustrate or confuse some of the voters. We prefer that the ballot be a clear statement, up or down, as to the bond proposal that's being brought forward. We're further concerned about the criteria for making some of those decisions. You produce bonds in a fluid environment, depending on future needs, the economy, construction prices, market prices. To try to package that information going forward is going to be very difficult, and there is no one set of criteria that is going to address all of the needs and all of the factors that you have to consider. Given the fact that this information is going to be on the ballot and does need to be certified somewhere, I'm assuming that at some point in time you're going to have to be able to defend that. Defending that information against someone who opposes or is the ballot is simply going to add additional costs onto your local government agencies and onto the courts. The final thing we would say is that We do provide this information. We are diligent in getting this information out. I've worked for 3 school districts. I've audited school districts. I am a CPA. And I've been involved in probably 10 or more bond programs. 4 of those have probably failed, about 40%. In those instances, the information that caused that to fail was information that was put out for the community to look at. We enjoy, in fact, we would welcome a decision as to how to communicate this information. Our issue is we don't think the ballot place or the ballot is the proper place to put that information. Thank you for your time. If there are any questions.
Members, any questions? Representative Israel.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, what do you have to do right now if there's a referendum out? You have to give notice about the information that's going to be presented, right?
Yeah. The ballot language is very specific. It has to include the major programs. However, there is also a catch-all phrase that says in other educational facilities. It's not so much a have to at this point in time as the fact that we have 7 elected board members who live in the community, and most of our administrators live in the community, and most of our employees work in the community, and we feel an obligation to make sure that they're aware of what goes on. We normally have bond steering committee where we bring the community together to evaluate the information, demographic, facility information, those kinds of things. They recommend a package. That package then goes to public hearing. The board then votes on putting a proposition out for election. And at that point in time, we will continue public hearings as well as post information on the website. Like I said, I would welcome a decision or a discussion as to what information should be put out in what form. I think it's critical. I think education is an absolute necessity. That's why we work so hard at it. Most of the times, in fact, I will say 50% of the votes that have failed because we didn't give accurate information. The decisions that are made by the board and by those steering committees are not made in a vacuum. They have an incredible amount of information, and those are decisions they come to. But that information needs to go out. It's a process to learn how to do it, not a final point of decision.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Representative Fallon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you know a Dr. Lowstrike?
Yes, sir. He's the new superintendent up at Little Elm ISD.
Yes, he is, and he's a fine constituent of mine and a great American, and we appreciate him very much.
He was my former deputy superintendent, and when he said jump, I said how high on the way up. So yes.
So would you be in favor, just kind of bouncing this around in my head, you're saying it's very important to get this information out, and
Yes,
which
sir.
I think we're all in agreement. When you're talking sometimes bond packages into the tune of just shy of $1 billion nowadays because we're growing so fast, 700, 800 million. And that's really my concern is just when getting that information out to all of, and I think that's Representative Chairman Flynn's reason for his bill. Would you be, or would your organization be inclined to say support, let's just say in a given school district there may be 50,000 rooftops. Would you mail out this information to each one of them? Because then we're only talking maybe 25 grand, and when we're talking $800 million, it doesn't seem like all that much. And
Actually, we do mail outs.
Okay.
We do mail outs.
With this type of information?
With this type of information, yes. We also post it on the website. We also host public hearings, multiple locations. And I would love to talk about how we get the information out because I think that's how we get the bonds passed. And if they don't get passed, bottom line is maybe they're not necessary and they don't reflect the needs of the community. I would welcome those discussions, absolutely.
So you already, your organization or most of the school districts that make up your organization, to your understanding, already mail out to all rooftops
I don't know
affected?
that they mail out.
Okay.
I know that every district I've worked with or audited held public hearings or held public meetings, posted the information online, and they all had bond steering committees as they created the proposal that went to the board. I do know that there are about 45 or 50 school districts out there right now, and I think the vast majority of those, if you go to their website, within 1 or 2 clicks, you're going to get to bond information that is going to have essentially everything you're asking for here. And but and since I do believe education is a key, if a mail-out is considered a better way to go, I think we need to talk about it, because you can do saturation mailing, and it's not ridiculously expensive. What exactly goes on there is probably more important than how we get it out.
We're all very aware of how to mail out to certain rooftops.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I forgot who I was speaking to.
So, yeah. Okay, so the information when I've seen bond elections, bond information, it just basically talks about the current bond. And what this bill is wanting is to do the more accumulative
Yes, ma'am.
information. Do y'all do that? Has that been done?
That is on our website, and we have done that in the past. That is a discussion that takes place at the Bond Steering Committee. It is a discussion that takes place with my board. I have a very conservative board.
Right.
They do want to know
But
what the...
like to the general public, I mean, how...
To the general
listen,
public?
us who hold town hall meetings, we may only get 15 people to show up, but yet we've got a whole slew of voters that's why we do the mail-outs, to get more information out.
Our online presence has probably been the most accessed area. I do believe it can be enhanced. There's no question about it, and I do believe the information you're talking about should be there.
Okay, but it's not there currently.
I'm going to say some of it is, not all of it, no.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
ma'am. Not all of it is laid out in the bill.
Okay.
Just a
great.
couple
Rep.
follow-up
Fallon.
questions. So, who appoints the steering committees? Is it the school board, I'm guessing?
It is a school board. Will generally appoint one or two members each.
Each one.
And then the steering committee is also open to the public. And we have several people who are interested and will come and be at large. And if you're there, you have a voice.
So you're not on the committee, but you will be given the floor? Is that how it would work? Or are you actually on the committee for that night?
We actually sit around in a circle, and we will bring in our maintenance director, and he'll talk about the facilities. We'll bring in the demographer. We will lay all the information out, and then at the end, we'll go through. It's a consensus. I don't know that we've ever actually had a vote, per se. But there is a consensus that goes to the board, and everybody on that committee knows when it's going to go to the board, and they're also invited to speak to the board.
Is it a school board, a school district employee that takes the notes as secretary to present to the, who does the presenting, or is it the steering committee president usually?
Steering committee president.
So they're kind of take notes and try to get a feel for what the
Right. As an employee, we try to be a resource and not necessarily a guide. This is the community school, and we are very, very interested in listening to what people feel is best for those kids.
Have you, just in your experience, have you ever come across a school board member, a sitting school board member that opposed a bond package?
Yes, sir.
Publicly? Yeah.
When I was in South Lake Carroll, we had a school board member take out a full-page ad against the bond.
Did you talk about that? Was it just one of the 7 members?
Just one of the 7 members. Okay. And the bond failed.
Interesting. Okay.
And we retooled it. We broke it into separate propositions, and we brought the committee back. It went back out, and every proposition passed.
It passed, okay.
But there was more information as to exactly why those.
And how long was the gap between the failure and then the passage?
In those days, 3 months. We could have 4 elections a year at that point in time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had the 4.
This was by 1998, 97.
So you just did it in the next cycle, the 3 months?
The next election, yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Colleen Vera, representing herself, in favor of House Bill 1380.
Hi, my name is Colleen Vera. I'm here representing myself. I'm in support of House Bill 1380. And I gave y'all a handout. I'm a retired teacher, so you always have to have a handout. It's this one. And because I'm a retired teacher, I'm not against school buildings, but I do believe in transparency and the taxpayer's right to know. The handout I'm giving you is from the Texas Bond Review Board. It is current. I printed this out this morning. It's how much debt my school district currently holds, what I have to pay for. I think the taxpayers definitely have a right to know if they come up for another bond that we owe this much. We won't be paying it off until 2044. And it's just logical that since it's a people's money, they have a right to know how much they owe before they take on more debt. It's just very logical. And if the districts or the MUDs or whomever needs the money would actually educate the people on how much we owe and why this is necessary that people generally go for it. It's when we find out from someone else that we owe $2.8 billion and we don't really have an understanding of what we really need, and they won't divide it up. So we can approve the buildings, but we don't want to approve a stadium or something. We can't split it up. So there's lots of ways to make people happy, but they do have a right to know, I believe, how much we already owe before we get into more debt. Okay.
Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Anthony Wilder, representing himself in favor of House Bill 1380.
Thank you, Chairman Levenberg and committee. First, I want to thank you all for your service. My name is Anthony Wilder. I'm a Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Carrollton, and I rise today in favor of this bill, among many others.
And can you state the bill number, please?
1380 in this case. So I'm in favor of this bill, one, because of the transparency that it brings to the ballot. You may or may not know that almost every time a bond election is proposed on a ballot, it gets approved. In the city of Carrollton, we had one bond election that failed in 1960. A month later, they came out with another bond election and retooled it, and it passed. Every bond election since then has passed with overwhelming numbers. Most people in the community do not know how much debt we have. This is our budget for this current fiscal year. The debt is discussed on page 157. This is our comprehensive annual financial report for the last fiscal year that ended September 30. The debt is discussed on page 117. Most voters are not going to go to page 117 or 157 of these documents. Most voters aren't going to look at these documents. I strongly encourage y'all to support this and get it out of the committee and get it to the calendars, get it back on the floor and get it to the Senate, get this thing passed. I believe it's very important in addition to others that we're going to be discussing today. I'd be more than happy to take questions, or I can give y'all a bunch of data if you want it.
Okay, no question. Representative Allen.
Just a comment, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Wilder came from Denton County, and as such, he's defined as a great American. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fallon. Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security in favor of the bill. House Bill 1380. And I hope your wife didn't take your speech.
Not this time. Alan Vera, Chairman of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 1380. We've spoken before, committee, and we'll speak again today and probably in the future, about many things wrong with the May bond elections. In general, we on the HCRP Ballot Security Committee refer to them as the elections held under the table. This bill addresses yet another method in which the May elections for bond issues attempt to manipulate what the voters see. In the Cy-Fair ISD bond election held in May of last year for $1.2 billion, I made a point of attending every so-called town hall meeting held by the ISD administration in carefully selected friendly environments. I sat through every slide. Whenever a question was asked about the cumulative debt, impact of the multiple bonds still being paid off, the responses were really tap dances that would have made Al Jolson and Fred Astaire proud. When the questioner, yours truly, asked the question again, he was politely told that only one question per attendee was allowed, and had already asked it. They work very hard never to discuss the cumulative debt of the taxing authority when they're offering a bond issue. Voters deserve full disclosure of the cumulative impact of any bond election on the total debt of the community served. This is especially important for rapidly growing communities so that newly arrived voters who may not know the recent history of the district have an idea of how much debt they and their children are incurring. This bill goes a long way to addressing the unwillingness of the bond election sponsors to fully disclose the cumulative impact of the proposed bond. I like the bill. We like the bill. There's only one bond election issue of deception that this bill doesn't address, and that's the actual use of the bond proceeds versus the uses promised by the bond issuing authority. In their dog and pony show on bond issues, they have wonderful slides showing architect renderings of all the good things the bond will do and will bring to fruition. There's nothing in state code that requires the issuing authority to actually spend the bond dollars on the items promised. The reality is that Texas bond issuing authorities treat the bonds like preloaded credit cards with a lot of pork created by overstating the cost of promised items to allow a slush fund for other pet projects. If I were to offer you a suggestion for improvement of HV of this bill, it would be the requirement that the bond issuing authority file with the Secretary of State not only full disclosure of the cumulative debt created by this bond issue, but a specific legally binding schedule of exactly how the bond proceeds will be spent and how much will be spent for each item. Even without my suggested addition, HB 1380 is an important improvement and should be passed out of committee. I'll answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Barry Haysnich, Texas Association of Community Schools, against, and please correct me.
Yes.
Speaking against House Bill 1380.
Yes. I'm Barry Hainish. I'm with the Texas Association of Community Schools, and we're speaking in opposition to House Bill 1380. The Texas Association of Community Schools represents the small and mid-sized schools of Texas. So we are not the schools that are carrying the large debt loads, but we do have needs. We do go on some regular basis to our voters to approve those capital needs that we might have. We hope that those elections that we hold are an opportunity for the citizens to express an opinion and that the voters are a representative of the community. And we think that this bill hinders that in a few ways, and I'd like to share those with you very briefly. We think long ballots will deter voting. According to the United States Election Project, Texas has one of the lowest voter turnouts when compared to other states that there is, and therefore we think anything that reduces enthusiasm to vote is wrong, and we think that long, wordy ballots will be counterproductive to voting. Also, while we don't oppose transparency, and in fact we support transparency, with that said, we don't think that the ballot is the place to educate and inform voters of the issues. We think one of the responsibilities of voting that a voter has is to inform himself or herself about the issues before they come to the poll. This can best be done by newspaper articles that have been mentioned before, website postings, and through the election order. The last session, schools were required to provide additional information in the election order, and we think these are appropriate ways to educate and inform the voters of the issues. Also, Texas has one of the lowest literacy rates in the nation. We are one of the fastest growing states. We have people who are moving to our state from all over the United States and in other countries. In 2013, over 15% of our citizens over 25 years of age had not attained a high school education or a GED. As a result, our state has a large group of citizens with modest literacy skills. And we have citizens who have immigrated to Texas from countries where that may have limited English skills. So we think that adding language to a ballot will make voting even more complicated and more burdensome for many of our citizens. And then finally, if transparency through ballot language is a good idea, where is it going to stop? Does complete election transparency require listing a candidate's top 10 contributors in a race for public office? Will transparency require publicizing on the ballot the state's debt before constitutional amendments? These are important considerations to keep in mind before voters cast their ballots. Once a good idea takes hold, where does it end? Additional information on ballots, we believe, is unnecessary. Needed information for making a decision should be gleaned before entering the polling place. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Fallon.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted a couple of maybe just observations.
All right.
And thank you very much. Very well thought out and very. You're.
I'm not from Denton County, so. Yeah. I'm not a good American.
No, you can be a good American, just a great American.
Oh, great, okay.
You know, 700,000 great Americans up there. But just some of the points, very well taken. One that maybe a little bit watered down is the reducing of enthusiasm. I understand once you're there, you probably want a crisp and clean ballot, but if someone's going to get in their car, drive over there, do their civic duty, and to get to the polling station and look at the ballot and go, it's 2 day, Marty, I'm not going to bother. And I doubt that that'll happen. And once you're there, you're going to go through it. And the other thing would be with the, people, citizens that may have English as a second language. Well, federal law requires us to put that in around here mostly in Spanish.
Right.
So they wouldn't have that issue because it would be.
That's true, but not all of our immigrant citizens do speak Spanish. The majority may.
The vast majority would cover,
majority.
and there are some.
Absolutely.
I believe I'm not thank God, an expert on federal law, but some of the larger counties, I think it's in other languages as well. So I think it would address that. Just two of the points.
Well, I will, though, since you brought it up in an earlier question and back here also, I will say most of my career before this was in smaller towns in Texas, and on many occasions, as I would go to the polls when we were voting on constitutional amendments that were lengthy and wordy, I have seen many citizens leave because the voter turnstile turns up so seldom. As we do online voting, it comes up so seldom that the wait is so long that people give up. They leave.
Unfortunately, we don't usually have that problem in May elections in Texas, as you pointed out, because we do have low turnouts, and I think it's only 4 to 6%.
But they can be November also.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Did I hear someone?
I was just clicking on.
Oh, you. Okay. Thank you very much.
And we do have a lot of room in Denton County, too. So,
Chair recognizes Janice Evans, County and District Clerks Association of Texas, against House Bill 1380.
My name is Janice Evans.
Oh, gosh, I say it wrong every time.
I'm Elections Director for Brazoria County. I'm going to get mine right eventually, so don't worry. And I'm here representing the district, county, and district clerks on House Bill 1380.
Are you on it or for it or against it?
Oh, I'm sorry, against it.
Against,
Thought I said
okay.
it. I'm sorry. We're going to sort of divide and conquer today, so I'm going to go over some things, and then we have somebody else that will do the follow-up on it. But as everybody said here today, the time to educate the voters is not in the voting booth. They've also brought up that, let's consider the newsletters, the schools, the different ways to get them educated. We're not against educating the voters. I'm here to speak on what it does to the ballot and the voting equipment that we currently use. I have brought first with me is a ballot for a November election. This was our general election last year. Note it's 2 pages. When we got this bill, we did not know how it would affect our ballots. And so we had a local attorney, here's the bill, here is the bond election that we have for one of our cities on May 9th. Would you take this bill and rewrite the wording of what it's going to require if this is passed? When we get it, this is, and again, as I mentioned earlier, we do have to do all our ballots in English and Spanish. So it just about doubled the size of it. So I'm just showing y'all that this is in English and a Spanish on our voting equipment as well as on our ballots. We are required there is one template that has to go through the entire ballot. As you can see, previously we used 3 columns. What happens when we go to putting this much information on it? We have to go to 2 columns for the entire ballot. So a 2-page ballot will now be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a minimum of 5 pages with 1 bond election on it, assuming we only have 1 on it. You can even go further and look at the big ballot on 11 by 17. We can go that route, and it would make it have 3 pages on it. What our worry is, with this much on the voting machines, that it's going to take people longer to read it. Let's say that they previously took 4 minutes to read the ballot. Now it goes to 8 minutes. And we previously had 8 machines out there. Well, now we may have to go to 16. We hope we don't have to buy, but even when we start holding these elections for these political subdivisions, they pay for this equipment. So you've in turn increased their cost. We're also limited on the electronic voting machines. Now we use the Hart InterCivic voting machines. We are limited to 5,000 characters per page. We don't know what they're going to put in this. Again, we're not against disclosing the information, but we do know that unintended consequences could be that our voting equipment will not handle these ballots. And according to the Hart people, once the ballot starts on one page, it cannot roll over to the next page. So everything has to go on one page. So this, again, we understand where you're coming from, and we understand, why you want the bill passed, but we want you to look at the unintended consequences that we may be running into. The vote, as many have said, voters need to be educated, but the voters also have to want to be educated. Waiting until you enter the voting booth is too late to start that education. It needs to be started somewhere, and we're going to be sitting there with a person sitting there reading a ballot forever trying to understand it. They're going to in turn start asking the judges and clerks, what does this mean? They can't help them. And it's just going to end up being longer and longer lines.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. And I'm sorry, Representative Reynolds.
So is the main, point of contention the added cost that it would take, because it would take more machines because of the longer time it is taken in the polls?
Well, that's most of these bonds is going to be city schools that we contract for. So it's going to be their expense, not mine. I'm just pointing out to you the unintended consequences. We're also looking at these ballots. When you mail out a 2-page legal ballot, and now you're going to a 6-page legal ballot, just the cost to mail your ballots out, and ours is only paper for mail ballots. So it's going to cost more to mail them out. It's going to cost more for our voters to mail them in. Again, it's just unintended consequences of doing this, but we are very worried about being able to get the language on our voting equipment or for a ballot. This is just a sample of a bond. I don't know how far this could go. This is just a very simple one that we had on the ballot in May, and we got them to add the additional language. But it has to be English and Spanish, and it has to finish on one column. So even when they do this 5,000 characters, our problem is if it goes to 5,000 characters, now we could be in November, we could be a 1-column ballot all the way through to accommodate the bond issue. So each one of these would end up being a different page, because you can only have one template on your voting machines.
So you think there's a more efficient way of informing the potential voter of all the implications of the bond?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we have somebody else going to speak on it, but one of the things that we would mention is 2 years ago, the Senate bill, Senate Bill 6, I'm not even taking the chance on the number. We are now required, and another colleague is going to show you what we have to put in the voting locations. But there is an order of an election, and these things are, 10, 15 pages, English and Spanish. We're already required from that legislation to post a copy of that notice in the voting location. Now, as more of us go to vote centers, It's not, so if it's a school district or if it's a city, we're talking, it has to be in all of the locations. How much wallpaper can you put in a voting location if you have, say, 10 political and again, I know we have other bills that are talking about putting it all bonds in November. That's later, but we have to look at the whole picture. What if a city, a school, a water district?
Okay, we need to stick to this bill.
But I am saying, even if they all did have an election, you could have nine or 10 different bond elections on the same ballot. It's going to be, but why not put all this information in the order itself?
Have you ever had an election that you could...
Representative Schofield.
Have you-
Wait, hang on. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Representative Schofield.
Have you ever had a bond election with 9 or 10 bond issues on it in Brazoria County?
Not 9 or 10 of them at one time.
Are you saying that the fact that we are required to post our notices in multiple language is a reason to give the voters less information on what they're voting on?
No, I am saying that as these bonds get longer and longer, they won't fit on the equipment. The people are going to, if you look at the way it's printed, is people going to, in order to fit it on there, it's going to have to be very cramped on there to get it, because it has to fit one column. Is a person going to read it? Would they be more likely to read it on an order election that you've already got printed in the book, that you've got posted for them to look at?
They're sure not going to be able to read it if it's not there.
No, that's what I said. It is there. The order of the election is there in the voting location.
Okay, any others? All right, thank you very much. All right, the chair recognizes Dana de Beauvoir. Am I getting that one right? By the end of the session, I should have it. Representing the County Clerk's Legislative Committee against House Bill 1380.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Loudenberg. My name is Dana de Beauvoir, Travis County Clerk, and I'm speaking on behalf of the County Clerk's Legislative Committee against House Bill 1380. Okay. Let me just first say that the language that Representative Flynn is working so hard on, or the bill that he's working so hard on today, has already been passed in part by the previous legislature. And let me quote the law for you. The debt obligation election order that we're required to have is under Section 3.009, and the Texas Election Code says under 4.003F that county clerks, or whoever's conducting the election, has to have all of the propositions, both English and Spanish, all of the notices calling for the election, and the entire proposition language in every single precinct for both early voting and election day. This represents just the November election for Travis County, all the cities and schools that held their bond propositions. The language in here is pretty dense. I'm going to try to hold this up so you can see it. Okay? This is what it will look like on your ballot. This is what is already required by law to appear in every single polling place right now. You can either post it on the wall, and I'm not sure we've got a wall big enough for this, or you can put it in a book, and it's right there at the sign-up table for voters.
Okay, can you speak in the mic, please?
I'm so sorry.
And really, these are the guys you need to talk to.
This is the book that's put at the sign-up table for voters to look at if they want to. Let me just reiterate a couple of things. First of all, educating voters about what is on the ballot is not something that can happen at the point in time when they're standing at the ballot booth. That they already need to be educated and bring in notes so that they can quickly make their suggestions. If we allow double and triple the time in the polling place for a person to vote, and we extrapolate that across our whole population, then we've got double and triple the amount of space, people, and equipment that we're going to need. It's just simple math. If we're going to double it up, then we have to double up the other parts of it.
You understand the frustration with everyone is that the information is nowhere to be found.
I understand. And
that's what we're trying to figure out, how we can make it accessible and easy to find.
And I've offered a couple of ideas for that.
Have
and
you
I'll be
worked
happy
with
to,
the
yes.
chairman? Okay.
Okay. Well, first of all, a simple limit on how long this language can go on would be really helpful. That you have to be concise with a voter would be a very helpful first step. The second thing is that there are, especially over the last 10 years, there has been a very large movement in national elections that teaches people how to build ballots entirely for the reason of communicating with voters. There are ways to build a ballot that are good, and there are ways to build a ballot that will confuse voters. And these human factor experts have done 10 years worth of research that teach us how to do ballots that won't mess people up. All right? That ballot information is widespread, and most of us are trying to implement it to the extent that state law will let us. There are two really good places to look at the many principles and guidelines that this group of people, the human factors experts, have offered us to help design ballots that will do exactly what you want to do, because we want to share the information with voters too. What we would suggest to you, though, is that this lengthy, all caps narrative will not get across the information that you really want to get across to them. And if you can check the website for the EAC, the Elections Assistance Commission, it will have those ballot designs on there. They're very well and concisely written. Also, the USENIX, USENIX organization, publishes all of that information in a single spot on how you do ballot design so that you can do your best job communicating with voters. I would recommend that anybody who's looking at ballot language absolutely look at the way you communicate with voters from a human factors perspective. And I can certainly, I mean, you can look those up on websites, but I'm happy to make that available to anybody who wants that information. One of the things that is in the guidelines that is one of the longest standing pieces of research is that you don't, if you want to communicate with voters, you do not use long narrative all caps construction in a ballot. That even your own eyes, when you start to look at this, you kind of go, oh boy.
Madam Chair.
One of the suggestions.
Representative Schofield.
Can you? Maybe I'm misreading the
I
bill.
know.
Can you tell me in the bill where it calls for a lengthy all caps narrative? All I see in this bill is that it calls for telling the voters four things: the total amount of the political subdivision's current debt. That doesn't seem like that's a short number. The total amount of the political subdivision's current debt payments. The total amount of the subdivision's current debt obligations. And then finally, the estimated tax burden per capita. That doesn't seem lengthy or all caps to me.
You're so right. You are absolutely right.
So why don't we do this?
So the lesson that we learn from these ballot constructs is you don't write it out all like this. You put it in bullet
We're trying to
format.
focus on this particular bill.
I am trying to focus on this particular bill. You put it out in bullet format so that it's easier for voters to read. And we offer this as a suggestion for if you really are trying to communicate with voters, you want to put it in bullet format, not this lengthy narrative like this. All right. Finally, the President's Commission on Election Administrators and Reform, a bipartisan commission that looked at all of the different ways that we could improve elections. One of the main things they talked about was lines in the polling place. The main recommendation that came out of that bipartisan commission was, please, whatever you do, don't increase the lines at the polling place. We think as a national standard, we shouldn't ask people to stand in line more than 30 minutes. That's the information that came out. So I think when we're looking at whatever things we add to the ballot, we need to be very conscious of how much time it will add to the voter's experience in the voting booth, most especially if you're trying to communicate with them. So we would ask you to be cognizant of the fact that we are local, on the scene, dealing with voters who are trying to understand and trying to get this information that we want to share too. It's the way we deliver it, and it's the way this information is done, and we would encourage you to find other ways to communicate before people actually get
Can you
to
work
the
with
booth.
Can you work with the author of the bill?
Well, we would love to.
Okay. All right. That's great. Any other questions? Representative Schofield.
So if instead of this lengthy all caps narrative you're talking about, the bill actually only called for 4 numbers to be given, would you be for the bill?
Correct. If you could put it in a bullet form, that's much better.
Thank you.
And could we please look at the guidelines?
Okay.
So you know how to structure it.
And can you talk to the author about
I'd be
that?
happy
Okay,
to.
perfect. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And the chair recognizes James Quintero with the Texas Public Policy Foundation in favor of House Bill 1380.
Madam Chair, members, thank you for having me. I'm James Quintero from the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 1380 because as someone who is somewhat well-versed with public finance, I see a real danger when it comes to the issue of local debt. As some of you already know, and I've already told you in previous committee hearings, we have a real problem when it comes to local debt. When you look at local debt outstanding, we have about $205 billion. That is the second highest per capita amount among the 10 megastates in the United States. We compare very poorly when it comes to local debt. Adding in the interest component increases that number to more than $333 billion. And so when you break that down on a per capita basis, you're looking at about $12,500 per person is what our local debt burden is. And it's growing quickly. If you look at 2001 to 2011, you saw population and inflation increase by about 53%. Over that same time, debt increased by about 122%. So it's a factor of about 2.5 to 1. We have a problem when it comes to debt. Now, a major contributing factor to the growth of this debt is the fact that voters aren't provided with the information they need to make an informed decision at the ballot box. Right now, there's only two pieces of information that voters are provided. That is the principal amount to be borrowed and a very brief description of what that amount is going to be spent on. This isn't enough information to make an intelligent decision. You wouldn't just have those two pieces of information when you go and purchase a house or a car or a boat or any other large ticket item. And yet we expect voters to make intelligent decisions when talking about hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions. And so in the foundation's view, we do not see it as onerous to provide voters with very basic information as it relates to new debt, old debt, or tax impact. Now, to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who expressed concern about the length of the ballot, what I would say is that we should be more concerned with the size of the debt than we are the size of the ballot. This is a burden that's going to be put on our children and our grandchildren, and it's important that we take steps to put us in the right, on the right footing. And with that, I'll conclude.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Chair recognizes James Hernandez, Harris County, representing Harris County, against House Bill 1380.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be brief. My name is James Hernandez, and I'm a lawyer, bond counsel to Harris County, and I am testifying regretfully against House Bill 1380. I've not had a chance to go by Representative Flynn's office. He's been willing to work with us on other stuff, so I'm confident he'll be willing to again. I agree with everything the Fast Growth School Coalition said, and I also agree with everything that the election administrator from Brazoria County said. The only thing I'd add is, to the extent that there's additional disclosure that needs to be provided to voters, it should distinguish between revenue bonds and ad valorem tax debt. And also, as it was one of the witnesses tried to explain earlier, there was a bill that passed last session, Senate Bill 637. I urge you to take a look at that. I think if you look at that, you'll see a lot of the information that this bill seeks to obtain for the voters is already being provided. It's being provided in the notice. It's being published at the polling places. And that was the compromise bill that we worked on with Senator Paxton, now Attorney General Paxton, last session, as an alternative to the Senate Bill 14, House Bill 14 transparency bills that the controller was pushing. All the local government groups were working on a compromise on both sets of bills. The one that ended up passing was Senator Paxton's bill. Please take a look at that bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you so much. All right. Chair recognizes Don Lee with the Texas Conference of Urban Counties, speaking against House Bill 1380.
My name is Donald Lee. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Conference of Urban Counties. I want to thank the opportunity to testify. I want to thank Representative Flynn and his staff for the time they've spent with us visiting about this bill and the willingness that they have to work on improving the bill. Our association shares in the sentiment and the view that the ballot is a place of identification and not of education, because there is so much more than even just these 4 data items that need to go into this sort of discussion. What is the overlay debt per capita that needs to go into that? That might be very important. You may have a political subdivision with no debt, but the overlay debt is significant, and the community needs to know that. Is that the right information, or is this information? How about when it's a mandated thing, or if it's something that the community wants to do, what is the cash cost to do this project versus stretching it out and paying for it over time? Should that be on the ballot as well? There is no end to this discussion once we get past identifying the project and we get to trying to debate the project on the ballot and what information is relevant and is not relevant. There is no end to that and to the different views on what is relevant. And I suggest that we're headed on a slippery slope that we do not want to go down and that we're going to wind up regretting. I'll reference the testimony of our elections administrators on the difficulties and the issues with putting this amount of information and adding to the length of the ballot. I won't expound on that. And second, there is some testimony that's going around and some discussion that is being taken, in our view, exceptionally out of context. It is being presented exceptionally out of context, the term local debt. And they say, well, local debt in Texas is high relative to other states. Other states do not ask localities to do as much as Texas does. Of course, our local debt. We are a fast growth, high growth state, and we ask our localities to do more, to fund more infrastructure than we do. And in recent years, we have decided to shift a lot of highway transportation debt, highway transportation financing from the state to locals, and that has driven a lot of this. It is decisions that we have made as a state that have driven a lot of these policies, and we do not believe that it is because of the way bond propositions are worded on the ballot that drives voters to be doing something that they don't want to be doing. We think that we have robust discussions in our communities about the bond elections, and when their community galvanizes against a bond election, we see them go down, and we see them go down at all levels of local government. I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Well, Donald, are the counties doing anything to make all this information easy to find?
It's a great question. So I'll reference again the testimony that James Hernandez gave. Last session, we worked with Senator Paxton, and we developed, and I say we developed, there was a bill passed by this legislature that mandates that all this information be available at the ballot place and be available on our websites and be made available to the community when you first order your election. So we've done something, and we haven't even given it time to take effect, and we've talked about this as if the information
not
is
just
not
for
available.
the ballot, it's not just for that one particular bond, but the whole cumulative county debt.
The exact information that this is proposing to go on the ballot is available now at the ballot at the balloting location, and is available on our county websites and on anyone, if they are complying with 637 from last session, then it's available on their websites. It's available in the records of the local government and on the websites and at the balloting locations for the bond referendum.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League against House Bill 1380.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Longley, here on behalf of the Texas Municipal League to voice our opposition to the bill on pretty much the same grounds as you've heard already. Just to reemphasize the point on Senate Bill 637 that passed last session, to your question, it requires that election order with all of this information, including additional information, to be posted on the website, be run in the newspaper, be posted at 3 public places throughout the community, and be posted at every single polling place in a prominent location. So we would argue that this information is already readily available to the voters should they wish to get more information on both the debt, the total amount of debt for the city and the debt as it relates to that specific bond issuance. The
Cities
league
have it on their websites, easy to find.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. The league isn't, and our member cities don't at all oppose transparency. We worked on Senate Bill 637 last session. We've worked on a handful of bills this session and not oppose those. We just don't think that this is the proper form of transparency for the reasons you've heard, the voter fatigue question. We think some of this information actually, it just taken by itself, is misleading to the voter because, as Mr. Lee just pointed out, you're not giving a complete picture of the city's ability to pay that debt back or the total amount of debt as it in context of the city's budget. You may look at that amount and say, wow, $5 million is a lot of money, but in comparison to the entirety of the city's budget, that may be something that's relatively easy for the city to pay off. So in a perfect world, I think we would give every voter a huge binder of all the information they could look at on any given ballot proposition, but we just don't think that that's appropriate at the polling place for the same reason that was mentioned earlier. It's probably not appropriate for every elected official to have their great transcripts and their employment history and all their background information on the ballot either.
Okay. Representative Schofield.
The transcript and background information of a candidate doesn't cost me billions of dollars, though. Is there any reason why the voters ought not to know the sum total of how much this is going to cost, how much it's going to drive up taxes and the debt of the organization that's doing the bond?
Not at all. And I would argue that right now they have access to all of that information, even in the polling place, just not on the ballot proposition itself.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Chair recognizes Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of House Bill 1380.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of the bill. As you well know, you've seen our sample ballot before. In fact, we saved a space just for this issue somewhere on here. Where was it? Oh, right here. We got an extra spot for it to be put on here. Our big issue is with this, we think that voters should be informed. We give voters a lot of information now. We just need to make sure that we can comply with the code. You've heard the answers before, 5,000 characters. Actually, I've seen some sample language that was under 1,000 characters. I would hope if y'all do pass some kind of bond issue, that you put some kind of restraints on it of the amount of language that you can put on a ballot. I think that some kind of prescribed form that you plug the numbers into would be best. That way it would be uniform on every ballot and be real easy and succinct.
You're working with the author here?
I have worked with the author, and he is willing to add that to his bill.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you. All right. And we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State available on the bill as a resource if anyone has any questions. All right. And is there anyone else? I don't hear you. What? Oh, okay. Come on up. Say your name.
Ashley Fisher here from the Secretary of State's office, speaking on House Bill 1380.
Any questions? Okay. Thanks, Ashley. Okay. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify for or against or on House Bill 1380? And hearing none, then, okay, do we have any that signed up that did not want to testify? Let me have the thing so I'm going to read them real quick. Okay, this is in the red. All right. All right, all those, let's see, hang on. How do I get this? I'm going to go ahead. I'm trying to be consistent here, so give me a second. Okay. All right. So all those who signed up to against House Bill 1380 but do not wish to testify: Julie Wheeler with Travis County Commissioners Court, Colby Nichols with the Texas Rural Education Association, Donna Warndorf with the Harris County, Lindsay Baker, City of Denton, Jacqueline Callanan, I know I get that wrong, Callan with the Bexar County Texas Association of, didn't say. Okay. All right, just pull that up real quick. I don't remember who it is, so I apologize. No, take that back, Okay, take out Jacqueline, back up. All right, Jacqueline Colleen with the Bexar County Texas Association of, she is on the bill. Right here. Mm-hmm. Okay, with the Association of Election Administrators. All right, I'll have that one next time. She does not wish to testify. Against is John Wiest, City of Irving, Jennifer Wickman, the City of Arlington, Chris Grammer, Texas School Alliance, David Anderson, Arlington ISD Board of Trustees, Lindsay Lanigan, City of Houston, Seth Mitchell, Bexar County Commissioners Court, Megan Dodge, City of San Antonio, Rick Ramirez, City of Sugar Land, Tom Tagliabue, City of Corpus Christi. They are all against the bill, House Bill 1380, and do not wish to testify. Again, Jacqueline Callanan with the Bexar County Elections Administration is on the bill. Okay, and those for the bill that do not wish to testify on House Bill 1380 are Mark Ramsey for himself, Kathy Hagler for herself, Rosemary Edwards for herself, and Peggy Venable for herself and for Americans for Prosperity, Alicia Calzada for herself. They all are for the bill and do not wish to testify. Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State is here with the as a resource on the bill. Okay, so is there anyone else who wishes to testify for or against or on House Bill 1380? Hearing none, then the chair recognizes Chairman Flynn to close.
Thank you, Chairman Laudenberg. I didn't realize we'd have this many people to testify. I appreciate your indulgence on this. I still believe that Texans deserve the right to know what they're voting for and the debt that's going to be incurred year to date. It seems like the opposition says voters wouldn't understand, the ballot would be too long, no one would vote if they knew. That in itself concerns me. It's kind of like, well, let's vote, then we'll find out what's in the election. That really concerns me. But I think the bottom line, and Representative Schofield, you outlined it, you nailed it perfectly. It's really a simple request of what we need to do. The Senate bill that we referred to, in talking with the General Paxton, this is to try to clean up what needed to be done and what still needs to be done. And I think that this is a bill that the voters should be provided this protection for, not just the Texas voter, but for the kids and the grandkids that don't yet know the debt we're placing upon them. An interesting thought is in looking at we talked about the fast growth schools. Fast growth schools, and I told you that there's $111 billion in school debt, along with 21 schools over $1 billion in debt. And if you go talk to those schools, you're going to find out that, or to the constituents, most of them have no idea that they're indebted for that kind of debt. We've got schools right here in Central Texas, several $1 billion in debt. And that's concerning in itself, because how do you pay back that kind of debt if you continue to mount upon it? And the permanent school fund is $80+ billion. There's over $52 billion in outstanding debt that they have guaranteed, not including the interest that's due. That in itself is a frightening figure. And I think that this would be another issue of how we could go about bringing transparency to the voters, which I think is important.
Okay. Dan, can you address one of the big issues was the length of the ballot, the length of information? And as Representative Schofield pointed out, you're asking, what, 4 things?
Yes, ma'am.
Can that be done in a short manner?
I believe it could be.
Okay.
You know, every one of us have gone and voted on the constitutional amendments. And you look at those constitutional amendments, and so often they don't really describe what you passed because there's not a transparency on the ballot. And this is one of the things that I know I passed one several years ago, and I was ready to vote against it, and it was my bill because I didn't understand what they did. And it's kind of an issue that I think that we do need to have that transparency provided to the voter. And this crosses any kind of partisan line. It's just, let's put the information out there. We're not just having a bond to pass. Sometimes we want to not pass those bonds. And if the proper information is out there, they may not pass. Is there any other question?
Yeah, Representative
Yes, Chair.
Israel.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Flynn, I wanted to ask you a question because I sit on the Transportation Committee as well, and knowing that what little the state has done related to transportation, we have done because we've gone into debt.
Correct.
Does this bill also mean that in future and the voters didn't vote on that, if we have future referendums at the state level, would your bill mean that state voters would be notified of how in debt the state of Texas is as well?
Absolutely, but it
would affect those statewide elections as well.
And it really goes back to the majority of the debt, as was testified, is a local debt. You know, we can come down here and we can vote and we can do our best to hold the line on expenses, and then we do a referendum, and then the local school districts will go out and vote in favor of everything that we voted against because they don't have enough information to be able to make that decision. And that's all we want to do. Let the voter have the information, and this is kind of a pretty simple list. And just like I said, the voters will understand. I have a lot of confidence in the voters. Goodness, they elected all you fine folks. And the ballot being too long, let me tell you, you go to some of these other states and look at the ballots that are out there. It is a long, tedious, and we want to be able to be sure everyone has a chance. And the other thing is, no one would vote if they knew. I don't believe that. I think that people are concerned, particularly more so now than at any time in my history that I've reviewed what's going on. Folks want to know. They're concerned about huge debt on a national level, on the current level, and on the state level. And Madam Chairman, I really appreciate you allowing me to have this bill presented to you. If there's no other questions, I will close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. House Bill 1380 will be left pending at this time. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 1499 for consideration and recognizes Representative Davis to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's a fairly non-controversial issue following the transparency. Of course, I don't think there's hardly anything before your committee that is without some controversy. But thank you for allowing me to present you with House Bill 1499. The past decade has seen a 40% contraction from typical print media subscriptions, coupled with an explosion of digital media offerings. For the past several years, metropolitan papers are voluntarily dropping circulation outside their core areas, being seen as too costly to operate. Expanding digital offerings in addition to printed publications has the recognized advantage of information being available whenever and wherever their user wants, in addition to real-time information updates. The Houston Chronicle and the Dallas Morning News both currently are in the top 25 digital subscriberships in the nation, according to Pew Research organization, which encompasses the 2 largest populations of registered voters in the state of Texas. With circulation subscriptions dropping, the current requirement to provide notice of election by publishing election notices at least once, not earlier than the 30th day or later than the 10th day before an election, is no longer the best way to notify public of polling locations. For this function to actually be of use to the voter, two things have to happen. First, remember I just said that the polling locations cannot be printed any later than the 10th day, so you're going to have a voter who is going to have to carry around a newspaper, and in the case of the Houston Chronicle, it's about 3 pages of type that's so small that you can barely read it. But you're going to have to keep this newspaper that oftentimes will end up being several weeks old, and you'll have to know your precinct number. And there's a lot of us here in the room that know from past experiences how few people really know what precinct number they live in. And so while this idea of printing polling locations in the newspaper may have been very effective 15 years ago, it simply is not effective anymore. House Bill 1499 seeks to remedy this outdated requirement by allowing the printed election notice to public to provide a website that lists the location of each polling place instead of stating each polling place location, which will help reduce the exorbitant costs to the counties. And remember, this is optional, so no county would be required to replace the publishing of polling locations with a URL posting in the newspaper. By allowing for a banner ad that directs voters to the website for the latest election information, the tax-paying public and voting public are better served. Directing individuals to a website like harrisvotes.com, the voter can not only find their polling location by entering their name or address, but they can actually print a sample ballot unique to their address. Handing out sample ballots and election calendars that direct voters to the website gives the voters greater information. And as many of us know, we spend in this state as candidates probably millions of dollars across the state directing our voters where to go and vote. So there really is not a lack of information on how we're all trying to turn out the voters. As an example, Harris County, which is the most populous county in Texas, spends an average of $80,000 to $100,000 on each posting in the print edition of a local newspaper like the Houston Chronicle in an attempt to reach their 1.9 million registered voters, who often, again, can't even identify their voting location by their precinct number. The past election cycle, Harris County spent over $91,000 to print these notices, which were required to be printed over 2 weeks before the actual November election date to an estimated 357,306 readers in the major paper circulation. Remember, 1.9 registered voters, 357,306 subscribers. In the past decade, the Chronicle circulation has dropped 38%, which extends to their advertising reach. Their promoted reach for advertising is quoted actually as at 163,500 households, which suggests that the true readership is just a third of those who subscribe. HB 1499 would help reduce costs to counties like Harris County from approximately $90,000 to $5,000, and each election posting would reduce the for the output. So spending the $90,000 for materials to hand out at public libraries, city community centers, high schools, and universities has a much greater penetration of a community that does not have a newspaper subscription but has access to the internet. Most young people have smartphones on them and typically do not subscribe to the newspaper, and this new capability has would enable through the passage of 1499 to help reach the lowest voting segment, which is our younger population. So I know that there are several witnesses here to testify. I also have a witness, Mr. George Hammerline. He's the Chief Deputy Clerk of the Harris County Clerk's Office, and so he'll be here to provide you with some information and answer any of your questions. I'm happy to try and answer your questions now. I would like maybe a few minutes to close, if that's possible.
Mm-hmm. Members, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of House Bill 1499.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. I'm Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party here in support of House Bill 1499. Clearly, the Democratic Party is for allowing people to know where to go vote. And I'm here again to say that this is not an efficient way for the state to do so. As Representative Davis pointed out, The people who need to know where to go vote are typically not our senior citizens. Those folks have been voting for a number of years, and they know where their polling place is. Secondly, in almost every urban area of Texas, over 2/3 of the voters are voting early. That when you vote early, you can go to any early vote location, so you don't need to know where your Election Day polling place is. Ms. Davis is totally correct that these publications are too early for the use of somebody who wants to use them on Election Day, because it's 10 days in advance. And as far as I know, in trying to get electronic locations of polling places this last election, most of the large counties still did not have a complete list of polling places. So if this information is being printed in the newspaper, it has a lot of errors or omissions in it, because polling places are not even set yet. Polling places are being paired, and so misinformation is being given. My only suggestion on this bill is that I believe that having post of a URL of a website would be helpful to the people who want to look it up, but also having a phone number for somebody who is elderly, who might not use the computer, to have a phone number locally to call and ask, where do I vote, would be a great assistance to voters. What we're doing now is very inefficient, it's often incorrect, and it costs a lot of money. And once again, a Democrat saying, let's save state money. Thank you.
Any questions, members? All right. Chair recognizes Jacqueline Colleen, and you're going to have to say your name for me again, with the Bexar County Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Administrators in favor of House Bill 1499.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Jackie Callanan, Bexar County Elections Administrator, and also the Legislative Chair for the Texas Association of Elections Administrators. And I stand here in support of Ms. Davis's bill.
Could you say the bill number, please?
The bill number is 1499. And I don't want to go over. She did such a wonderful job of explaining, following Glenn Maxey, exactly the same thing. So to share with you, in Bexar County, the 7th largest city in the United States, for us to publish the notice, we use the San Antonio Express-News, and we also use the Spanish newspaper, La Prensa. The Express-News charges $18,600 per page. And in a large county, that's 3 pages. So for us to put the election notice in is $55,000. Well, in Bexar County this year, we've had 11 elections.
Yes, you have.
5 of those have been large, where we needed all 3 of those pages. And people are coming to our website. And I'd like just to remind you of a few sessions ago, you all passed a bill where if we have a website, we're required to put the voter's individual sample ballot there. So if they go to the website, they put their address in, it shows them a map that we talked about, it shows them their polling place, directions to it, and it gives them an individual sample ballot so that they know exactly who they're looking for. So we think this is a win-win on all sides. It would reduce, for the block that we're talking about as the election notice, to tell the voters, this is the election, this is what you're voting for. For more information, use Glenn's, call the phone number, go to the website. We stand in support of this.
Okay, members, any questions? Thank you very much. All right, Chair recognizes Bill Patterson with the Texas Press Association and the AHB Corporation speaking against House Bill 1499.
Madam Chairman, I'm Bill Patterson, speaking, publisher of the Denton Record Chronicle, also representing the Dallas Morning News and AHB Corporation, as well as the Texas Press Association. Representative Fallon, I hope I'm a good American since I'm in Denton. Okay, good. I appreciate that. Many government entities already post polling place locations on their websites in addition to publishing them in the newspapers and on their websites. But if the notices were only available on those government sites, they would be seen by only citizens who actively seek them out. and can be found only by those who have readily available online access or have the expertise to locate notices that may be buried many clicks deep within a government website. On the other hand, a polling place list in a newspaper notice can and often is discovered by a reader who is simply reading the paper with his morning coffee. Seeing the polling place notice in the newspaper may be how a citizen first discovers that the polling place where he voted for years is not where he's supposed to go this time around. People don't wake up in the morning and think, I wonder if my voting precinct has moved. Better go to the internet and check. He may not think to check government websites ahead of time, but if it's listed in his morning paper, he or she is likely to see it without having to know to search for that vital information. Texans least likely to use the internet are seniors, minorities, rural households, and low-income households. In fact, in Texas, 46% of seniors don't have internet access at home. In Texas, 31% of Hispanic households have no broadband access. These statistics bear out heavily in certain Texas cities that are among the lowest cities in the country for high-speed internet usage. In Laredo, Texas, a full 48% of individuals do not use the internet. In the greater McAllen area, 45% of individuals do not use the internet. The low internet usage in Texas is not limited just to border cities. 35% of individuals in Waco and 33% of individuals in Texarkana also don't use the internet. Statistics like these show that eliminating print newspaper notices and website notices would effectively disenfranchise many citizens in these demographic groups from civic involvement. One of the most important items of information a citizen expects from his government is where to vote. Even if he does have online access and he has a computer with online access handy, the citizen should not have to comb a government website to get that information. And he certainly shouldn't suffer the rude surprise of going to his old polling place only to find out that it's been moved. If that happens, when a voter walks up to his old polling place, will there be a sign that simply gives him a website to visit to find the new address? Or will the sign actually tell him the new address? You would hope it would be the latter, the actual address of the polling place. That's exactly what newspaper does today by printing a precinct-by-precinct list of polling place addresses. There's nothing in the law preventing government officials from posting voting precinct addresses online now. They can do it anytime they want to, and that's great. They should do it, but they should also continue to publish them in newspapers and their websites for lots of very good reasons, the most important of which is that they can be seen by people who aren't even looking for that information. If transparency and accountability are what we seek in government, then more notice is always better. Texas should embrace a belt and suspenders approach on this issue. Post a list of polling places and addresses online and keep it in newspapers. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Members have questions? Representative Schofield.
You cited some statistics that Hispanic households and the poorest households are less likely to have internet access. Do you mean to stand here and tell us that they buy the newspaper and read your English language newspaper?
Oh, I'm not saying that they, no sir, I'm not saying that they do necessarily
So it's
do
no
that.
better way to reach them spending $55,000 to put an ad in the paper than it is on the internet.
What I'm saying is that I think that for transparency and for voter involvement, we think it's best that they not only use government websites, which I think is great, they use newspaper websites, they use social media, they use printed newspaper, they use all sources so that we can get more voters out to vote.
But you specifically testified to us that one of the reasons for your opposition to the bill was that the poor families and the Hispanic families weren't likely to have the internet access, and that doesn't seem to indicate to me a reason why we need to put it in newspapers. There may be other ways to reach them, but I can't imagine that if they're a poor Hispanic family that doesn't have internet access, that they're subscribing to the paper.
Well, they may be and they may not be. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next, we have Leonard Woolsey from the Texas Press Association and the Galveston County Daily News testifying against the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonard Woolsey. I am here to testify against Bill 1499. If I seem a bit nervous, it's because I am. I have a lot of respect for you all, and this is the first time I've engaged in this type of practice.
And sir, are you testifying on behalf of yourself?
I'm testifying on behalf of the Galveston County Daily News and the Texas Press Association.
Thank you so much.
All right. What I'd like to talk to you today is about trust and about public trust. I mean, we live in a time right now when the public trust about government, whether we like it or not, is a bit of a low. It's low because the people believe the government isn't very efficient, that it isn't very transparent, nor is it very accountable. In short, many of these people believe the government just doesn't have their best interests at heart. House bills like 1499 unfortunately have the potential to fuel this distrust and foster cynicism among the many good intentions of our government. I mean, no function of government is more fundamental to public trust than the conduct of fair and credible elections. And elections may not be seen fair and credible unless they have the absolute highest degree of transparency possible. And that starts with making sure that people know where they're supposed to vote. You cannot minimize visibility of something so important as voting places and expect the public to believe that what you're doing is only in an effort to save tax dollars. Unfortunately, in today's environment, some people may interpret that as a way to hide information. House Bill 1499 diminishes transparency about elections, and it will feed the cynicisms of the intentions of the government. Not only does the bill propose to make list polling places less visible by moving them to the internet, it doesn't say where the government entity must place these lists on its website, nor does it have any specifics on how it should be visible and how the list should be or how deep you must drill down in order to find this. So it's quite possible that the list of polling places can be buried so deeply it's impossible for many people to find. What's unfortunate is that the well intentions in 1499 can really create a negative effect for all of us in this room. Furthermore, the independent third-party approach to publishing lists of polling places and notices is an important element of transparency and accountability that are very essential to public trust. If governmental entities are allowed to publish only website information for polling places, this not only reduces the visibility of the lists, but also in the long term can reduce voter turnout and contribute to a deeper decline in public trust. I want to share a personal story here. My father, who served in the military, and he's a senior citizen and part of a big senior block, moved here to Texas. Now, his gathering of information patterns are a newspaper, and so are all his friends. And I can tell you, after looking over my dad's shoulders, I help him register for bank accounts or how to register for his health care. The computer's not his friend. And that's just a fact of life. And I know that and I understand that. I also know he's not going to think to go to a county website to find out where his polling place is. He looks for those things in his newspaper. And he and his generation tear these things out of the newspaper and they put them on the refrigerator. It's things that become a part of their life. It's their habit. Now, I agree with you about the younger generation. I'm sandwiched between my father, who is married to the print product, and I understand the dissemination of information, but I also have a daughter, a 20-year-old daughter, who is never more than 2 feet away from her phone, and I understand the role of that. I guess what I'd like to say is I hope through the outcome of this, what we can do is be committed to trying to find a way to put more information out there for the people, to become more transparent, to push more information in the manners in which they're used to receiving information. My dad is a different audience than my daughter is, and I'm a different audience. But let's be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater in this one, and that's kind of what my fear is about 1499. What I'd like to do is for all of us to work to increase transparency, to keep these notices inside newspapers, because there is a large voting bloc that this is their history and this is where their search habit. So if possible, what I'd like to do is for the good of Texas, I would like to see us not vote in support of 1499. And I ask you, please do not support the bill. I'd be open to any questions.
Okay, members, any questions? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you all.
Chair recognizes Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Clerk. Galveston County Clerk in favor of House Bill 1499. Oh. I need to call back Mr. Woolsey. Where are you? You need to state the bill that you're against, the bill number. They said that you forgot to state that. So can you come back up and introduce yourself and who you represent, your position, and bill number?
My name is Leonard Woolsey. I'm the publisher of the Galveston County Daily News. I also represent TPA today, and I'm in opposition of HB 1499.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so now we have Chair recognizes Bill Sargent, Galveston County Clerk, in favor of House Bill 1499.
I'm Bill Sargent. I'm the Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections of Galveston County, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 1499. Polling places often change between the time you publish something in the newspaper and the time the voting comes along. We have hurricanes in Galveston. We have power outages. We have all kinds of things that happen. So even if you publish in the paper, it may not be up to date. People use our website all the time, and we are the first in Texas to have a mobile application. If you all want to see it after we have the hearing tonight, I'd be happy to show that to you. We support the idea of using websites, and we support the bill as well. But there's one thing you might want to consider, because we feel the pain of those counties like Bexar County and Harris County that are paying $90,000 for one election to publish a notice. But when in counties like mine, where Mr. Woolsey's from, Galveston Daily News charges us somewhere between $1,000 to $1,500 to do the same thing. Of course, we're also a county-wide vote center. We're a smaller county, less number of places. So what you might want to consider doing is saying, put a cap on it. Say, if you're at 250,000 voters, registered voters, then this applies. If you're below that, then you still put it in the newspaper. That way we solve some of the problems of some of the newspapers, but we also solve the problems of the counties. So I'd recommend we do that and consider that. And again, if anybody wants to see that application, I'm happy to show it to you afterwards. That's my plug.
Okay.
I'm Bill Sargent for the Galveston County Deputy Clerk for Elections, and I'm here testifying in favor of HB 1499.
Thank
Any
you
questions?
so much. Any questions? All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right. The chair recognizes Kelly Shannon with the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas against House Bill 1499.
Hello again. My name is Kelly Shannon, and I am the Executive Director of the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 1499. As you may well know already, the Freedom of Information Foundation advocates for open government and for the public's right to information so that they can adequately participate in their democracy. Our concern with House Bill 1499 is it takes important election information and moves it from a reliable, independent, longtime source, the newspaper, and moves that over to a website. And as I mentioned earlier today, discussing another bill, that's probably not a problem for many people, but there are many, many Texans who do not use the internet. And a lot of the statistics have already been laid out by previous witnesses, so I'm not going to go through all of that again. You have that. And I also provided an information packet on this bill. It says Texas internet usage, election participation. And this just has some of the bullet points of Census Bureau internet stats that you can look through, as well as some background information on just how wired the population is. So with that, I will keep it short, but I just wanted to emphasize again that what we ought to be doing is adding information, not subtracting information from the public. So if we want to put more information on websites, great. And at this time, there are still many, many people who use newspapers, and that would be an adequate source for a lot of folks in Texas as well. So let's keep the information out there, keep it flowing, and try very hard to have an uptick in participation and voter turnout. There's also information on that in your packet as well. So access to information, and hopefully that increases participation.
Okay. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Chair recognizes George Hammerling, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of House Bill 1499.
Good afternoon. My name is George Hammerline. I'm with the Harris County Clerk's Office here in support of HB 1499. We think this bill just reflects the taxpayers getting the biggest bang for their dollars. As far as we're trying to reach a very large community, and what we would envision is not a complete withdrawal from the newspaper, not a withdrawal from visibility, but if we didn't have to pay $90,000 in one shot to have 3 pages of this small font, which many of them say polling location to be determined, that we could have several bumper sticker size ads throughout the period at a greatly reduced cost that say, you know, to find your voting location for the November 4th election, you know, go to harrisvotes.org or call our phone number. And we think, you know, that still gives election information in front of the voter, and more time, so we have more frequency and bigger font, and it allows them to see it at a greatly reduced cost. And also that they aren't going on a polling place that's somewhat's been closed or had to been changed because of a school library decided they were having a dance they forgot about or something like that. So we probably have in Harris County 850 polling locations. We always have 10 or 15 that were actually printed that get changed before Election Day of no fault of our office because of a scheduling conflict. This one, for the last November 4th election, this was printed on October 17th. So once again, to reinforce what Representative Davis says, it assumes that people keep this newspaper for almost 3 weeks and that they know their voting precinct. Well, now that you have photo ID, most people, because I work the voting location on Election Day, most people don't even have their voter registration card with them anymore, so they have no idea what precinct they're in. And we just think that this is a greater bang for their buck. And once again, it is permissive. It's not mandatory for any county to do it. So if a county doesn't think it's in their best interest to reach their voters that they're responsible for, they don't have to do it. And with that, I'll...
Mr. Hamlin, can
Yes,
you make
ma'am.
a copy of that and get to our offices? Or
Yes,
my
ma'am. I'd be
office,
glad
and we
to.
can spread it out.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much did you spend in the last election on that notice?
$90,000.
For that, was that for one election?
Yes, ma'am, for 1 day's posting.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. You'll
Thank
make
you.
a copy of that.
All right.
Chair recognizes Robin Chandler, Disability Rights of Texas, in favor of House Bill 1499. On. Sorry about that. You stated.
My name is Robin Chandler. I'm representing Disability Rights Texas, testifying on House Bill 1499. Disability Rights Texas is the federally mandated statewide protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities in Texas. As the state P&A, it's our duty to ensure that the rights of Texas with disabilities are upheld and protected. Under federal law, our agency is charged with pursuing legal, administrative, and other remedies on behalf of people with disabilities. So, I don't know if there's a population that has, for whom technology has had a greater positive effect than people with disabilities. There might be, but I mean, the things that people with disabilities are now able to do in the community, holding a job, going to school, mainstream classes and all that. I mean, there's a million ways that we're grateful to and just admire everything that technology can do for people with disabilities. But as everyone has as several people have pointed out, there are some issues with access. What people have talked about poverty, so I won't bang that gavel except to say that that nationally 28% of people with disabilities are impoverished. Elderly people and people with disabilities, sometimes for financial reasons, sometimes for other reasons, just don't use the internet as much. A 2011 Pew report, the Pew Charitable Trust, said that 27% of adults living with disability in the U.S. are significantly less likely to use the internet than other adults. And the number was 81% of other adults do use it, whereas only 54% of people with disabilities. And this was a 2011 study. There's probably not anything more recent. Maybe the number's gone up a little bit.
Okay, you know what? If you have that information, you want to give it to us, because I can tell you, my head just explodes when you start quoting a bunch of numbers. So,
the numbers. I'm really not a numbers person, but we do like to, when we have really relevant data. A lot of times
we would be happy to pass it out.
Yeah, I actually did provide the testimony. Anyhow, for all those reasons, we have concerns about any public policy that assumes that everyone has an internet access and uses the internet. Election-related postings, it covers moving. It also does at times talk about accessible voting sites. So of course that's another reason we would have concerns. Beyond that, there are some Americans with Disability Act issues, and also in some cases the Rehab Act of 1973, and it basically says that individuals with disabilities have to have equal access to the programs, services, or activities of government entities, unless doing so would fundamentally alter the nature of the program or would impose an undue burden on the government entity. The argument would have to be consistent with ADA. And repeatedly, this has been interpreted to include internet access. We are becoming more and more of a paperless society. We're aware of that. It's good, but we're not there yet. I will say that last session, there were 3 bills. One of them was Representative Davis's. There were 2 other bills that had internet-only components, and so there was conversation among voting rights advocates about the phone number thing. And
Okay, we need to focus on this bill.
well, I am focusing on this bill because there was discussion about it, and now Glenn Maxey has brought it up. Several other people have said, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to say that from our point of view, it would at least be a step in the right direction. It would, it wouldn't address the issues of every person with a disability, but it would be a step in the right direction.
Okay. And are you working with the author of the bill?
I will.
Okay. I encourage you to visit with her.
I will do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Are there any questions, members? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Chair recognizes Yanis Banks with the Texas NAACP against House Bill 1499.
Good afternoon. Giannis Banks with the Texas NAACP, and we are against House Bill 1499. Now, we'll try not to belabor what's been said already, to be respectful of the time, but we are concerned, one, about the transparency. When, we have people who will go to the papers for a source of document, for information, to make sure that these notices have been placed out there, because we have seniors and older people who excuse me, are used to going to some of the similar polling locations they've gone all their lives. And if they do move, they go to the paper. I have people who call me for help for things. And I say, well, can you shoot me an email about about what's happening, let me know? And they'll, well, baby, I don't have the email. If you give me a few days, I can probably get somebody to try to run me somewhere, and I can try to get your email, or if I can write you a letter, that's better. They're still dependent on the paper. They still use the paper, and even I use a lot of technology now myself, but I host a radio show, and when I get to my radio station, we have copies of the local black press we have there. And every day I'll grab the paper and read it, or every week I'll grab the paper and read it and see what's going on in the paper. And I actually do hold on to it. If there's something of interest or something I need to know, I hold on to it. I put it in my bag, I keep it with me, and I carry it around. Because, we know we have that digital divide. We know not everybody has access to the internet. And even for those who have it on their phones, if you was here in Austin yesterday and you have AT&T, you didn't have service for a while. So if it comes to that's what people are using for their internet service, and they couldn't do early voting, and they went on election day and their internet service is down, they're now not able to try to have that access, and they might be discouraged from voting. So having that, I have nothing wrong with having a web address in the paper, but I think you should have it included as well as the polling location, so people can have that information. And we have that checks and balance process that we need with government to say, you know what, okay, you're saying that you did announce the change of polling locations? Let's prove it. It's here in the paper. Whereas if it's online, I've done our state's website. I know at any point I can go back in there and change it and fix it and make it look like it was there, or if what's not there. So just for transparency's sake, and just to make sure that those who don't have access to the internet, whether it's home or on their phones, are able to find out this information, we think is very important.
Okay, members, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State here as a resource for the bill. If y'all have any questions. Okay. So, let's see, do we have any other witnesses that want to testify? Okay, so let me have that again. Let's try this. We're going to try this again. Okay. Is this it? Okay. All right, I'm going to read those who are against the bill. And let me, I can't find the cursor here. All right, can you pull that up? Pull it down here. Pull it up. Goodness gracious, okay. All right. Okay, against the bill, against House Bill 1499, but do not wish to testify, Cindy Weatherby, representing herself and the League of Women Voters of Texas, Chris Hoffmeyer, Adept of Texas, Hiwa Solovitz, representing Adept of Texas, Melanie Boite, representing Self and ADAP of Texas, Christopher Edding, representing Self and ADAP of Texas, Bob Kafka, Self, representing Self and ADAP of Texas, Chris Franson, representing Self, James Moser, representing Self and Texas Press Association, Fred Hartman, representing Self and Texas Press Association and Hartman, Seth Mitchell, representing Bexar County, back that up, change that. Alicia Calzada, representing Self and Texas Press Association. Donis Baggett, representing Self and Texas Press Association. Lon Vernon, public citizen. And let's see, who else have we got here? Okay. All right, and okay, now I'm going to read those who are for the bill that do not wish to testify. For House Bill 1499, but do not wish to testify. Heather Hawthorne, representing Self, County and District Clerks Association. Tom Tagliabue with the City of Corpus Christi. Rick Ramirez, City of Sugar Land. Bill Longley, Texas Municipal League. Donald Lee, Texas Conference of Urban Counties. Lindsay Lanigan, City of Houston. Rosemary Edwards, representing herself. Seth Mitchell, Bexar County Commissioners Court. Kathy Hagler, representing herself. And let's see. John Wiest, the City of Irving, and Alan Vera, representing himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security. And let's see. Colleen Vera, representing herself. Ricardo Ramirez, representing himself and the City of Sugar Land. And Julie Wheeler, representing Travis County Commissioners Court. And let's see, on all right, we have Ashley Fisher with Secretary of State here on the bill as a resource, and I believe that was everyone for and against House Bill 1499. So, is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 1499? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Davis to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I just want to point out that this bill, pending before your committee, you have both members of the Republican Party and members of the Democratic Party that have came and either spoken in support or have left a card in support. So that's probably rare in the elections committee, but I think that's very significant. Equally as significant is the amount of municipalities and counties that have come to support this bill. The implication that I am somehow trying to bury information to trick voters is not only insulting to me, but also to the good people in the municipalities that have come to support this. This is really about a very common sense way to bring our election code and the way we communicate with voters up to date. I really see the main opposition here is the press, and they're the ones making $90,000 to have 3 pages of minute print, and oftentimes saying "to be determined." And as you heard George Hammerline testify, they'd have to carry this newspaper around for 3 weeks in order to know where their polling location. I'm happy to add the phone number, add the requirement that you have the URL and the phone number. In fact, it was never contemplated that that wouldn't be part of the banner ad, but if this bill were to be looked kindly upon this committee and out of calendars, I would certainly have a perfecting amendment to include the phone number. And I did hear the hesitation from the disability rights and some implications that those that are disabled or older may find this a little bit more troubling. But I want to just point out that this is a community that has the option to vote by mail, and it oftentimes does. And as Mr. Maxey pointed out, it's our older voters that generally know exactly where their polling locations are, and that I know we all spend thousands of dollars telling people where exactly they need it is to go and vote. So I welcome the opportunity to work with any of the disability rights advocates to make them more comfortable with that. And if there's no questions, then I will close.
Thank you. House Bill 1499 will be left pending at this time. So now the chair lays out House Bill 134 for consideration and recognizes Representative Simpson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is a bill that's similar to others that you've heard, so I don't want to go through all the details, but I do think there's some things worthy of pointing out. First of all, this is a bill that just requires transparency when it comes to taking on new debt at the state and local level, not just the local level, but treat everyone to the same. It's basically what we do when we buy a used car at the end of the deal. After we've considered and approximated what it's going to cost, we sign a disclosure of how much it's costing us, and if we're buying it on time, what that principal and interest rate is going to be. And I've presented to you one of these sheets here that basically explains the bill, the need for it, the benefits of it, and the problem that it should solve. A lot of times when government does do things, it may have good intentions, but it does make a mountain out of a molehill, or, as someone has said, an elephant is a mouse made to government specs. And this is kind of a elephant. But I propose to you that House Bill 134 could basically be this simple on the ballot, on the back of that sheet I gave you. It would just simply state the current outstanding general obligation bonds for the state or local entity, the amount of the proposed new general obligation bonds, both the total and the per capita rate, and the maximum cost to repay those proposed bonds at a certain or estimated interest rate, the total and the per capita. It's pretty simple. You'd have basically 7 figures there, and it could be presented in a nice little simple format. And we've requested Ledge Council to prepare that form We've spoken with the Secretary of State, and I think it can be that simple. The bill basically requires that. It doesn't have to be put out like this, and we can make it simple in a form that people could follow. Some people did come to me today expressing concern about the bill, but I think this form that would be required, that would be simple, they would hopefully are supportive of. I believe they're for transparency. This would just make it very clear to the voter. And again, it's not so much to educate them, but just to remind them, like we all do before we sign a purchase agreement on time, whether that be for a mortgage or a used car. We just acknowledge the commitment that we're making. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time, and I'd like to reserve the right to close.
Certainly. Any questions, members? Okay.
Thank you for your consideration.
Chair recognizes Rhonda Skillern-Jones, Houston ISD Board President, against House Bill 134.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Rhonda Skillern-Jones. I'm the president of the Houston Independent School District School Board. I'm also a board member of the Texas Association of School Boards and a representative of TASA, on whose behalf I'm here to testify in opposition today to House Bill 134. House Bill 134 would require local governments, including school districts, to commit to specific bond language during the bond election. The ballot language would include proposed and authorized bonds. The bill requires the statement of knowing things, of quantifying things such as the outstanding bonds, future bonds, interest rates, and maximum cost to repay schools. However, when we issue a bond, the primary conflict there is that we don't know the rate until we actually sell the bond, and we don't sell the bond until we actually need it for to be purposed for a certain specific portion of the building in the bonds. So there would be no way for us to be able to disclose that up front, because we wouldn't know what rate we're buying at until our CFO actually buys. When Houston goes out for a bond, what we do is we try to educate the voters before we even get to the ballot. It is our belief, and based on some studies that I can submit to you, that the ballot is not a point of decision. I mean, it's a point of decision, not a point of education. So the educating and the informing needs to be done on the front end as opposed to at the ballot, and that's our belief. And so what we do is we hold a series of meetings in our communities with both the constituents, the business, the taxpayers, the business owners, and they're not just one or two, but every week we're holding a meeting all over Houston in different parts of the town to educate people up front about that. And then we also inform the voters before those bonds are issued that we're about to issue the bonds and at what rate they're going at that time. So it is our belief that we disclose enough of the details going forward, and that the decisions on that and the education part are two separate different things, and we should not be doing that at the time of voting. So we're not opposed to transparency. We're very open. We just can't provide something that we clearly don't have. And we believe that the details in the other part should be provided long before that voter is asked to make that decision. I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, Representative Reynolds.
And I know I've seen the way that you guys go about getting information disseminated, so I know you do a great job to reach out to the community for inclusion. I know you said there are certain things you couldn't include, like the percentage rate, because you don't know that yet. So that would be impractical to include. But what about the other provisions? Do you think it would be feasible to do that, or do you think that's not feasible either?
Well, I think that it does. We do a good enough job on the forefront. I think that an educated voter shows up with that information already before they arrive, and the decision point should not be, we are neglectful if we do not provide it until then. I just think that needs to be transparent throughout the life of us promoting and asking for people to vote for the bond. I don't think it necessarily needs to be included there, because then you have an uninformed voter making a decision about that at that point where really there's not enough information provided, or it would be a book at that point. So I don't think that's a point to do that.
And earlier, I know it's not necessarily with respect to this, but there were some questions about from some committee members as to do you mail out to voters regarding information for these bonds, and how would you respond to
Absolutely. We use all avenues in Houston because we want to be transparent. So we do use the mail out, we use the robocall, we use community meetings, we use postings in the papers, and we use electronic media.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Schofield.
All of those things that you just said that you use, do you use any of those to tell people the amount by which their taxes are going to go up and how long it's going to take to pay off the bond?
Yes, we did.
So
when we increased taxes, we did publish those rates, as well as disclose them to our local media at our school board meetings, so they went out through it.
Well, I'm not just talking about the publishing. You mentioned all these ways you disseminate information.
Yes.
When you do all that, when you send stuff out through the internet and you do all the other different things that you do you make a point to put in there how much more money the taxpayers are going to have to pay, how long it's going to take to pay off these bonds, what the total amount will be when they finally finish paying them off?
No, we don't detail it like that. When we get that information, I have not seen it like in a mailer, but we do send it out electronically. We do send that, and it's required. Our media in Houston asks for it, so we absolutely make it available.
You may be reading a different chronicle than I am, but thank you.
Mm-hmm. Erica on the blog discloses all of that.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Jess Fields, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, in favor of House Bill 134.
Howdy, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jess Fields, Senior Policy Analyst, Texas Public Policy Foundation, Center for Local Governance. We have three really technical policy words that we would use to describe Representative Simpson's proposal: super, duper, and easy. This is really, really simple. And frankly, if we can't put this simple kind of information on a ballot where voters are making a decision about something that will affect their taxes, it'll affect their kids and their grandkids' repayment of some of these 30, 40-year bonds, it'll affect the way that their community facilities or their school district facilities are built or whatever kinds of projects are being bonded. If we can't do this simple step, then frankly, I mean, why do we have any kind of reporting requirement to the Bond Review Board, or why do we even have it voted on at all? Why not just allow it all to be issued as a non-voted thing? I mean, this is very, very simple. And really, it comes down to making sure that in the decision-making process, we give the greatest access possible. The greatest access possible. You know, there's a big discussion about should this be in newspapers or not. We don't take a position on that. But I think that something everybody should be able to agree on is that we all want access to this information. Now, there's been discussion that some folks put this out themselves. The localities put this out themselves. And that certainly is a good point. Some do a very good job of doing that, by the way. I'm not saying that there aren't some that do. But you're leaving it up to the entity themselves to put out that information. As I mentioned earlier, and as I think is obvious to all of us, not every local government does the same job of that. Not every local government goes and puts out postcards, radio ads, all that. They don't have to do all of these excess things that some of them do, but for those folks that don't, it's a good idea to have one final, simple informational step for the voter. And that provides the greatest access to information and the best possible process that we expect out of government.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fields, you need to state your position and the bill number.
Yes, I'm sorry. We are in favor. It's HB 134.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I just want to let y'all know there are 13 more witnesses to testify, FYI. Okay, so Chair recognizes James Shield with the Fast Growth School Coalition against House Bill 134.
My name is James Sheely. I'm the CFO at Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District, and I testified earlier on another bill. My testimony on this bill would be extremely similar. A couple things I'd like to point out. The dissemination of the information is critical, and I would love to welcome a discussion on that part. Our issue is, I think you need to disseminate all the information and not just the information dealing with one area. That's the first thing. Second of all, the ballot is not the process. The ballot is the decision point. Educating the voters is a process. We welcome that process. We try to do our very best to educate the voters. I think everyone who goes out and asks for permission to issue bonds ought to provide that information. And that's where I'd like to start, not necessarily putting it on the ballot.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Shealy, I need you to come back and say the bill number.
I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself. James Shealy testifying against HB 134.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes Colleen Vera, representing herself for House Bill 134. And please state your name, who you represent, your position, and the bill number.
Okay. My name is Colleen Vera. I'm here representing myself, and I'm in support of House Bill 134. I gave you guys a handout on an earlier bill, and the same information would apply, that it's the people's money and they have a right to know how much they already owe before they decide how much more debt they want to take on. But I do, as a retired teacher, have a comment. I beg to differ with the TASB talking point that the ballot is a point of decision and not education. Because if that were true, then when we look at our ballot and it has propositions, it would just say Proposition 1, 2, 3, and 4. The voters should come already knowing what those propositions are. It gives us a paragraph explaining what it is, as a one final chance for us to decide if we want it or not. And all this bill would be doing is offering that opportunity for the taxpayers. And the fill in the blank, if you go back to repealed Texas Education Code 18, when we used to have an equalization tax. Well, Harris County still has it, but the wording was just a fill-in-the-blank wording, so that if your county was going to do that, you just plugged in the numbers. Made it very simple, and I think they could do the same type of thing they were talking about. A fill-in-the-blank type of wording, be very simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security in favor of House Bill 134. And again, Mr. Vera, please state your name, who you represent, your position, and the bill number.
Yes, ma'am. Alan Vera, Chairman of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in favor of HB 134. We can all agree that the local taxing authorities that sponsor bond elections, bond issues, do spend a lot of money in communication. In TV, in radio, in direct mail, in fancy brochures, posters, and outdoor boards. But that communication focuses on what wonderful things the bond will bring to the voters of that area. In reviewing all of the bond elections from the 26 ISDs in the greater Harris County area, we have yet to find any nice brochure that explains the total debt already accumulated by that ISD, and the total payments that would be required, and the year by which the proposed bond would be paid off. They do spend a lot of money in communications, but it is selective communications. It's not full disclosure to the voters. As I've said before, it's our experience that May elections on bonds run by local taxing authorities who choose not to use the election administrator or the county clerk to run the election, those elections are anything but transparent. We discussed last week that mail ballot voters, the elderly, disabled, are disenfranchised because the county is not giving them their mail ballots, and the taxing authority does not make the effort to substitute for the county. We talked about the regular voters being disenfranchised because the polling places are only in places favorable to the election issue, and the hours of operation are not consistent with the hours of operation that the county runs. And in most cases, that involves a mobile voting facility, a vote-mobile, that only calls on places favorable to the decision. The proposed bill, HB 134, takes a big step to at least providing transparency in one aspect of local taxing authority bond issues. It forces them to disclose, to give full disclosure on the complete financial situation created by this new bond, added to all the bonds going before it. It's very simple, and it's required. The voters deserve that. Again, as I testified with HB 1380, I believe 134 could be improved. if it did require the bond issuing authority to commit contractually to exactly how the bond proceeds would be used, and that they'd be held accountable for using those bond proceeds exactly that way. I ask you and urge you to move HB 134 out of committee. Questions?
Okay, any questions, members? All right, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Anthony Wilder, representing himself for House Bill 134.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anthony Wilder. I'm the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Carrollton, and I stand in support of HB 134. And for similar reasons to HB 1380 that I shared earlier, but a few others I wanted to touch on for this one. First, I want to agree
You're
with...
only speaking on House Bill 134 right now.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, okay.
In support of it. This is a fantastic bill. I was excited when this was introduced 2 years ago, the last legislative session. I was bummed that it never made it out of committee because we had a bond election coming up in Carrollton. And I just want to detail a little bit about what that means for a bond election at the municipal level, because there's been some who have said there's bond committees and there's PACs and other things. Here's what basically happens. A bond committee is assigned by the council. Once it gets on the ballot, it's typically guaranteed to pass, if y'all haven't realized that by now. The bond committee then transitions to a PAC. That PAC then disseminates the info to the community in favor of it, a PAC being a political action committee. The city then produces info providing the details for those propositions only. So to Representative Schofield's comments throughout these proceedings, the city does not disclose, at least not all cities do, some do, which I'm very appreciative to hear this today, but they do not disclose at all times what they've done. And as I mentioned earlier with the CAFR or the budget, those will disclose outstanding debt, but it's on page 117 or 157. And as I said before, the voters typically aren't going to get that far into those documents. We're happy if they read the first couple pages and understand what's going on and what the tax rate is. So for those reasons, I'm supportive of it. The other thing I wanted to mention in regards to debt, local debt, we in the city of Carrollton are liable for $22.4 billion for one city. Now that's not all ours. But if there's defaults in other communities who share some of that debt, then we are completely liable. So I have 126,000 constituents. We are liable for $22.4 billion in debt, which is unbelievable. And we've got to do something about it. And I believe that this bill helps to address that. All we're asking for is more transparency. That's all we're asking for. All that Mr. Representative Simpson is asking for is 3 more lines on the ballot. That's not much. And I don't understand why anyone would want to fight against the transparency that we're seeking. We just want people to know. When I ran for office in 2011, prior to this last bond election, I ran against the bond election when I got elected. I also ran for transparency. And I had people come up to me and say, we would like you to support bonds. We want to do this and that in the community. And I said, I don't support debt. It's one of the things I'm running against. They said, that's okay, but we want to do bonds. A lot of the voters don't even realize that it's debt, that there's interest associated with it in principle that has to be paid back. So I can't urge you enough to support this. Yes, I do have a bias. I think there are other funding mechanisms that we can use in the municipal level, in the school boards, that aren't being considered, as much as people like myself are screaming. And we are a very small minority. But there are other mechanisms, and so I do have a bias. I don't want things like this to get passed because it may help us in our fight to stop the debt. So I thank you for your time and urge you to pass this out of committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay. It's all right. They don't have any. Okay. Chair recognizes Steve West with the Texas Association of School Business Officials on the bill. House Bill 134, but please state your name again, who you represent, your position, and the bill number.
Steve West, and I'm the CFO at Georgetown ISD, and I'm here on behalf of TASBO today on the bill, House Bill 134. There's been a lot of discussion on transparency, and personally, just from my own take, the more people know, the better. And we do, I know in Georgetown and many districts that I'm aware of, an exceptional job trying to communicate to the voters. It does not serve us well to not communicate to voters. They need to understand not only the debt issues and the fact that it will sometimes impact their tax rates, and we want them to know that. Because I don't personally like surprises, and I tell people that all the time. But at the same time, as Mr. Shealy spoke earlier, this is only a partial recognition of transparency. It's not the total recognition of transparency. And so I think I'd point out that just talking on the bill itself, just some of the, I call it problems that I see, it's not unusual for school districts and other entities, I'm sure, it's just my familiarity is with school districts, to have a bond election that may be for a couple of $100 million, but may be sold over multiple periods at multiple interest rates under multiple modes. In other words, some might be variable rate, some might be fixed rate. We may have different timetables, in other words, to enter into debt, because we want to match that debt with the need of building a building or purchasing whatever the bond funds have been authorized for. So I have a little problem with the way that the language is stated in the bill, and what it's trying to cover is only a part of the issue. What I see is the necessity for something like a dashboard of debt. What that means, and incorporate some of the things that you guys have been hearing today in terms of what people need to know, but not necessarily on the ballot. I have problems that will have an impact on voters, and it may be an opportunity for some of them to see what debt is going to be incurred, but it does not tell them the whole picture. If that's their only snapshot, then that may be problematic for some people. I don't know that Georgetown will experience a negative situation if this language appears on our ballot. I think the voters will vote for whatever the needs are for kids. But anyway, I just wanted to bring these thoughts to you today and give you some more food for thought as you consider this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? All right. Chair recognizes Barry, and I know I said it wrong the first time. I'm probably going to say it wrong again. Hainish. Thank you. With the Texas Association of Community Schools against House Bill 134. Is he here? Okay, he does not wish to testify. All right. Chair recognizes Bill Sargent, the Galveston County Clerk, in favor of House Bill 134.
I'm Bill Sargent. I am the Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections for Galveston County, but I'm testifying on behalf of myself this time.
Thank you.
Okay?
And you are...
And I'm testifying for HB 134.
Thank you.
But I'm going to bring in some of my experience in the process. I favor this bill because it's important that voters know what it is they're voting for. It's been said that decision points are not, that the voting place is the decision point. That's correct. But it's also a point where the person has to make a decision. Let me tell you a story. Before I got this job, I was an election judge. I was sitting at a polling location, an early voting polling location, for a November election for constitutional amendment election. A voter walked in, stood in front of the voting machine for almost 10 minutes. I thought, she can't read. So maybe I ought to go and ask her if she needs help reading the ballot. So I went over to ask her if I could help her read the ballot. Her response was, I want to vote for a person. I said, ma'am, there's no person on the November constitutional amendment ballot. There's no person. I want to vote for a person. She finally cast a ballot for nobody and walked out. But that tells you something about, I think there's a significant number of people who come to a polling location, don't have a clue what they're voting for, look at what's up there, and then make a decision at that point. There are others who study do their research ahead of time. But I think there are a significant number of people who don't do that. That's why it's important that we give as much disclosure as we can. I know there's problems like Janice has mentioned about how long the ballot is, how many characters you can have on the ballot and all that kind of thing. And I love Janice. She's a wonderful lady. I'm my next door neighbor in the next county. But bottom line is, give people as much information as you can within the boundary of those limits so that they understand what the heck they're voting for. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. Do y'all have any questions? Thank you very much. What did you do? Okay, all right. Mr. Sargent, can you come back up here? Sure. All right, we got a little technical. Okay, so you registered with the Galveston County, but you mean to...
I don't understand that thing.
I don't
I'm not
either.
technical sufficient.
I don't either, okay?
Helen, help me.
Okay.
I think I marked both. I don't.
It's, okay, I know. You said for yourself and Galveston County Clerk, but for Galveston County Clerk, you need to testify that you're on the bill.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, now you
How do I do
could take
this?
off. You could take off the Galveston County Clerk.
Do that.
I think.
That's great. That's the easy way of doing it.
What? He can't re-register and take it off?
It will have to register on. This happened last week. Because if we register him again, you'll have to register.
So I'll just say
I'm Bill
twice.
Sargent. I'm with the Galveston County Clerk's Office. I'm here to testify on the bill 134.
Thank you. We appreciate
Did
your
that take care of the
testimony.
problem?
I think it did.
Okay.
I
Age
think it
71,
did.
I have the same problem sometimes.
Okay. I had that problem myself. Okay. Chair recognizes Janice Evans. Did I get that wrong again? Okay. County and District Clerks Association of Texas against House Bill 134. And that's okay that she says that, right? All right, we got it. And if you could repeat all that, please. Your name.
My name is Janice Evans. I'm the Elections Director for Missouri County. I'm here testifying on behalf of the county clerks, county and district clerks, against House Bill 134.
Thank you.
But I really no longer, all I want to say on this bill is that we did visit Representative Simpson's office this morning. We gave him this ballot. He saw how...
Okay, talk to us. Because you are
Okay, he
talking
saw how
tonight.
the attorneys interpreted it. And so I do appreciate that he's already working on what we
Okay,
talked about,
great.
which was to shorten that language and make it very clear what's going to be on that ballot. We can work together on that.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions, members? Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Mrs. Evans, come on back. Representative Reynolds.
Yes. Okay, so Representative Simpson provided us, I don't know if he showed you his...
I've not seen it yet.
You haven't seen it? Okay. Well, on the back of it, it's real short and succinct. And Mr. Simpson, can you? Okay, he can provide it to you.
Okay,
Thank you,
this is
David.
this-
Thank you. Yeah. So, is that? I mean, it looks pretty
Nobody
simple.
can come up. No. Wait, just wait. Sorry.
This is what we discussed, and we'll have to look to see how it fits on there, but it's accomplishing what, again, we were never against disclosing the information. It was how it was going to be disclosed and how it was going to be interpreted by the way it was written. And we thought if they did have something here that would list under bullet forms or something, so this might help reduce the length of it, is all I have.
So my question to you is that now that he's provided it to you, is this pretty short and concise that you would be in favor of?
I think so, but like I said, I hadn't seen it before I came up here, so.
Right. Okay. Oh, but you are looking at it now.
I am looking at it
Okay.
now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, Chair recognizes Dana de Beauvoir. I knew you were going to have your chance, so I didn't want you to mess up your
Thank you,
testimony.
Madam Chair.
With the County Clerk's Legislative Committee against House Bill 134, and if you could state all that again, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dana de Beauvoir speaking on behalf of the County Clerk's Legislative Committee against House Bill 134, author Simpson. Thank you. Well, we have a big surprise. We were against the bill, as I was trying to explain to you earlier, because we support your effort to try to communicate more information to voters. But, excuse me, but trying to give them this kind of information will not accomplish what you want. And what we're trying to do is get you a way to put the information on a ballot in a way that voters will receive the information, in a way they will get it. Representative Simpson has done, this is a noble effort, because if you take no action right now on the way ballot language is constructed, this is what you will get with any of the other bills. And I would also like to point out that Representative Simpson was the only representative so far who was willing to listen to us about how best to communicate with voters through ballot structure. So this is a huge step in the right direction for him, and it will take this kind of effort to truly communicate with a voter instead of current practice or the kind of ballot certification language that will be issued by the Secretary of State's office for what lawyers and other jurisdictions currently certify on the ballot. It will take this kind of effort to have ballot language that will really get your point across. We county clerks do not care how or which line items you want to include. We want, whatever you think is best, but we're trying to communicate to you is that there's 10 years worth of research out there that tells you how to communicate this to voters, and this is so much better.
Okay, so you're working with Representative Simpson.
It's brand new to us, and we are completely thrilled, and we thank him.
So is your position still against?
Well, since I've just seen this in this last 10 seconds, we would like the opportunity to meet with him and let us get back with you because we
want to stay against at the moment.
For now.
Okay.
We anticipate being able to come back and support this wonderful piece of work.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Chair recognizes James Hernandez with Harris County against House Bill 134.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is James Hernandez, and I represent Harris County, and I'm testifying against House Bill 134 for the same reasons I mentioned earlier. We think that that when people come up to the ballot, they ought to have their decision in hand, and they should be ready to vote on or for or against something. Also, there are some technical limitations that we're concerned about, and we believe that Senator Paxton's bill from last session, Senate Bill 637, which had a delayed implementation date, by the way. So that's why I think some of the people who testified about things information not being provided, I think that's why the bill had a delayed implementation date. So we think, let's give that bill a chance to be fully implemented, because we think that will help provide information out to the voters. That's all I have.
Okay, members, questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Donald Lee, Texas Conference of Urban Counties, against House Bill 134.
Donald Lee, Executive Director of the Texas Conference of Urban Counties. We will reference our previous testimony, and I would stop there, except just a couple little points, and out of respect to Representative Simpson, who we have so much respect for on this. Just a summary. We believe that we want the information to voters. We believe that the work we did last session, and I would point out that not only do we have to put the information, all this current information that's in this bill, on our websites, at the ballot location. We have to have the information at the ballot location so it's available to the to voters there. We have to buy and put it in the notice that we put on the newspaper, the mandatory notice that we buy in the newspaper, so we have it there as well. I do need to reference that there was some testimony earlier about the issuer entity buying TV ads and outdoor advertising. That is not happening. That is against the law. That is a group of citizens that are promoting a ballot proposition can do that sort of thing, but the local governments cannot do that sort of thing. That debate that is taking place in the community is incredibly important. And we don't believe there should be a sacred set of numbers established in the code that define that they're so complex on what the right way to look at each bond election from each different community. And there's so much information you could be putting on the ballot. If you said, I want to get more information, if that's our goal, then we wouldn't stop here with these four. There's a lot more information that would go into it. We need to get that information, as we do now, to the public and let the debate happen, and let the debate define what the right terms and right numbers and right metrics are. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, Chair recognizes Bill Longley, Texas Municipal League, against House Bill 134.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Longley here on behalf of the Texas Municipal League to express our opposition to House Bill 134. In the interest of time, I'll pretty much just say ditto to everything above, but you know, also, and the point was just made by Mr. Lee regarding both the political prohibition on using public funds for political advertising, as well as the fact that, again, this is all readily available. All of this information's readily available, even at the polling place, you know, within feet of the actual ballot. Every voter would have access to this information under current law. And we think that's the proper avenue for informing the voters instead of providing kind of a limited snapshot of information on the actual ballot proposition itself. Thank you.
Members, questions? All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we also have Ashley Fisher with Secretary of State here to be a resource testifying on. Okay, any questions? All right, so no more public testimony. All right, let me read this now. Try it again. Computer is not opening. All right, I'm going to read those who are against House Bill 134 but do not wish to testify. Julie Wheeler with Travis County Commissioners Court, Colby Nichols, Texas Rural Education Association, Donna Warndorf with Harris County, Ricardo Ramirez representing himself and the City of Sugar Land, Lindsay Baker with the City of Denton, Julie Acevedo, the City of Baytown, John Wiest, the City of Irving, Jennifer Wickman, the City of Arlington, Chris Grammer, Texas School Alliance, David Anderson, Arlington ISD Board of Trustees, Lindsay Lanigan, City of Houston, Seth Mitchell, Bexar County Commissioners Court, Megan Dodge, the City of San Antonio, Rick Ramirez, City of Sugar Land. Let's see, okay. And Tom Tagliabue, City of Corpus Christi, T.J. Patterson, City of Fort Worth, are all against House Bill 134. All right, now I'll read those who are in favor of House Bill 134. Jason Vaughn, representing himself, Peggy Venable, representing herself and Americans for Prosperity, Texas, Jennifer Hall, representing herself, Brandon Moore, representing himself, Mark Ramsey, representing himself, Kay Tyner, representing herself. Okay. And let's see, we have, and those are all the in favor of House Bill 134. We have Jacqueline Colleen with the Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Clerks on the bill. Does not wish to testify. And let's see, who else have we? Okay, Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State. Here's a resource on the bill. And that is it. We just had someone register.
We just get them refresh.
Okay. Someone registered at the last minute. So, okay. Can you give me their name? Can you?
Yes, right here.
Have you got it? Just bring it up. Okay. Okay.
He was also registered as do not testify. So
He did not want to testify, but now he wants to testify.
He's listed twice.
Okay. Jason Vaughn now wishes to testify, representing himself. Chair recognizes Jason Vaughn. If you will state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill,
Jason Vaughn,
representing myself and for HB 134. First off, I apologize. I was trying to register on my phone and it did not want to do that correctly. And,
so you had registered initially not to testify,
yes,
but now you
I
wish to
apologize.
testify. No, it's okay. Listen, it's
sincerely
computers. I
apologize.
get it.
I was not planning on testifying on anything today. This is why I'm not in a suit and tie, so I sincerely apologize. First off, I just wanted to say I am fairly new to Texas. I've been here for 3 years. I've been in politics for about 15 years and have never seen so many bonds in my life. I feel like every time I turn around, my city is having a new bond election. So trying to follow these bonds from one to the next election is extremely difficult, even for someone that's pretty involved in politics. Someone had mentioned that you might not know the debt ratio or the percentage of that would be there. That's if I'm going out and I'm trying to find something for my business, I can easily find a range of debt. It's going to be from 2.4% to 5.7%, and I can give that. So, that seems like it would be a fairly simple thing to change within this bill. But, this committee would never hear a bill without receiving a fiscal analysis. This committee would also never receive a bill without hearing public testimony. You guys have a ton of information before you vote on a bill just out of committee, not to mention debate on the floor. When we go and we're voting on hundreds of millions of dollars. In Frisco alone, our last school bond was $1.2 billion after interest. These are high numbers that we're speaking of, and only 2.5% in my hometown are voting on these things. That's the only. Why would we not consider making sure they had as much information as clearly as possible? We're going up against hundreds of millions of dollars that people are gaining. They have a ton of advantage and reason to go and promote a bill to say yes to a bond. Those of us that are voting no, we don't have fiscal advantage to do that. We're not making money off of voting no to a bond. So let's make that information as clear and as reasonable as possible, because there are times that bonds are very, very good and very, very needed, but let's let the people go in knowing as much information as possible. Because let's be honest, most of the time that when this debt really starts being owed back, it's not going to be most of the people voting on these things, most of the people voting on these bonds. It's going to be their children, and it's going to be their grandchildren that are paying back the debt on these bonds. Our last bond election was for iPads. An iPad, according to someone at Apple, told me they're going to last 3 to 5 years. That bond, just for that portion, was $25 million. We're going to be paying that back over years, over decades, but they're going to last 3 to 5 years. And the voters had no idea when they were going in how long that payback period would really be. So I'd ask you guys, give us as much information as possible. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Mr. Vaughn, you probably said it, but I couldn't hear it or remember. Can you please state your position and the bill number?
Jason Vaughn for HB 134. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Madam Chair.
There's a question. Representative Phelan.
Denton County?
Yes, Denton County.
Great American. Thank you.
Representative Fallon. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 134? I think we got it all covered. So Chair recognizes Representative Simpson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for your patience and your attention. I would just briefly, before I would like to answer a couple of concerns that were brought up, and I appreciate people coming to my office and working with me on the bill. First of all, the bill doesn't require an exact rate. It just is an unlikely interest rate, and they're going to have to do that just to figure out if they can build the building or whatever the bond is for. Secondly, not everyone goes to meetings, and so it's important that they distinguish this proposal from another. And this just is, if they have been educated, and we welcome that, all of us do here, this is about transparency, There'll be no sticker shock one way or another when they come there if they're reminded. But perhaps if they weren't informed, didn't make a meeting, they can see it right there on the ballot. So thank you so much for your attention, and we'll get we're working on this, and we'll provide either an amendment or a committee substitute with that exact language for the form.
Okay. Representative Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Simpson, I just wanted to thank you very much for working on this, on the simplistic solution. Hopefully there is one. And, folks from my side of the aisle hold you in very high regard because you come at all of these issues with a pure heart and good intentions. And this is, I think, an example of that. So thank you for, I know it's not easy, but I appreciate all your work.
Well, thank you, Representative. Thank you,
Okay.
Committee.
Representative Fallon.
And those of us from this side of the aisle also agree with Celia Israel's comments.
Transparency and liberty, I think both parties can support that. Thank you so much, and I close.
All right. House Bill 134 will be left pending at this time. Okay. So now the chair lays out House Bill 2754 and recognizes Representative Cabriglione
Hi there, Madam
to
Chairman.
explain your bill.
Thank you. All right, that was interesting. All right, Madam Chairman, members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Today I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 2754 relating to filing requirements for candidates for certain judicial offices. House Bill 2754 simply removes a requirement for a candidate running for certain judicial offices from having to submit a petition when submitting an application for a spot on a ballot during an election. Essentially, we've all been to party club meetings and so on when judges from various courts of the 132nd all the way to the 145th or so on go around and pass out petitions, and you're supposed to, and what they ask is for voters to sign off on the petition. Undoubtedly, a lot of those signatures end up being unreadable. Maybe sometimes people end up supporting multiple candidates for the same court position and signing off on those positions. And what you end up having is a lot of potentially duplicate or non-qualified signatures on those ballots. And so what we've heard from various groups is this can cause litigation. It causes a problem when people try to knock each other off of the ballot. And then end up putting our county chairs or the state parties in the midst of those lawsuits. So this is a very simple, straightforward bill. In fact, it's probably the smallest, shortest bill I've ever filed, and it makes it easier for judicial candidates to properly file and run elections. So anyway, any questions? Yes. Yes.
And this. Okay, hold on a second. Chair wants to recognize that Representative Goldman, Vice Chair Goldman, is present.
That's right.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Now, Representative
Thank you.
Phelan.
What's the history behind this process? I've never understood it.
So in terms of why judges have to have those, I don't know. I can tell you the urban legend part of it, which is what I've heard, because I'm not sure why it's there. But what I've heard is that by requiring a certain number of petitions, a number of signatures, maybe incumbents get a heads up that people are filing and running against them, right? Because you would be unable to get hundreds of signatures on there without letting someone else know. I don't really see the value. I mean, I think most of us who run for elected office, we would rather be safer than sorry and just pay the application fee and not have to deal with potential litigation or having those signatures thrown out. But that's my hearsay of what I've heard in terms of why those petitions existed. The judicial judge, that's a salaried position, so they would want to get a heads up that they're going to have an opposition.
Representative Schofield.
You may think you have a short bill, but it's literally twice as long as Goldman's.
Oh my gosh!
Just want to point that out.
All right. That's because my name is so long, right?
Now, this is an actual question. I read your bill last night, and I went and looked up the section. I just want to make sure I'm not confusing my sections.
Mm-hmm.
Your bill would only eliminate the petition requirement for a judge who chooses to pay a filing fee. They still have the option. If the judge doesn't want to pay a filing fee, can go and run around and collect signatures under the other method. This is just for the folks who pay a filing fee and also are currently required to submit a certain number of petition signatures. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. You reserve the right to
Okay,
close.
I do reserve the right to close. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair recognizes former Representative Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of House Bill 2754.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in support of House Bill 2754. The state party offices plead with you to get rid of this requirement. And I am old enough that I know the history behind this. The history behind this was an anti-democratic kind of way to say, no, not democratic with a little d, anti-democratic way to say that we didn't want incumbents to face challengers. This was back in the day when some, let's just say, very unqualified people ended up being elected to statewide office, to the courts. There was a move to, let's put this petition, so that people have to go and qualify with a petition. And I'm here to testify that people who are unqualified are able to collect signatures too. It was a reform that did not serve its purpose. In most cases, what we are doing here is adding a level of gotcha to incumbent judges, where if they do not get the requisite signatures, they get kicked off the ballot, and they file lawsuits, and in every lawsuit that's been filed, they've been put back on the ballot. So this is just a really hassle for judiciary, and we support removing these petitions.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Schofield.
I gotta ask, when the bad bill passed, did you vote for it? I withdraw the question.
I think it was before I got here, or after I left here. I don't know.
There you go.
I'll check.
You're right. You're right. Okay. Chair recognizes Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party ballot security against House Bill 2754.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 2754, an unpopular position, I believe, but one that I think merits some consideration. We oppose this bill as written because it fails to provide a surrogate factor of candidate vetting. Let me give you an example. In Harris County, since I don't have a life, I volunteer with a group called the Conservative Coalition of Harris County. This group vets candidates running for all local offices. We do background checks. We check voting records. We check their contribution, donations inbound and outbound, and then we interview them. It's a job interview. We vet the candidates thoroughly, and we give recommendations on who we think is the best candidate. Surprisingly, or not, in the process of vetting, we found people who aren't what they claim to be, who really don't have the background or the qualifications they put in their resume, who only joined the party they were running with in the last month before filing because it looked like a good opening. A lot of things we come up with because of the vetting, and vetting candidates is an important part of the election process. In a very small and very imperfect way, very imperfect, the collection of signatures by a judicial candidate is its surrogate way of saying, gee, I can find this many people who don't think that my moral character is so bad or my background is so unqualified that they don't feel bad about signing the petition. I know candidates can pay for signatures on petitions, but through open records we can obtain those signatures and vet those signatures as well. I'm sure petitions for judicial candidates are a real pain in the rump, but they're an important part of overall candidate vetting. Before you throw this out, and I understand the eagerness to do it, you may want to at least consider asking for a substitute method of creating some level of candidate vetting. So for the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, we urge against voting HB 2754 out of committee. Questions?
Members, are there any questions? Oh, Representative Schofield.
I'm trying to figure this out, Alan. Now, the other offices, such as ours, don't have to file a petition. We just we just write our check and off we go. Is your concern based on, and I know in Harris County we're the largest county and our judges can't get to everybody and talk to them. Is your concern that they're different because of that, and that even though I don't get petitions, I'm going to knock on doors and people can decide I'm a jerk, or is it something else that I'm not getting?
I'm concerned that, okay, the election, even though they're down ballot, election to a judicial position carries a lot of authority. You're elected, and you are only a vote among many to get bills passed or to move things along. A judicial candidate, once elected, has an awful lot of authority to affect the lives of people. And I believe the process of collecting signatures, while archaic, while pedestrian, unless you find a way to substitute, how are you going to know that this person has been vetted? We can't interview everybody. We interviewed you. You passed with flying colors, and look where you are. But not everyone is vetted that way. And there aren't citizen organizations around to vet the judicial candidates. What else can we do to make sure that we don't put in front of the voters someone who could be a serious problem?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right.
I think you just called you meaningless.
Thank you. Okay, Chair recognizes Brandon Moore, representing himself, in favor of House Bill 2754. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, fellow committee members. My name is Brandon Moore. I'm here testifying in favor of or for
representing
representing myself in favor of House Bill 2754. I will say that while I am representing myself, I will also put out there that I am the vice chair of the Tarrant County Republican Party. I do not represent the position of the party here. I simply state that to give some credibility to my testimony with what I'm about to say. Also, we did hand out additions to your packet here. There's a 5-page handout that we presented to the committee, if you guys would like to look at that as we're talking about this type of stuff. But to answer some of the things that have been addressed already, the idea that petitions could potentially be a way of vetting candidates, I will tell you that personally, and I may not live in Harris County, the largest county, but I do live in a major urban county. Most of the candidates that go around and collect signatures on their petitions will present it to you and say, hey, this is not an endorsement. All this does is it allows me to get on the ballot. And people go, oh, okay, sure. I'm not endorsing you. I'm not voting for you. This isn't a promise of anything. Just let you get on the ballot. No problem. That simply is not a way of vetting candidates, in my opinion. And honestly, actually, by removing the requirement of petitions for these candidates, you actually open up the field to more candidates, thus having a campaign. And the campaigns are really one of the best ways to vet the candidate, because the opponent is going to do their research and say, hey, here's something that the voters need to know, and they'll campaign on those. Additionally, if you actually look through the election code in these sections, this is only required for statewide judicial candidates on the Court of Appeals in certain districts where part of their district encompasses a county that has 1 million residents or more, or for county district judges and county judges, county level judges in counties with 1.5 million residents or more. So therefore, you're only touching on about 5 counties throughout the state that are actually required to do these petitions. And these petitions are in addition to the filing fee. Everybody still has the option of collecting even more signatures in lieu of a filing fee. But my point here is that this is an inconsistent law requiring only a few candidates and a few courts to actually collect these signatures. To the point that I was mentioning earlier about the numbers, in Tarrant County in this past election, we had 37 judicial spots open. 7 of those were JPs, which are not required to be attorneys. That left 30 local non-JP races. Out of those, 24 were incumbents, or 80% of the races had an incumbent in those races. Out of those 24 races, only 3 actually got an opponent, or 12.5%. The petitions did not prevent anyone from filing against those incumbents, but there were very few. If you look at the remaining 6 local races that were non-JP, 5 of those races actually got opponents. And in fact, as you'll hear in a moment from my county chair, those got even more opponents in their races than the ones with incumbents. So my point here is that the petitions do not prevent people from filing against an incumbent or in an open seat. In fact, the incumbency itself is more of a hindrance to someone filing against them. I will tell you from a personal perspective, I have spent hours reviewing petition challenges and you have candidates, whether they're brand new candidates that come in and try to do the process, fill out the petitions and become a candidate, or if you're dealing with a multi-term incumbent, someone who's been there for 20 plus years and done this 4 or 5 times at least, that they simply cannot seem to get the requirements right to file a petition. There are inconsistencies in the matter of who's required to file petitions in order to become a candidate. There are also inconsistencies with the interpretation of the law, because you will call the Secretary of State, talk to their attorneys, and ask, all right, what does this particular section mean in relation to this? And you'll get one opinion. Doesn't seem to make sense from a common sense perspective, or maybe it does. You can call back an hour later and talk to a different staff attorney there at the same office and get an opinion directly opposite of that. So it puts those of us who are having to review those petitions in a challenge.
And I'm going to ask you to
Sure thing.
bring it to.
It puts us in a position that we can't get a consistent interpretation of the law, and once it does actually go to court, we can't seem to get, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, we can't seem to get the courts to actually enforce what the law seems to say. So therefore, I will say that I do stand in favor of this bill to remove this requirement.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, Chair recognizes Jennifer Hall, representing herself in favor of House Bill 2754.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jennifer Hall. I'm the chair of the Tarrant County Republican Party, but I am representing myself and not the party.
Okay.
I am testifying for HB 2754.
Okay, great.
I won't go over the things that Brandon Moore just went over, but I just want to point you to the blank petition that I gave you. And actually the third page where I think there's blue highlight and yellow highlight. The yellow highlight where it says March 2014, this is a copy of a page from a petition that was one of our incumbent judges, and that should have been Republican or GOP, so 30 pages of those petitions had to be thrown out. So I have, and that one included a lawsuit. I have a big, thick folder. I don't mind the work of dealing with petitions, but it just doesn't seem right that some candidates should have to do that and others don't. So that's one that the Secretary of State said, yes, those should be thrown out. The next page, actually it's the last page of the packet. There's, you'll see I have highlighted a court number. That one, actually the court number changed because the candidate decided to run for a different office. But I was not able to throw those petitions out because I was told that even though you can see it on the petition, it would actually require me to know when that candidate decided to change, and that's not on the 4 corners of the page. And so this one required a criminal lawsuit. So it puts us at a real disadvantage when we're dealing with petitions. And in Tarrant County, we're dealing with hundreds of pages of petitions. And so it just becomes quite the problem. And when I first started looking at this, I thought we needed to maybe clear up things in the election code. And then I thought, well, what are petitions actually intended to do? And they're not really doing those things I think they were originally intended.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. All right, and we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State on as a resource if anyone has any questions. Okay, is that it? All right, do we have any not wanting to testify? All right, so I will read. We have 2 folks who are for House Bill 2754 but do not wish to testify. Kathy Hagler, representing herself, and Rosemary Edwards, representing herself. And then we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State, also on the bill and as a resource. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2754? Hearing none, Chair recognizes Representative Cabriglione to close.
Madam Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity to close on this. What we found is that this is a requirement that just doesn't really get you anywhere. I mean, 250 signatures out of 1.5 million, 2 million people is not my definition of vetting. Any of us can get that in no time. What the definition of vetting, like some other people who testified, is going through the process of running for office, of going through the election process. This has caused a lot of contention. It's caused a lot of litigation to have to go through these signatures for little to no value. So I would ask that the committee would favorably look upon repealing a part of law that's no longer necessary.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So, House Bill 2754 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So now the chair lays out House Bill 1283 for consideration and recognizes Representative Simmons to explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, members. Appreciate that. House Bill 1283 deals with bond debt elections. And so, Texas has the second lowest state debt per capita in the country, just at the state level. However, local government debt in the past decade's grown by 74.6% to an astounding $205 billion, or over $7,000 per Texan. It's really pretty interesting. And what House Bill 1283 does, it amends Chapter 41 of the Election Code to require proposition for approval of the issuance of bonds or other debt to be submitted to voters on the uniform election date in November, when the largest voter turnout is expected. We do that right now when we have state debt issues, constitutional debt. We do that in November. We just want to make sure that the greatest number of Texans participate in this. A couple of interesting points, and that is that when you look at how people vote, in most of the general elections, depending on the county, the number's somewhere between 50 and 65% of the people vote. In May elections, it's around 4 to 6%. So you've got 4 to 6% of the people that have voted for $200 billion worth of local debt. And all I'm asking to do is to say, let's have that done in November. I don't care if we put it on the top of the ballot. That's not the issue I'm doing. I'm just saying, let's have them done in November. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions and, of course, reserve the right to close.
Okay, any questions, members? All right.
Thank you very much. And I would just encourage the witnesses that are here. I know they all have loving, well meanings, but as my witnesses will, I know that he'll be concise, and I hope everybody else is concise to respect y'all's time. Y'all been here a long time already today. Thank you.
All right. Well, I just want to say we have 14 witnesses signed up to testify. Yeah, to testify, and we've heard a lot about bonds. So with that, the chair recognizes Rhonda Skiller-Jones with Houston ISD Board President against House Bill 1283.
Yes, thank you. So I won't reintroduce myself again, but I do have to change this.
You do need to reintroduce yourself.
I'm Rhonda Skiller-Jones.
And who you represent.
I'm representing both the Houston Independent School District as the board president, the Texas Association of School Board Members as a board of director, and from TASA also, because we have the same board members.
And your position and the bill number.
My position is against House Bill 1283.
Okay.
As mentioned in House Bill 1283, this requires the bond propositions to be submitted to voters at the new uniform November date. Current law gives the school boards the option to do that in May. One of the reasons supporting that is because that's also for a lot of our school boards the time when they elect their board members as well. So those parallel. It removes the date to place a bond on the ballot, and I appreciate the intent of the author, saying that the voter participation is higher in November than in May, and wanting the bonds to be scrutinized by a larger number of people. I admit there's some logic to that argument. However, it presumes that voter turnout is higher during a November election date, but for school boards, it may be higher for the people who have interest in that when the school board members are elected, which is in a lot of districts May. I do believe it would affect the outcome of the bonds. The bill also violates something that we hold dear, and that's local control. We always want to maximize the amount of local control that our school districts have, and we should have that flexibility to be able to do that in May. I'm opposed that. I also think that people who care enough about our children to come out in May, have educated themselves and are very aware of what's happening, and they come out, as opposed to a voter in November who may be just coming out to vote for all of the other things that are on the ballot. I think that when we are dealing with our kids, the people who make those decisions have it is incumbent upon them to be vigilant and diligent about getting the information and getting out. And the people who bother to come out in May have absolutely done that, because they usually are coming out twice a year as opposed to just showing up in November.
Okay. Oh, pardon me, Representative Schofield.
Madam Chair, thank you. You talked about the people who care about our kids, but it's not just our kids, it's also sometimes billions of dollars. Aren't taxpayers who might vote in November equally entitled to come out and vote in these elections?
Absolutely.
Why would we want to hide them in a time where only the folks who might be in your school community vote, as opposed to when the greater number of voters come out and vote?
I don't think the issue is hiding them. It's making them available at another date.
If 4 to 6% are voting in one and a majority are voting in another, it seems like putting $1 billion bond in one date is hiding it.
I, as a taxpayer, and most of my constituents that I speak with, it doesn't matter what date, a bond, if it's important to me, I'm going to come out every single day if there's one on the ballot. And I think that it is incumbent upon everyone who holds it dear to be fiscally responsible to do that no matter what the date is. And so
are you getting the same turnout in your May elections that you get in your November elections?
I'm speaking for other school districts. We don't even do it in May. I'm standing up for what those school districts have to do. We do ours in November in Houston, but a lot of our districts do not in Texas, and neither do they hold their school board elections at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Jesse Fields with Texas Public Policy Foundation in favor of House Bill 1283. And if you will state again, state your name, who you represent, your position, and the bill number.
I'll try to get it right this time, Madam Chair. Jess Fields, Texas Public Policy Foundation, in strong support of 1283. And I'm passing out a paper that we came out with very recently. Very simple paper talking about fair elections. And the beginning of the paper kind of really lays out the framework here. You know, past umpteen years, what's been the big election center debate in Texas? Voter ID, right? But voter ID is really just a part of the overall debate. So putting that to the side for a moment, there's this entire other question of how people get access to the polls and what's easier to get access to. Now, we've been talking about information, but this really is a question of the actual context and how many people vote in May versus how many people vote in November. So I looked it up just for a few of our large counties in Texas. In Bexar County, May 2014, 1.4% of the registered voters turned out. November 2014, 31%. And you'll notice that the number of registered voters who are eligible are actually higher because, of course, in May, not every local entity is going and having their elections in May. So the number of eligible voters is smaller. So this is, as a percentage, it's actually a better measure. Collin County, May 2014, 6.79%. That's actually really good, unfortunately. 36% in November. Dallas County, 5.27% in May, 34% in last November. And finally, Tarrant County, 5.74% in May, and 37.59% in November. A huge, huge difference. Now, it's been mentioned, you know, we talk about taxpayers. Well, one thing that isn't often thought about is May elections are actually kind of expensive because the local entities have to pay for May elections, which puts a burden on taxpayers. Y'all know this because y'all in 2011 session passed a bill, SB 100, to bring Texas into compliance with the Military and Overseas Voting Empowerment Act. The Military and Overseas Voting Empowerment Act is why the runoff election was moved later. And the runoff election was moved later, obviously, so that overseas ballots, absentee ballots, could come in have a little bit more time to come in, give military voters more time, make sure their votes were counted, which is certainly a good thing. But part of the result of that was that the runoff period conflicted with the May period, so that the county voting machines, if a local government's going to go out and actually hold their election in May, that runoff election is using up the resources, so the local government has to pay for that May election. So when I was a city councilman in College Station, we had this debate. Should we allow it to move to November, or should we keep it in May? And a lot of folks came out and said, oh, if we move it to November, it'll be disastrous. You know, all these local elections will get buried way down, and nobody will participate.
And Mr. Fields, I'm going to ask you to
yes, ma'am.
Move it.
I apologize.
No offense. No, I
apologize.
don't know how to say it nicely, but
No, I apologize.
it's getting late.
It is. 70%. 70% supported moving it to November. So this is something really that's basic. It should be something we should all be able to agree on, and I'm open to any questions. We strongly support the bill.
Thank you. Who do we have? Representative Reynolds? Okay.
I'll be quick. You know, I understand where you're coming from, and I know when I'm back in my district and I'm hearing from my local cities, the cardinal rule is always local control. And there have been a number of constituents that have said, why don't you guys, when you go back to Austin, require them to vote in May, because the turnout will be a lot higher for the local races, school board, where the participation is always very low, for city council. And so when I talk to the local mayors about it, they say, well, you know, we believe in local control. We know what's best. We want to stay in May. And so this issue has come up quite a bit. What would be the different argument from the local control argument about having the cities, you know, elect whether or not they have elections in May or November, as opposed to this bill here where we're talking about a bond referendum?
Well, Representative, this is clearly something where the state has an important responsibility to make sure that the framework provides the most access for all Texans. Prior to the 2 uniform dates, there were actually 4 uniform dates. And once upon a time, you could have dates for elections pretty much almost any time. And so the reason why the state came and made that framework where we now have 2 uniform dates is because local governments were having elections at all kinds of different times. I've heard wild stories. I mean, that was a while ago. But it's the state's job. Another thing that I think would be reasonable to mention is the May election provides for some opportunity for limiting access even further. Rolling polling, where 2/3, it's been mentioned earlier, 2/3 of voters, half to 2/3 vote early in Texas now, because it's easy to vote early. But not if you have rolling polling in place, where they move the voting place every single day. Well, they don't do that in November. It's just in May elections. They move it every single day during the voting, so you really don't know when or where the voting is going to be. It's very confusing. So it's really the state's prerogative here to make it as easy as possible for people to get to the polls. And we feel like the evidence just is clear that the easiest time is November. That's when people are already thinking about voting. May is a little bit more challenging, and some local governments do that to make it a little bit more challenging. One more thing I would say is Round Rock ISD held their 2012 and 2014 trustee elections in November. 2014 bond election was in May. So why would you hold the bond election in May and the trustee elections in November?
But then they're having dual expenses, correct? They're having to defray the cost twice as opposed to just once.
That's right. It's an additional burden on taxpayers that's unnecessary as well. Yes, sir.
And so just to help me out, do you think then we should get to the point where we just have a uniform election that's in November, as opposed to, I mean, we know the turnout is going to be a lot higher. If the intent is to have a higher voter turnout, then we're saying basically, you know, we're going to dispense with local control and just do what's best for the majority, and that is to have a uniform election date. Is that really the movement that you think we should get to?
Well, Representative, I don't think that we would be opposed to that. Here we're specifically talking about bond elections. But really the the question is, again, cities are subdivisions of the state, creations of the state, and all political subdivisions, so school districts, all creations of the state. It's the state's prerogative to make sure that every Texan's rights are protected, basic rights, and even believing in local control, local decision making, we don't believe this violates that. I mean, this is basic access to government, and it really is a bigger deal than local control, we think.
Thank you for answering my question.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Representative Phelan.
Thank you. Quick question. Are the outcomes any different from, say, Houston, who has a bond, or a debt issuance election in November, as opposed to, the ones that occur in May? I mean, are they all still passing, basically?
To be honest, we don't have any empirical evidence, so I don't want to make a statement to that. I mean, anecdotally, we've certainly heard that if it's in May, it might pass more easily. I mean, but we don't have any empirical evidence to that.
Representative Schofield.
In terms of local control, don't we require all of our county officials to be elected in November?
Yes, sir.
I mean, our general election is the general election for state and county officers. So we don't let Harris County decide to do them in May or on my birthday in June, which would be nice, or anything like that. We make them vote when the voters are going to be there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. All right, Chair recognizes James Shealy. Shealy, am I getting better?
Yes, ma'am.
Shealy, okay. With the Fast Growth School Coalition against House Bill 1283.
My name is James Shealy. I'm CFO for Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. I'm here to testify against House Bill 1283 on behalf of the Fast Growth School Coalition and Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. I think I got it all in. Almost forgot. And I'll run. In the interest of time, I'd just like to talk about a couple of highlights that are on the information there. It's been said prior to 2005 we had 4 opportunities during a year to go out. That there were more prior to that predates me, I don't know. That was moved to 2 opportunities in 2005, and that's how it stands today. One of the issues we as fast growth schools have is the fact that we don't always package our bonds the way they need to be packaged. We're not perfect. And if we go out and if we do not address the needs of the community, we fail a bond. If we have to wait an entire year before we can go back out, that is going to be a significant financial burden. And quite often, it is a lack of information. It is simply our inability to go forward. You asked, I believe, Representative, about bonds passing in May versus bonds passing in November. In 2014, school bond elections passed at 79% in May. In November, they passed at 95%. Why would we then not support going to November? I don't think that's uniform. I don't think that's universal. But what I do know is waiting a full year can put us in an incredible predicament and can be very, very expensive. It can force us to go to portable buildings. It can force us to increase class sizes. Not only that, the construction costs over the last year have been going up right at 0.6 to 0.7% a month. So when we call the election, normally it's based on whenever the bond steering committee gets there, and it's based on how quickly the board is ready to move. It's not necessarily based on the fact that we want to do it in May so that we can not avoid the November election. The one other issue I'd like to point out is we seem to be focused on the debt portion of this. And the reality is that we've got some very fast-growing school districts. Lovejoy is growing by 30% every 5 years. Watt Settlement, 12%. Frisco, 50% over 5 years. Manor, 39%. Bridge City, 19%. Katy, 18%. I believe most of those voters are aware of the ramifications of the debt that they're taking on. The problem is they have to have a solution to Texas's growth problem. And right now, there is no other solution. The state has not increased IFA or NFA funding. The transportation allotment hasn't been increased since 1984. We've got kids coming in the door. We need to balance the need for debt with the needs for those students, and to just take a myopic look at one area without considering the entire thing does not do a service to those kids that are coming in.
Thank you.
And I'm
All
done.
right. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Chair recognizes Colleen Vera, representing herself for House Bill 1283.
I'm Colleen Vera. I'm here testifying in support of House Bill 1283, and I'm representing myself. I have handouts for you, and I'll go through them really fast. The first one was the Canvas report from May 11th, 2013, and this was my local community college bond election, and you can see that the number of voters who turned out were 12,042 voters. The bond did not pass because a local county next to us, adjacent to us, that shares the community college district, since it was a small turnout, they got out a very conservative vote, and it did not pass. But then if you go to the next page, they came back in November of 2014. They had 192,345 voters show up. That's 180,000 more voters than voted in the May election before, and the bond passed. So it's not that May, November, it's just that as far as passing, it's May, November as far as who actually shows up. If you look at the second handout for you, it's similar to what we testified on last week, is the my local ISD election. You can see they made up their own precincts, so we can't really compare it to our regular precincts, but out of 265,000 voters, we only had 19 mail-in ballots, which is very rare for our community. And if you notice that in the absentee ballots, that was the place where the bond was not approved. We found that our school district, less than a month before the election, you couldn't even get an application for the mail ballot. It was not online or anything. It took citizens bugging him to even get a link online to get an application for a mail ballot. When we finally had one put online, it had contradictions as to where it should be mailed. They used the one that comes from the county, and they did add their address, but they didn't do it in both places. So people were sending it to the county or sending it to the school district. A lot of you might not be aware that when someone fills out the application for a mail ballot and checks, I want one for every election, that is for every election that the county is running. If one of these entities runs their own election, the voter does not get a mail ballot automatically. They have to somehow know in their head that this entity is running their own election, and they have to go to them for a mail ballot. So that's why so many mail ballots are not being voted in these elections. So I'd really urge you to look at the November election, because everybody knows we vote in November. People don't get confused, and it would really bring out a much larger turnout. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Any questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. All right, Chair recognizes Pam Joyce, representing herself, in favor of House Bill 1283.
My name is Pam Joyce, and I am representing myself, and I am for House Bill 1283. I just want to relate to you my experience, mine and my husband's experience on the May 10 election for the Cy-Fair bond for $1.2 billion, which you've already heard from other people who have testified that only 9,100 people voted for it and 4,100 people voted against it. We were in the 4,100 that voted against it. And we went to, and I am a precinct judge. I am for the elections in April, earlier that year, or March, for the primary. And so I knew where the location was. We got there at 7 o'clock to vote. No signs anywhere on any door. There was no way to know where they had put the polling location. And also we had our ESD, which is our Emergency Services District election, on that same day across town. We had to vote in 2 different places on the same day on a Saturday, and which was election day. I didn't even know you could vote early in the school voting on the bond. And so we waited till election day to vote, and like I said, we got to the school where it was being held, couldn't find it. I called 5 times. We called the school twice Nobody answered their phone, went straight to voicemail. I called the county 3 times, and finally on the 3rd phone call, the county said they had gotten a hold of somebody at the school system, and they said, oh yeah, it's at the back of the school in the orchestra room. That wasn't where I had held the election. Where I held the election in March was in the auditorium. So there was no open doors, there were no signs on the doors. They did not want people to come and vote. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. Thank you very much.
I have one real quick.
Oh, wait. We do have a
I
question
apologize.
for you.
I don't know if you know this, but how many registered voters are in the could have voted in that election? Potentially, do you have any idea?
I don't know the exact number because it's a school area. We haven't been there very long, but I have an article here that I had looked up on the elections, and this Neil Meyer, it was just a blog, and he said given the possibility that there could be 400,000, and he was basing this on the number of single-family homes that he had researched and the number of apartment complexes that were in that same school district, that there could be a possibility of 400,000 voters, but not everybody is going to be registered to vote or eligible to vote. So he said, well, so only maybe say 50% of that, which would be 200,000 people possibly that would be registered in that school district to vote.
And what was the school district?
Pardon?
What was your?
Sci-Fair.
Okay.
Sci-Fair. And so his numbers, and I'm not verifying, I don't know, I assume he did his research, 3% is what turned out for the bond election in May. So 9,100 people got to add several $100s to our property taxes because the school district said to the parents of the bond issue that if you will vote for this bond issue, we will give you your buses back. Well, taking the buses away, it's kind of like when the municipalities take away fire and police, and they say, well, we really need a tax increase, but so we're going to take the most needed thing away from you, and we're going to pull that back, and if you don't give us a tax raise, well, you're just not going to have any fire and police. Well, this is what the school district has done to the parents who needed those school buses, and they knew what they were doing, and they said, well, they took the school buses away, and it hurt the parents, and so when it came time for the bond election, well, of course, the parents of the kids who needed those school buses were the ones who turned out. The employees who were going to be benefiting from all this slush fund of $1.2 billion, like previous people said, how do we know where they spent that money? I don't know. They didn't have to spend it where they said they were going to. So anyway, that's just my opinion as a taxpayer.
Okay. Thank you. All right. No other questions. Okay. Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security in favor of House Bill 1283.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 1283. Representative, the total number of registered voters in the Sci-Fair School District is 251,000, 251K. Representative Simmons, thank you so much. There was loud cheering and clapping at the HCRP ballot security meeting when this bill was announced. We are for this bill for 2 key reasons. One, it moves a critical election to a time when the voters show up. And 2, it puts the process of the election back in the hands of the county officials who know how to run an election correctly and legally. It eliminates the kind of shenanigans we've seen in Sci-Fair and other elections, which clearly skewed the results in favor of the bond. So, if you pass no other bond-related bill out of this committee this session, please pass 1283. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any questions, members? Okay. Chair recognizes Kay Tyner, representing herself, in favor of House Bill 1283. And again, please state your name, who you represent, your position, the bill number.
I'm Kay Tyner, representing myself and in strong support of House Bill 1283. I'm also from the Sci-Fair Independent School District and also extremely upset, disappointed with the way the May bond election was run when we found ourselves with another $1.2 billion in debt. I consider myself to be a fairly well-educated person and a politically astute person, but this seemed like a stealth election to me. I saw a vote for sign in someone's yard. That was my first indication that there was an election coming up. And then I spent the better part of a couple of days on the internet finding out what the election was about and where and how I could vote. They did the rolling elections where it was in this school one day and that school another day. There were a couple of locations where you could do early voting during the whole early voting period. One of them was the Berry Center, which is a pretty big center. I would say it's not quite as big as the Astrodome, but darn close. I went there. There was one sign when I pulled into the parking lot with an arrow pointing me off to my right and said, early voting. That was the last indication I had. It was, I think, the fifth door that I tried before I actually found where the voting was going on. There were two ladies there, and I know they were trying to do their best, but they did not have the training that the people, who work the November elections do. And so I think a solution would be to have this one election where everybody is properly trained, everyone is properly informed. Maybe they're not trying to hide anything, but that's certainly the way it comes across. And it just seems to me that House Bill 1283 would address a lot of these issues and make it easier for people to figure out what they're voting on and how to vote on it.
Well, and we've heard testimony that it didn't change the outcome on a lot of the elections because, the bonds passed in November as well as they passed in May, but at least people knew what they were voting on.
Right.
So,
that's my point, is that it's, I think we should try to encourage voter participation.
Voter participation, okay.
And
all right.
I don't, I was against it, still am, but right. If the majority of the people had wanted it,
Okay, well, I was going to see if there were any other questions.
Okay.
So, good testimony. Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else? Okay, we have Anthony Wilder. Chair recognizes Anthony Wilder, representing himself, in favor of House Bill 1283.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Anthony Wilder. I'm Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Carrollton. I'm here representing myself on this bill. I'm in favor of HB 1283, so speaking in support of it. I won't reiterate a lot of what I said earlier and some of the other comments. These all seem to go together. But I will say this, and I'll share a little bit more about what's happened in Carrollton where I'm at. We have a bond election every 47 months on average. It's a bit ridiculous that we can't find another funding technique besides borrowing money that we don't have to pay back for 20 or 30 years. Fairness to Carrollton, they do it in 20 years or less. But regardless, bond elections happen far too often. I was going to address Representative Reynolds' comments. Hopefully he can hear this later on the taping. He had asked about whether May or November was better. I believe November is better because nationally people know November is the day that we vote, that first Tuesday in November. My goal, going to your questions of the last individual, to address that is that people are more inclined to vote at that point in time, and my goal is to get as many people to show up as possible. If the bond election still passes, so be it. But I want as many people as possible to be engaged and to be aware that a vote is happening, and that's why I would like to see November. In terms of cost, it would be cheaper for the municipalities and the school districts and others because the county elections administration, or the clerks, or whoever it may be in each county, they're doing an election anyhow. It'll be easier for the voters because they'll have single ballots typically, and as more counties go to the super precinct model, it's all electronic anyhow. So they'll be able to get one ballot for all the races that are being administered by that county's election administration. So there's many reasons why I support this. The biggest is just that it'll shed more light on bond elections.
Okay.
And that's what I want the most. So I thank you all for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any questions, members? All
Am I
right.
still a great American, Pat?
Okay.
You'll be an even greater
Thank
American if
you.
you testify in favor of my bill.
All right. The chair recognizes Steve. The chair recognizes Steve West with the Texas Association of School Business Officials and Georgetown ISD on House Bill 1283.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve West. I'm representing the Texas Association of School Business Officials and the Georgetown Independent School District here tonight on House Bill 1283. I'm speaking on the bill. I just want to call the attention. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the cost of elections, which I agree, because I don't like paying for the cost of elections, more than necessary, because it is a big ticket item, especially if you try to run your own election. However, I will say that there are some other costs that haven't been mentioned here tonight. If you have one time a year that you can have a possible bond election, with inflation on building costs, you're having to postpone those buildings, and it's costing the taxpayers more money ultimately if those bonds are approved for those buildings. These are, they're not scare tactics, they're just facts. The other thing is when the bonds all come to the marketplace all at one time, it kind of floods the market. So if you have a November election, everybody's trying to get into the market, and they may schedule it a little differently. I'm not saying all those bonds will come due, because earlier in my testimony I mentioned that bonds are not all sold immediately upon the election process. They're sold over multiple periods of time. And so but whatever market bonds come to market at a given time have the potential of raising that cost. And those are just market facts, and I appreciate your time tonight. I know this has been a long evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think we have a question, Representative
Thank you.
Fallon.
Again, question/comment, little commentary. To your point about saving the taxpayers money because of the inflationary costs of construction, in our current climate, that is true. But I can remember in 2009, 2010, there was actually a period of deflation because the economy took a hit. So in theory, it would have actually saved the taxpayers money. So it's, the economy is secular. So now that's a valid point. A couple of years from now, it could be, kind of true opposite. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Janice Evans with the County and District Clerks Association of Texas against House Bill 1283, and I don't see Janice. So I guess she is against House Bill 1283 and does not wish to testify. All right. Chair recognizes Bill Sargent with the Galveston County elections on House Bill 1283.
Bill Sargent, Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief
It's like
clerk for
you're,
election.
You're the chief.
It's so late. it's hard
No,
to
you're
remember.
the chief deputy clerk for election.
That's the one. And I'm here to testify on HB 1283. I was going to try to make it quick for you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things you want to consider. In Galveston County, in November elections, we have typically in some ballots we have as many as 40 to 45 contests on a ballot. So if you add that to the end of the ballot, it's going to make it really long, and especially a lot of people come in and vote straight party. So they vote straight party, they're out of there, which means it's not going to be voted on. Now there was an example, which is maybe apples and oranges here.
Should have been here for my other bill.
It may be apples and oranges. We had League City move from a May election to a November election for not bonds, but for city council and all that. We had a much larger turnout for that election. We also had a smaller amount of expansion of people who actually voted in that election. It was a hotly contested election, so there was a lot of interest in it. If you'd like, I could give Catherine a copy of what the actual results were for the previous May election in November, if that would be helpful.
If you want to get that to our office, and we'll pass that out to the members. Okay. Any questions, members? That is great. Succinct. You got it. Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Donald Lee with the Texas Conference of Urban Counties against House Bill 1283.
Donald Lee, Executive Director of the Texas Conference of Urban Counties. I apologize for contributing to your late night tonight. Thank you for listening to us. No one is accused, I think, our member counties of hiding their elections, right? Harris County, Dallas County, Tarrant County, our big counties, we don't hide our elections. We used to have 4, as testimony before, we used to have 4 times when we could do these elections and down to 2. 1 takes away a lot of flexibility for us, especially when you're looking at, okay, if the city's got big bond elections on this ballot, you may not want to put the county bond elections on because of voter confusion. You're trying to stage these things in a sensible way, and you're not wanting, you're trying to get to the voters at the appropriate time for them to make the right decision. And this limits us severely to the one-time November election, which, by the way, changes in turnout significantly from whether it's presidential year, gubernatorial year, or off year, or constitutional amendment year. So we hope we don't keep going on this route and try to just go just once every 4 years or something, which seems to be the direction that we're headed. So we would appreciate you thinking about...
You're being dramatic.
Okay. We'd appreciate you thinking about your the big county's position on this.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you. All right. The chair recognizes Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League against House Bill 1283.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League, here to voice our opposition to House Bill 1283. Representative Simmons, we really appreciate the goal of this, and it's to move it to an election where there is higher turnout. I don't think there's too much debating that, although, as Mr. Lee said, some November elections have higher turnout than others, but I agree. I mean, there's typically much higher turnout on the November election. If there was some way that we could figure out turnout at the May election, we would be thrilled with that, because the May election date is extremely important to cities, particularly with regard to debt, because of the flexibility that cities have to go to the voters twice a year, if they needed to. Now, obviously, a city typically isn't going to go twice. One city isn't going to go twice a year, but if circumstances arise where you need to use the May election, we think that's important. The other thing, and I think it may have been mentioned earlier, is that the vast majority of cities still hold their elections in May, and it's kind of a nice feature to keep the debt election paired to the city council election, because that can also become an issue that can be debated at the May election. The last point I'll leave you with, and I think it was last week, there was the Census Bureau released a study saying that there are 7 areas in the state that are growing faster than any other area in the United States, and oftentimes the burden or the responsibility to pay for necessary infrastructure to respond to that increased population growth falls to local governments. And so we just ask for a continuation of the flexibility that's provided to cities and other local governments under current law to be partners with the state to provide the necessary transportation and infrastructure improvements for this growing population.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's see, we have Ashley Fisher with Secretary of State. Here's a resource on the bill if y'all have any questions. Okay, let's do our list of fors and against. Need to get that moving. Okay, and okay. So I will read the folks who are against House Bill 1283 but do not wish to testify. That would be Julie Wheeler with the Travis County Commissioners Court, Colby Nichols with the Texas Rural Education Association, Ricardo Ramirez representing himself and the city of Sugar Land, Lindsay Baker with the city of Denton, John Wiest with the city of Irving, Jennifer Wickman with the city of Arlington, Chris Grammer, Texas School Alliance, David Anderson, Arlington ISD Board of Trustees, Seth Mitchell, Bexar County Commissioners Court, Megan Dodge, the City of San Antonio, Rick Ramirez with the City of Sugar Land, Tom Tagliabue with the City of Corpus Christi, and T.J. Patterson with the City of Fort Worth. And those who are in favor of House Bill 1283 but do not wish to testify are David Mintz, Texas Apartment Association, Peggy Venable herself and Americans for Prosperity of Texas, Americans for Prosperity, and Mark Ramsey for himself. Let's see. And then does not wish to testify, Jacqueline Colleen, Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Clerks, and we have Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State's office. And that is it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 1283? And hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Simpson to close.
Simmons.
What did I say? Oh, Simmons.
Please.
Well, you ought to go be Simpson because everybody likes him on both sides.
Simmons. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I don't know if you have anything coming before B&I or transportation, but we'll look it up tonight. You know, considering my last bill layout here, I'd say this was a great comeback. So I feel really good about this. Just a couple final things. First of all, on the cost of the debt, you know, the elections simply authorize debt. They don't issue it, so the cities can determine when they issue it. So I think you could work around that. I want to make sure and thank my City Councilman Anthony Wilder for being here. Drove all the way from Carrollton to be here. And interesting, the stat that says that 79% of the bonds pass in May and 95% November proves my point, in that this would be good for Texas. This is not about whether they pass or not. It's about whether more people have the chance to vote on them. And I close.
Okay. And the chair leaves House Bill 1283 pending at this time. Okay. So now the chair lays out House Bill 1182 for consideration and recognizes freshman Representative Matt Shaheen to explain the bill.
I don't like this seniority thing.
You go from county commissioner.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Chairwoman Lovenberg, members, thank you. As you're aware, under state law, local governments issuing debt must seek authorization from the voters. H. Bill 1182 requires political subdivisions to increase transparency by adding 3 additional types of information to the ballot for debt when they're placing on the ballot. The 3 additional items are what's the current debt of that political subdivision, what's the additional debt of the bonds that are on the ballot, and then lastly, if there's an increase in property taxes, what is that increase on an average home in the entity? You've heard the statistics. I think the one that I want to make sure that you walk away with is according to the Texas Bond Review Board, our local debt, our local government debt is over $200 billion, and we can compare that to the $44 billion of debt of our state government. So this bill's simple, straightforward, just lays out 3 separate disclosures, current debt, the debt that the voters will be voted on, and then the disclosure of any additional property taxes. I'm cognizant of the fact of the hour and that there are some other bills that have been laid out that are similar to my bill, and I'm also cognizant that there's a large number of people for and against this type of bill. So I want to offer that I am willing to work with both sides so that they don't feel compelled to come here and retestify, as well as some of the other state reps that have offered similar bills. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Okay. Members, any questions? Representative Schofield.
Yes. First of all, you'll note that your 3 freshman colleagues came in here and made sure to be here to support you.
I appreciate
Whether or not we're voting for your bill, I don't know. But your bill would require counties and municipalities to provide information. Can you give us your experience as a county elected official and how you think it would have affected what you did?
Absolutely. One of the concerns that I have with debt issues is how low the voter turnout is. And so if you have an entity that is really striving to have that debt issue passed, they can do it through a blanket marketing effort versus some of the facts that can be on that ballot. So it never brought us any type of harm to have additional information out there. What our experience has been from a county perspective is the more transparency, the more information out there for the voters, the better.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. With that, we'll let you have the right to close. So the chair recognizes Rhonda Skillern-Jones with the Houston ISD board president, and she is against House Bill 1182. And I think she stepped out. So is she coming back in? She's coming in. Okay, sure. And if you'll again state your name, your position, and or who you represent, and your position and the bill number.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Well, good evening now.
Yeah.
I'm Rhonda Skillern-Jones, President of the Board of Trustees for the Houston Independent School District, also a member of Texas Association of School Boards as a board director, and a member of TASA, on whose behalf I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 182, and this will be my last opposition tonight. House Bill 1182, like other bills, seeks to mandate bond language related to bills that, in my opinion, should not be placed on the ballot. Out of respect of your time, I won't restate my earlier objections. However, I do want to talk about ballot fatigue, which I have not mentioned yet. When Houston ISD went out for our bond in 2012, which passed overwhelmingly, it was a very full election. It was a presidential year. We had federal, state, local, and our ballot language on there. And I could ask Ashley.
No, you cannot.
Has it already been passed out?
Oh, we have it passed out.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but no one else can come up to the podium except for
Okay.
you.
I just wanted to get the
You got it.
things passed out. The ballot was very lengthy. It gave a number of political candidates. It gave all of our bond language, which was very thorough. Local officials, including school board members, spend time educating the public before the bond election, and my constituents do their homework. Trust me, they call us and they let us know and they weigh in. Therefore, I'm arguing against lengthening the ballot any longer, and I'm a proponent of getting the language out prior to and not burdening the taxpayers with the excessive ballot language. Ballot fatigue is real. We hear the complaints about it, and so we feel that the verbiage is unnecessary and excessive. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Members, are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, the chair recognizes James Shilley with the Fast Growth School Coalition against House Bill 1182.
My name is James Shealy. I'm the CFO of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. I'm here to speak against House Bill 1182 on behalf of the Fast Growth School Coalition and Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. I think most of what I have in my testimony has been stated at least twice. So the only closing thing I would say is I think transparency is critical, and I think everybody is gearing toward that. I just have a problem with it going on the ballot, and I would ask that we look at another solution. We'd be happy to work with anyone who wants to give us a call, because people need to know what they're voting on, but I think they need to know before they head into the ballot box.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, the chair recognizes Colleen Vera, representing herself, in favor of House Bill 1182.
My name is Colleen Vera, and I'm here representing myself in favor of 1182. I only had one thing that I would like to change because it's so similar to other bills which involve this handout. It's the fact that some of the special districts do not have websites. And in my opinion, if you can afford a bond election, you can afford a website. I have a website, and I'm a retired teacher. It's not difficult for them to have a website, because some of these special districts that incur debt, you can't even go to their website to find out when the elections are. So I think it should be required that they at least have a website.
That would be a good start. Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security in favor of House Bill 1182.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in favor of HB 1182. The bill does exactly what we need to provide transparency on all the aspects of a bond issue to the voters. The only question we would have is the language in section 1251.054, which calls for the Secretary of State to create the form of the ballot, but exempts political subdivisions from following that form. We'd prefer that all subdivisions with a bond at stake follow the same forms for consistency. So, committee, if you don't pass out 134 or 1380, please pass out 1182.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Okay. Chair recognizes Barry Heenich. Okay. Texas Association of Community Schools against House Bill 1182, and I don't see him, so I think he wishes to not testify, and he is against House Bill 1182. Okay. House Chair recognizes Janice Evans with the County and District Clerks Association of Texas against House Bill 1182, and I don't see Janice, so she does not wish to testify. Okay. Chair recognizes Dana Debevoise. Too Texan, I'm sorry on that one. She represents the County Clerk's Legislative Committee, and she is against 1182.
So glad you're back this week.
And she does not wish to testify. Okay. And Chair recognizes James Quintero with the Texas Public Policy Foundation in favor of House Bill 1182.
Madam Chair, members, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long evening. I'll be brief. I won't rehash any of those boring budget numbers. But I do want to try to illustrate my point about the necessity for this type of measure through an Austin American-Statesman article. And I apologize for the poor print job that I did, but if you note on the back side below the picture, I want to read briefly an excerpt about Gretchen Gardner and her experience with the debt situation that we have here. And it says, I'm at the breaking point, said Gretchen Gardner, an Austin artist who bought a 1930s bungalow in the Bolden neighborhood just south of downtown in 1991 and has watched her property tax bill soar to $8,500 this year. It's not because I don't like paying taxes, said Gardner, who attended both meetings. I have voted for every park, every library, all the school improvements, for light rail, for anything that will make this city better. But now I can't afford to live here anymore. I'll protest my appraisal notice, but that's not enough. Someone needs to step in and address the big picture. What's going on here is that Gretchen is not making the connection between the debt she's voting on and the tax rate impact that necessarily comes with that. Gretchen doesn't have the information she needs to make an informed decision about the direction of her community. And it's because of Gretchen and other Gretchens like her that we're here today asking you to support and pass HB 1182.
Thank you. Are there any questions, members? Thank you very much. All right, the chair recognizes James Hernandez with Harris County against House Bill 1182. And I don't see him, so he does not wish to testify. And the chair recognizes Donald Lee with the Texas Conference of Urban Counties against House Bill 1182. And I don't see Don, so he does not wish to testify. And the chair recognizes Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League against 1182, and I see Don. Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League opposing House Bill 1182 for all the reasons that I've stated on the previous bills, namely that the exact information that's proposed to be on the ballot is already in the polling place, on the website, posted around the city, run in the newspaper. And so that information is already there, and we just feel that placing it actually on the ballot is the wrong way to provide that information to the voters. With that, we're more than happy to work with Representative Shaheen and look forward to that opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. And the chair recognizes Peggy Venable with Americans for Prosperity in favor of the bill, who wishes to testify.
Hello, my name is Peggy Venable, and I am here representing Americans for Prosperity. Madam Chairman and members, I know
And
it
you
is
need
late.
to state your position.
And I'm in
and-
favor, excuse
of the
me,
bill.
thank you. I'm in favor of HB 1182. Thank you. I simply want to make a few wrap-up comments that I really find it problematic that there are so many local officials and associations representing local taxing entities that are here today saying they don't want to burden us with more information on the ballot, but they sure don't seem to mind burdening us with higher taxes and more debt. Now, when we hear people talk about how much local government debt we have in Texas, too many people only list what the principal is, not the principal plus interest. But it makes an enormous difference because as I've spoken to groups in Leander ISD and spoken to what I consider would be some very intelligent and educated voters, they are shocked when they find out that they owe twice as much in interest as they owe in principal in Leander ISD. I think the key really is that there are so many local taxing entities that many of us are paying into, and voters are generally pretty busy people. They're busy earning a living, taking care of their families, and volunteering in their communities, and I think it's difficult to stay up with all of the taxing entities in their communities. So I believe anything that provides more transparency and more information for voters is a good thing. And I think the bottom line is this is particularly objectionable because when we're talking about $333 billion in local government debt, that is really the legacy that we are leaving our children. And that is not the legacy that most of us want to leave them. So I will always err in favor of more information for voters. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Peggy. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you. Okay, and then we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office as a resource witness on House Bill 1182, and now we'll read the fors and against. Okay, let me just see this. Okay. All right, I'll start with the nays. These are the folks that are against House Bill 1182 that do not wish to testify. So we have Colby Nichols of the Texas Rural Education Association, Donna Warndorf with Harris County, Ricardo Ramirez himself with the City of Sugar Land, and Lindsay Baker with the City of Denton, and then John Wiest with the City of Irving, and then Jennifer Wickman with the City of Arlington, Chris Grammer with the Texas School Alliance, David Anderson with Arlington ISD Board of Trustees, Lindsay Lanigan with the City of Houston, Seth Mitchell with Bexar County Commissioners Court, Megan Dodge with the City of San Antonio, Rick Ramirez with the City of Sugar Land. Okay, he's registered twice under kind of a similar name. All right, and then we have Tom Tagliabue with City of Corpus Christi and T.J. Patterson with the City of Fort Worth. They are against House Bill 1182. Those folks that support House Bill 1182 are David Mintz with the Texas Apartment Association and Mark Reed representing himself and the North Texas Citizens Lobby, and then Mark Ramsey representing himself, and then Kay Tyner representing herself. And then we have Jacqueline Callinan with the Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Clerks on House Bill 1182. And, of course, Keith Ingram with the Texas Secretary of State on House Bill 1182. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for or against or on House Bill 1182? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can real quickly just address some of the concerns as far as the lengthening of the ballot. My bill would require 3 additional sentences only, so hardly an expansion. And I would also say that not every voter has email or reads the internet or uses social media or looks at their junk mail as far as the other information's out there. Sometimes at the end of the day, If we really want to reach every voter, that ballot is our opportunity. With that, in closing, HB 1182 provides ballot transparency for our citizens to make informed decisions, and I respectfully request passage. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, members.
Well, at this time, we're going to leave House Bill 1182 pending. So, thank you. Okay, so now the chair will lay out House Bill 2948 and recognize that great patriot American, Representative Fallon.
That sounds like a great bill. Madam Chair, members, thank you. This is a simple bill, and I assure you that if you support this bill, you will feel better about yourself. What we're talking about here is volunteer deputy registrars, and we want some consistency. We have 254 counties in the state, and we are all, of course, want as many folks as we can to register to vote and to participate in our democratic process. I've been a volunteer deputy registrar myself, as I'm sure many people on the dais or in this room would have as well. And all this bill does is simply says if you want to be a volunteer deputy registrar, you can do so, and you can do so in the county that you represent, or the county that you live in, or any adjacent county. And my staff and I did some research as far as the largest, the concentrations of populations that we have in the state. And I can't find it, of course, but I'll talk to you about that in a little bit. But anyway, what we have here is we got roughly about 6.5 to 7 million people that live in the Houston metropolitan area, and the same in the Dallas area. So about, I think the figure was about 70% of the folks that live in the big counties, Bexar County and Travis, and of course the Dallas area and the Houston area, would be able to register millions of people. And it's just about consistency, and it's about ease of use. And I do believe that a few decades ago, you had to actually live in the county that you would be a volunteer deputy registrar, and that restriction has now been lifted, and we just want to tighten it up a little bit. That is all the bill does, Madam Chair.
I thought you had to be in the county.
Apparently not. You have to. What I'm saying is you have to be a resident of the county that you live in, or an adjacent county.
And now
that is not. It's our understanding that is no longer the case. It used to be. That you can be a registered, like you can say live in El Paso and register people in Dallas.
How do you get? You have to turn in physically those.
You have to physically be there to do so, but you don't have to reside in that county. That's our understanding.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions, members? Okay. Okay.
I found that data.
And then do you want to present it?
It's pretty much what I just said. It's not
right.
cocktail napkin ad lib. But if you live, let's just say, in Denton County, which a lot of great Americans do, and we've established that fact earlier here in the proceedings, you could register 6.3 million people to vote, because so many counties that are adjacent that touch. Dallas County at 6.5 million, Harris County at 6.4 million, Bexar County it's 2.3, and Travis it would be just under 2 million. So of all the populations, you could still register 64% of the people in those big areas.
So you want to reserve the right to close?
I would love to reserve the right to close. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Chair recognizes former Representative Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party against House Bill 2948.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party here in opposition to House Bill 2948. I have been to Denton County on many occasions. I've tried to spend some money in Denton County, so I hope I'm still a great American. The current law is that somebody who's a deputy voter registrar gets trained, takes the standardized Secretary of State training. They may go to another county and present and be deputized in the second county to do voter registration. Clearly, the issue of doing voter registration in an adjacent county is an important thing to retain. In Representative Celia Israel's district, the city of Pflugerville has a lot of festivals, and a lot of people from Williamson County come in, people from Travis County are there, and so people go and get deputized in both counties so that they can accept a voter registration card from Travis and or from Williamson. I think mostly where people use this to go outside of county is not people just choosing to go someplace else because there's nobody to register back home. This mostly is used by campaign operatives. In a congressional district that goes from Travis County to Harris County or from here to Fort Worth, and a campaign field operations person who's doing voter registration with local voter registrars typically goes to get deputized so they can supervise that campaign's volunteers in that county. And so I think that's where probably the most useful part of being able to be deputized outside of the county is for the campaign staffs who are organizing local volunteers on behalf of a candidate do this. I'm not aware of any great influx of dozens of people from Travis County deciding, oh, let's just go to Blanco County to register voters. And so I think it's a not very often used, but it's mostly campaign operatives, campaign managers who may move from Austin to someplace to run a campaign, and they get deputized there also to register voters.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Alan Vera, the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, on House Bill 2948.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 2948. We understand the intention and we understand the goal of this. There are some things that concern us that we'd at least like to make known to you so we can hopefully address them. One issue is the different standards and criteria enforced by different counties on their deputy voter registrars. Harris County, for example, not only requires in-person training so the voter registrar can actually meet the people and see them, but requires background checks on every deputy voter registrar they sign up. Adjacent counties do not. They take classes online. In some counties, it's a PDF they're required to read and just check a box that says, I've taken it, honest, I've read it. And there's no background checks. We ask you to look into how you prevent one county from suddenly being flooded by people who don't meet that criteria or who don't meet the criteria of that county. Please deal with that. It becomes important during presidential election years. I know that in my work in Harris County, we got to meet all kinds of wonderful folks from an organization called Acorn who suddenly appeared to become deputy voter registrars, and that kind of situation needs to be anticipated and dealt with.
Okay, we have a question for you, Representative Schofield.
Alan, the way I read the bill, I think your concern is unfounded. The adjacent county wouldn't appoint them and then they go into the other county. You are eligible for appointment in the county if you live in the next county over. So if they do background checks in the target county, that guy still have to have a background check.
If that's the case, then we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Then we're going to be fine. It just wasn't clear in the reference to the original bill. It'd be really helpful to all of us to know that's exactly what you mean. That'd be awesome. Because those are the only major issues. The other thing to think about is to ask you how you're going to deal with a disparity. I know the disparity is bigger now. To be an election worker, you can only be an election worker in the county where you're registered to vote. To be a poll watcher, you can only be a poll watcher in the county where you're registered to vote. But a deputy voter registrar is not the same. And I just bring that to your attention to think about down the road, because I don't know how many different exceptions to the rule you want to make. Historically, I was with Madam Chairwoman who said, I thought you had to be in that county to be a DPR. It used to be that way. It's not right now.
I thought that was the case too until it was pointed out to me, and that's why we filed the bill.
Yeah, let's be careful because we start making too many exceptions.
Representative Israel.
Yes.
Mr. Vera, I'll ask you if you had a similar example. Mr. Maxey brought up an example where my district goes right up to the Williamson County line, and the lines blur. People don't even know they're in another county, but they're at a community fair or festival, and if you have some people go out there, I'm imagining you have the same situation in your neck of the woods?
Even worse, ma'am. Representative, the city of Houston crosses into multiple counties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for a Houston city election, you've got deputy voter registrars from multiple counties working.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there is some concern, if not friction, because of the requirements that Harris County puts on its DVRs versus those of adjacent counties, and we're just trying to make sure this all gets ironed out correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Bill Sargent, Galveston County Clerk, in favor of House Bill 2948.
Bill Sargent. Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections
Chief,
from
pardon
Galveston
me.
County. I got it right this time. Testifying on behalf of HB 2948. Mr. Fallon, I drove through Denton County once. Does that make me a great American?
You're testifying for this bill, absolutely.
Okay. This bill appears to be trying to make voter registration a local effort, and I think that's a good thing to do. That's where we ought to be. I suspect that you would not like people from Harris County, Mr. Fallon, coming to, or even from Austin, coming up into to Denton County and registering voters. Nor would I think that the people from Amarillo, Tyler, El Paso would like people from my county coming in to register voters. Bottom line is, it should be a local thing where neighbors are registering neighbors. And that's why I support the bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, members? Okay.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Bruce Elfant, representing himself against House Bill 2948.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. I'm Bruce Elfant. I'm the Travis County Tax Assessor Collector and Voter Registrar here in Travis County. And I have probably...
And state your position.
And I am unfortunately opposing House Bill 2948. I have what's probably one of the larger volunteer deputy registrar programs in the state. And the last cycle we had 4,000 volunteer deputy registrars to manage. We have a lot of students here in Austin that go to the University of Texas who are volunteer deputy registrars here in Austin when they're here in school, and they want to be volunteer deputy registrars back home in Houston or Dallas or Denton, which is, I hear, is a wonderful place. I've been through Denton. And they have that opportunity to be deputy registrars here in Austin when they're here in school and back home when they're back home. We have retired people who spend part of the year here in Austin and part of the year in other parts of the state who are volunteer deputy registrars in both places. And we have people who, because of work, spend a lot of time in other parts of the state who are volunteer deputy registrars in multiple areas. What I'm trying to figure out is what is it that we're trying to fix? I'm not sure what's broken. My standard for our volunteer deputy registrars is, are they following state law? Are they doing it right? Are they registering voters the proper way? Are they completing the forms? Are they turning them in on time? Are they doing everything that we ask of them to do? We require an hour training that a lot of people groan about, but I think if you do that on the front end, you're going to have more quality on the back end when the cards come in. And we've had very little problems, and no problems that I could say that I could point to people who are voter registrars here in Austin and Travis County from other places. So I'm really not understanding what it is we're trying to fix. I appreciate that you put in the language about the adjoining counties, because like Harris County, we have the issue where, as the representative said, oftentimes you're not even sure what county you're in when you're driving up 183. You could be in Travis or Williamson. But I'm not sure that where you're from matters as much as, are you doing it right? Are you following the law? Are you turning them in on time? And are you making sure that the forms are complete? So I would encourage this committee to leave this part of the statute as is and let our VDRs continue their good work to try to get people registered and engaged in our democratic process.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you. Chair recognizes Giannis Banks with the Texas NAACP against House Bill 2948. And again, if you'll state your name, who you represent, your position, and the bill number.
Yes, ma'am. Giannis Banks representing the Texas NAACP, and we are against House Bill 2948. Okay. And I think we had a branch and didn't once. I'm trying to make sure it's still there. Just unfortunately, we have to be against the bill. And the reason why is it kind of punishes, or it goes after grassroots organizations. Like, we have a youth and college chapter. And this past year, we was in El Paso for our El Paso branch had the 100-year anniversary, and part of what we have our youth and college do is community service out in the communities where we are. So we had, they decided they wanted to do voter registration in the community to help out the local chapter and their youth and college there. But of course, not everybody was from El Paso, and some of them couldn't even get there to be deputy registered. And I actually thought, like you did, that you had to be a resident of the county. We called their elections division and said, no, you just had to meet certain requirements and you can do it. So I went down and got registered, became a deputy registrar there, as well as 4 other people, so we can have our kids out in the community participating and helping the community of where we were on. I used to live in El Paso, and I guess it used to be the east side, but maybe now central El Paso or what have you, but to get out in that community and register those voters there. And I think that's something that's very important that helps engage them in part of the community. And it also allows us to help some of our branches where we may have smaller numbers there, and they can have people come from other counties who may not be adjacent to that county and can show up and say, well, if y'all need help doing some voter registration, we can have people show up and help you voter register. I understand what you're trying to do and you intend to build, because I thought it was something, like I said, I thought like you thought, that you had to be registered there. But when I found that you didn't, I thought that was actually a good thing, since we have that statewide training now that everybody has to go through. So it should be pretty much the same training, that to have people out there and say, well, we want to help this community that may be underserved or may not have people out in that community registering them to vote, whether it's you need to have people who might be fluent in Spanish or what have you, and out there registering people. We want to make sure that if there's a group that doesn't have that ability, but they have like-minded friends or different chapters or associations that can show up and say, well, we'll help you, because you may have a big festival up in Pflugerville, or you may have South by Southwest here, or Texas Relays, or something going on. And, you know, there's a lot of people. And no matter how many people you may have here, you can never have enough folks saying, well, there's a lot of folks converging from Texas into this one particular city. Let's get people together and do that. When they have the Super Bowl in Houston and Dallas, we would have folks out at these events saying, well, folks are going to be there. It's a sporting events. Let's get people there registered to vote, because they're there. The people are there to be registered. We don't have to go find them. And you can make that happen. So we want to just be careful when you do that you are hindering people who may have good intentions, and just want to make sure everybody who should be registered to vote is registered to vote.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you. All right. And we have the Secretary of State here, Keith Ingram, on the bill. If y'all have any questions. Okay. Guess not. All right. So do we have our not wanting to testify? Okay, I will read those against House Bill 2948 that do not wish to testify. That would be David Weinberg of the Texas League of Conservation Voters and Selena Moreno with MALDEF, and they do not wish to testify. Those who are for House Bill 2948 but do not wish to testify: Jacqueline Colleen, I'm going to get that one of these days, Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Clerks, Erwin Anderson representing Self and True the Vote, and Kathy Hagler representing Self, Rosemary Edwards representing Self, and Anthony Wilder representing himself. And then we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State. Here is a resource on House Bill 2948. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2948? Hearing or seeing none, then the chair recognizes Representative Fallon to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we put the adjacent county stipulation in, is because I happen to reside in a city that is in 2 counties. And it is about, like the gentleman said, a local community effort for registering people to vote. We do have 254 counties in the state. They all can, and many do, have different requirements. This is about voter integrity. And we don't want to give Texas a black eye by having any kind of a scandal and having 4,000 deputy volunteer registrars and saying that we didn't have any problems, at least isn't quite the same as saying that you may not have had problems that you didn't identify, because that is an army of folks that are deputy registrars. And this is just, I think it's great that college students want to get involved in the process. That's what we want out of our youth. And they still can. They can do other things, and if they do want to become a deputy or registrar, particularly if they're down here, say at UT, they can just change their residency to Travis County, and they can do that here. Or when they go home, they can change it and go back and do that. It's not that I think that high of a burden to do that if they so choose. But again, at the end of the day, this is about voter integrity. we do, most of us admittedly had the impression that you had to actually live in that county. And I mean, I could actually go for that too, but I do think in the spirit of a local effort where the lines are blurred, as Representative Israel said, to do that and say, look, we'll do it in the adjacent counties as well. I think that's a nice kind of threading the needle, happy medium. And with that, I thank the chair.
Okay.
And close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And House Bill 2948 will be left pending at this time. So now the chair, we're getting there, we're moving along. The chair lays out House Bill 3830 for consideration and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain.
38.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3880. Back
I was gonna
up.
say, I don't have 38.
Chair lays out House Bill, I don't even know what I said. The chair lays out House Bill 3880 and for consideration and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 3880 is a law requiring currently the law requires petitions for candidates of certain judicial offices in addition to the fee was established in 1987 for the purpose of preventing unqualified and fringe candidates from filing. Now, almost 30 years later, the stipulation serves more as a hindrance to candidates and does not prevent fringe candidates from entering the race. These petitions are also the source of vicious lawsuits over the validity of petition entries and therefore the qualification of a candidate's place on the ballot. My own county chair, Tarrant County, has been sued twice in 4 years over these very petitions. House Bill 3880 seeks to repeal the requirement that certain judicial candidates in counties with over 1.5 million in population must submit a petition to run. Judicial offices to which this applies is the Chief Justice or Justice on the Court of Appeals, a district or criminal district judge, statutory county court, or Justice of the Peace. These petitions, while originally might have been a good idea, now become a barrier to entry for potential candidates and are a burden for singled-out offices, those of the judiciary. This section in the election code should be repealed to even the playing field, both for candidates and the process of running for public office in Texas. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Any questions, members? All right, with that, you reserve the right to close.
I do reserve the right to close. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party, in favor of House Bill 3880.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in support of House Bill 3005 for all the reasons we talked about.
Whoa, back up. We're on 3880.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, it's that time.
Yes, House Bill 3880 by Mr. Goldman.
And you are
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in favor.
Okay.
And I've been to Jefferson County. And I was not here in 1987 when this passed, Mr. Schofield. I am not guilty. Once again, as Mr. Goldman stated, we don't think these petitions are outdated. They do not serve the purpose that they were created. It's a hassle. It causes lots of conflict, and they need to be repealed.
Okay, thank you. And the chair, any questions, members? All right. Thank you. Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee against House Bill 3880.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 3880. We just find it really troubling that people who are going to be our judges don't know how to fill out a petition correctly or simply sue one another because they disagree. That's all. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Okay, all right. And Chair recognizes Brandon Moore, representing himself, in favor of 3880. And he has left, so he does not wish to testify. And the chair recognizes Jennifer Hall in favor of, representing herself, in favor of House Bill 3880. And she has left and does not wish to testify. Do we have anyone else? Okay, and we have, who we have left is our resource witness of the Secretary of State, Keith Ingram, on House Bill 3880, if y'all have any questions. Okay, and let's see, so where's our list? All right, I will read. Oh my gosh, look at this. You wouldn't believe. No, against, not wishing to testify. Bingo. So, all we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on House Bill 3880, if y'all have any questions. And all these other folks are in favor of House Bill 3880, but do not wish to testify, and that would be Jesse Romero, Common Cause, Texas, Kathy Hagler, representing herself, Rosemary Edwards, representing herself, Lon Vernon, Public Citizen.
How about that?
Oh, my. Four. Let's put that in the 3880.
Don't let that out.
I need to relook at that bill. Brandon, excuse me, Brandon Moore representing himself, and Jennifer Hall representing herself. And is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 3880? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I close.
That's the best way to do it.
I know.
House Bill 3880 will be left pending at this time. The Chair lays out House Bill 2900 for consideration and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Section 122.001 of the Election Code relating to state voting systems was last amended in 2004 after the passage of the Federal Help America Vote Act of 2002. The term Federal Election Commission was added to Texas law to comply with these federal changes, as was the term, quote, error rate standards, unquote. These standards are the rate of error of the voter system. As a result of the Help America Vote Act of 2002, the Federal Election Commission created the Elections Assistance Commission to oversee voting systems. House Bill 2900 updates Texas statute to reflect these commission changes as they are currently practiced. Additionally, the bill omits, quote, error rate standards, unquote, as that terminology is no longer relevant within the Elections Assistance Commission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and that's pretty much a cleanup bill.
It is a cleanup bill, Madam Chair.
Okay, members, are there any questions? Okay, Chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security on 2900.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 2900. I asked early on that these be handed out to you. Try to find this little small type that says HB 2900 on it. Should have been waiting on your chairs when you got here 7 hours ago. We applaud the spirit of this bill. We love it, trying to ensure good standards. But I wanted to share with you something very quickly for you to think about, and I know it's late and I apologize. Back in June, about 2 weeks after I was elected to Ballot Security Chair for Harris County Republican Party, I was asked to come to a Harris County L&A meeting. Okay, that was the whole issue to test the functioning of the e-slate machines that are used for elections in Harris County. Okay, logic and accuracy, L&A test. I said, you know what? Let me change the game here. So what I did was I found 2 retired executives of Marathon Oil who'd been in their IT department for 25 years and were responsible for compliance with Sarbanes-Oxley. They had to certify to the federal government every year that these computers that produce these financial results were perfect and had to sign that for Sarbanes-Oxley. Pretty high standards. I asked them to go with me to the L&A testing of the Harris County Clerk's Office and the e-slate machines. Now understand, in my opinion, the Harris County Clerk does a great job. They do things by the books, they keep the machines in good order. But I asked these guys to go down there and compare what we do as Texas, because Harris County is among the best. And how does it compare to what you're used to in the private sector? It was kind of surprising. I won't ask you to read the whole thing, but look at the bottom of page 1. Several key components of the system run on outdated software and equipment. There's no virus protection. This elevates the possibility of a catastrophic system failure or security breach. We are told the situation will result of state of Texas rules requiring that any software in use must be certified by the state, and the process for certifying new software has not been active for some time. Look toward the bottom of page 2 under intentional fraud. I won't read it to you, but they found what we already know, is the need for poll watchers because these systems can be defrauded intentionally at the polling place. Look at the bottom of page 2. Facilities physical security. This is for every county in Texas. They found that the security of the building which houses all the critical election equipment was not very good compared to what they're used to. Not very good. Look on the last page under recommendations. Testing documentation. We don't have in our counties a pre-flight checklist like the airlines do. There's no documents that tell you how to test the system. It's in the memory of one person. And when that person leaves, which is happening in Harris County this year, we may be in trouble. Okay? Need to ensure proper documentation exists, verify periodic business processes and IT audits are being performed, which they're not. Periodic penetration testing should be done. We never try to hack our systems. We don't try. We assume they're going to be good because they're all hardwired, but we don't try to hack our systems.
Mr. Vera, I want to kind of keep you focused on this. And
I applaud the effort to move to a new standard. I leave this with you for your consideration. These are what people from the private sector say about one of the best operating counties in Texas as far as the qualification of the machinery that counts our ballots. Any questions?
Any questions, members? All right. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. All right. And members, if y'all have any questions for the Keith Ingram representing the Secretary of State, come on up. Chair recognizes Keith Ingram as Secretary of State on House Bill 2900.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Elections Division, here on House Bill 2900. And this is simply a cleanup to reflect what's actually occurring. This is not changing anything. The Federal Election Commission doesn't do voting systems anymore. The error rate standards have been incorporated into the broader voting system standards, the standards that we've been certifying to for 10 years now. And so it's not changing anything.
It's really changing the name.
It's just changing the name.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Questions, members? All right. Thank you. Do we have? All right. We have our list. And bingo again.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. All right. We have Ashley Fisher, also with the Secretary of State's office, as a resource on House Bill 2900. And there are no witnesses who wish to testify against House Bill 2900 and that are against it and don't wish to testify. Did I get that right? All right, so these folks are in favor of House Bill 2900 but do not wish to testify. So we have, okay, Glenn Maxey already talked. He spoke.
That was on the other bill.
Oh, now you got to come up. Oh, never mind. Just you're fine. You're good. All right. Glenn Maxey, representing the Texas Democrat Party, is in favor of House Bill 2900. Does not wish to testify. Julie Wheeler, Travis County Commissioners Court. Jacqueline Callan, Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Clerks. Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Rosemary Edwards, representing herself. Lon Vernon, public citizen.
Killing my bill.
Jason Bond, representing himself, and Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, are all in favor of House Bill 2900 but do not wish to testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2900? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Sounds good. House Bill 2900 will be left pending at this time. And now the chair lays out House Bill, you ready? Okay. House Bill lays out House Bill 2982 and for consideration and recognizes Representative Israel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the privilege of introducing House Bill 2982. Currently, volunteer deputy registrars are required to receive biannual trainings. House Bill 2982 would allow trained volunteer deputy registrars to renew their appointments as registrars without the follow-up trainings, if they affirm by affidavit their understanding of any changes in election law relevant to the role of volunteer deputy registrar. Major changes to the law have been a rare occurrence. Volunteers fulfill a critical role in the Texas elections process, ensuring Texans have access to voter registration applications. For those who need it, volunteers provide a person-to-person process. However, training volunteer deputy registrars is time-consuming, and finding persons to take on the responsibility of registering voters can be difficult. I'd like to note that I plan to work with stakeholders to make minor changes to this language, such as adjusting the date that renewals must be sent out and allowing registrars to deny renewals to bad actors before we vote on this bill. This bill simply allows Texans the ability to continue registering voters if they've done a good job while ensuring the best possible training. Thank you for hearing this bill. I reserve the right to close.
Okay, members, any questions? All right. The chair recognizes Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of House Bill 2982.
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 2982. I have been a deputy registrar since deputy registrar training began, before some of y'all may have been born. And when the training component was added about a decade ago, every 2 years I go dutifully and sit through a 2-hour training and hear exactly the same thing I heard the last time. This simply says for somebody who's renewing that the voter registrar would send both the renewal application for them to sign and any changes in law that they might need to know, where they would sign an affidavit that they've read any updates in the training. This would streamline renewals for those of us who've been doing this for a long, long time.
Okay, I know you have to, I have a little question. I know at the end you have to turn all your stuff in by the end of the year, then you have to renew again at the beginning of next year. And so basically this bill would just say if you're in good standing, then you get to keep it as long as you keep up with what's...
Yeah.
But how would you keep up with the new changes?
Well, as the bill lays out, in that renewal letter to the volunteer deputy, they would get a training, a list of any changes or any updates that have happened, and they would have to read that and then certify on that affidavit under penalty of perjury that they've read and know the changes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, the chair recognizes Jacqueline Callan, Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Administrators, in favor of House Bill 2982. And she is not here, so she does not wish to testify. The chair recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security against House Bill 2982.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 2982. With the changes that Representative Israel has begun to discuss, we may change our minds, because our biggest concern with this bill was that it didn't allow for the weeding out of people who are not performing their jobs correctly. With those kinds of changes, I think we'd be ready to change our minds.
Okay, so you'll work with the representative. Okay. All right, any questions, members? All right. Chair, okay, well, we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. If y'all have any questions on anything? No? Okay, so now, yeah, let's go ahead. All right. Those who are against House Bill 2982 but do not wish to testify are Aaron Anderson, self, representing self and True the Vote, Kathy Hagler, representing herself, and Rosemary Edwards, representing herself. Those who, and they do not wish to testify. And those who are in favor of House Bill 2982 but do not wish to testify are Jesse Romero with the Common Cause of Texas, and Cindy Weatherby, representing herself and the League of Women Voters of Texas, and Chris Franson, representing self. And that is it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2982? Seeing none, then the chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suspect that those who had concerns about the bill will make sure we've got good language in there, and I close.
Okay. And with that, the chair leaves House Bill 2982 pending at this time. Now, the chair lays out House Bill 2986 for consideration and recognizes Representative Israel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a cleanup legislation. House Bill 2986 clarifies how to memorialize a canvass, requiring presiding officers of a canvassing authority to record the completion of a canvass in the minutes or in recordings required of the canvassing authority by the Texas Government Code. Canvassing authorities are tasked with the official ballot counting for an election. The persons tasked with canvassing elections are party officials and county commissioner courts, who often need help understanding Texas' complicated election laws. Simply put, House Bill 2986 provides a clarification from the Secretary of State's office, who brought us this legislation. Reserve the right to close. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions, members? And we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State here as a resource. And Ashley, if you could come up and just give us a little thumbnail on the cleanup process here.
Sure. Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office here on House Bill 2986. And this is really kind of a bill on 2986. Sorry. This is just a bill that we requested because we get a lot of questions from local entities about this. You know, what are they supposed to do? Because technically a canvass is not something that you can vote on to accept or reject. It's a ministerial duty by schools and cities and other entities. So this was just something to put it in there that says if you put it in the minutes or you've accepted it the way the government code tells you to, then it's okay.
Okay. Y'all have any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, all right. We're rocking here. I'm going to read. There are no witnesses against House Bill 2986 that do not wish to testify. And we have, obviously, Keith Ingram, the Secretary of State, here as a resource on House Bill 2986. And I will now read all those who are in favor of House Bill 2986 but do not wish to testify. So that would be Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party, Julie Wheeler, Travis County Commissioners Court, Jacqueline Callan, Bexar County and Texas Association of Elections Clerk Administrators, Alan Vera, representing himself, and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security, Kathy Hagler, representing herself, Heather Hawthorne, representing herself, and County and District Clerks Association, and Rosemary Edwards, representing herself, and Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office. So, with that, is there anyone else who wishes to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2986? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Okay, and at this time, we'll leave House Bill 2986 pending. All righty, and now the chair lays out House Bill 2925 and recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. As we're all aware, at least if you've been involving with this committee, when you register to vote, the registration becomes effective 30 days later. It gives the county time to process the application, make sure you are who you are and all of that. As a result, you aren't eligible to vote on any election that takes place prior to 30 days before. We've, in Harris County at least, had at least one incident where the county was so quick on voter registrations that they sent out the voter registration cards to some of these folks in time for them to get it before the election, and they went and voted with it. Now, they're not eligible to vote, but they don't really know that, and the folks at the polling place don't look at the date of your voter registration certificate. And so we've had people actually vote who weren't eligible to because they got a card ahead of time. There's an easy solution to that, and the solution is simply to instruct by law the registrar not to deliver the certificate for a person who isn't eligible to vote in an upcoming election prior to that election. So I have a very simple bill that just says that. I can read you the entire bill. The registrar may not deliver an initial certificate during the 30 days immediately preceding an election in which the application's registration will not be effective. This would save a lot of confusion on the part of innocent voters who don't intend to vote in an election they're not eligible to. And it's easy enough for the county to deal with because all I have to do is just stop sending them once the people aren't eligible who are newly voting and hold them till after the election. I'm actually going to have a committee sub that we don't have yet. One of the counties asked if they could have more time to send out those ones after the election. The reason being, as you can see from the bill, current law is that you are supposed to send out the certificates within 30 days of the voter's registration, which would, for the ones that arrive just after the deadline, put them all due on Election Day. And so they said if you could give us an extra 15 days for certificates that arrive too late to vote in the next election. Additionally, in Harris County, we have we're the largest and probably only major city that has November elections. The renewal certificates that we all get in November and December as you lead to the new biennium would have the same problem for those voters. Not only initial certificates, but a renewal certificate for somebody who isn't eligible to vote in that election. And they asked if we would look at adding that to this bill, and we'll take a look at it. But the bill itself is very simple. Just says if someone's not going to be eligible to vote in this election, don't send them the certificate till after the election so you don't confuse them. And with that, Madam Chairman, I believe we have some witnesses. And I would reserve the right to close.
You got it.
Pass it.
Any questions, members? No questions. The chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party, who's against the bill.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party, registered in opposition to House Bill 2925 reluctantly. Clearly understand, as we've laid out, that people might get the card, inadvertently walk in with it, and be accepted for voting. This is sort of glass half full, glass half empty. I'm more concerned about the people who register right before an election, right after the date. They don't know that they were supposed to do it 30 days in advance, but they never get a card. And so they show up and during early vote to say, I registered. They think they did it in time, and then they are taking up time to have to do a provisional ballot, which ultimately will get elected. If they had received the card, it has the effective date on it. The election clerk hopefully would see the reason they're not on the list is because they're not effective yet, and would not allow them to have to go through doing a provisional ballot. I don't know which way, I'll leave it to the committee, I suppose, here, to decide which way has more danger of people voting or not voting, whether it's provisional ballots because they didn't get a card, or inadvertently voting because they did.
Questions, members? Representative Fallon?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Maxey, now with the advent of voter ID, I think a lot of folks are going to just bring their license. And so they wouldn't even bring the card anyway, and then we get into that rigmarole of, you know what I'm saying, like if once they get that in there, they go, oh, like to Representative Schofield's point, I can vote. And then, I mean, because I personally usually don't bring that, and now I just bring my license. So I'm leaning, I was thinking once he laid the bill out, how could anybody be against it? Then you make this point, and I go, oh. And then I thought about that, and I go, oh, yeah, I'm back on. So,
like I said, I'm reluctant. I can go either way, but I just wanted to point that out.
Any other questions, members?
Now, be honest, Glenn. You're testifying against my bill just because I made fun of you earlier for voting for that other one.
No. I hope that before this session's over, I'm going to testify for more of your bills than against.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, Mr. Maxey. The chair now calls Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party ballot security for the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 2925. I was in the field at the polling places when the incident that Representative Schofield described happened, and it was total chaos. Yes, the use of driver's licenses now, or valid photo voter IDs, have relieved that. I think that what this bill does is remove the possibility for a lot of wasted time at the polling place. If someone shows up with an invalid voter registration card, their name is not on the polling book, and all it does is take up time from everyone concerned. So please pass HB 2925 out of committee.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office for the bill.
Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office for HB, I have my glasses on, 2925. This has been a problem in the last couple of elections. The voter registrar in Harris County does a good job and tries to not mail out. Most voter registrars do this, try not to mail out cards that are not effective for the election during the middle of an election, because it's very confusing to the voter. This last time in Harris County, we actually had over 200 votes that were illegal. They were people that received voter registration cards that were not eligible to vote in that election, went into the polling location. The judge had this thing called an omissions list that says if voter was left off list to write their name on. They wrote their name on it and let them vote. So there were over 200 votes that were attributed to this that should not have happened in the last election. The other issue that Representative talked about is the renewal certificates. And once again, we're just trying to relieve voter confusion. In a redistricting year, you change precinct numbers because you get boundaries all drawn. And to send a voter a new certificate in the middle of an election with a different precinct number on it will make them go to the wrong polling location. So we'd like to also add that in there.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair now calls J.R. Harris with the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office for the bill.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is J.R. Harris. I'm with the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office, Office of Mike Sullivan, testifying for HB 2925. We think this is a very reasonable bill. This will help avoid voter confusion, and it will also avoid confusion at the election locations. This will also bring uniformity to the practices throughout the state. Different counties handle this situation differently, and especially Harris County, we like to operate under clear authority under the election code. So this would clearly state that we should not be sending an election voter certificate to a voter who is not eligible for the upcoming election. And we're also open to any potential amendments to this affecting the voter renewal certificate as well. But as it is, this is a good bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair now recognizes Kathy Hagler with herself, who's testifying for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kathy Hagler. I'm testifying on behalf of myself in favor of House Bill 2925. I have served as a researcher for election contests for 4 different well-known attorneys, and if I said their names, you'd probably know all 4 of them. And I'm thinking specifically of an election that happened just a little less than 10 years ago in Pasadena, Texas, where there were a city council race where on election day, the 2 gentlemen running against each other got a dead even tie. A tie. So it went to a runoff, and in the runoff, I'll just say candidate A won by 1 vote. And so they called us in for the election contest, and I did the research, and what we came back and won for candidate B with was one lady who voted outside her city council district, and the second one was someone who wasn't eligible to vote until 5 days after the election. And so it overturned the election the way that it had originally been done after we went through a set of appeals. So in this case, it was an election game changer. And of course, we would have never known that had they not gone through the election process. We would have had the wrong person serving. So I just wanted to give that anecdotal evidence.
Representative Fallon.
Thank you. How many, what was the tie? What was it, 300 to 300, 3,000 to 3,000? Do you remember?
You know, I don't even remember
was it
the number.
4 digits, do you know? Or was it 3 digits?
It was a 4-digit
number. 4-digit number? Wow. Wow. That's something else. Now, they can, if they tie, can't they flip a coin?
If they had tied the second time, they could have flipped it.
Oh, you have to tie twice? I just thought both parties had to agree.
It's when there's in a runoff, you can't have a runoff of a runoff,
Sure.
so that's when you do the flip a coin thing.
That's unbelievable.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, members? Representative Schofield.
Ms. Hagler, you've sat there quietly and patiently for like 6 hours and never said a word that was time to testify on my bill, and I really appreciate that. Thanks for staying.
I appreciate you.
Any other questions, members? Ms. Hagler, if I could.
You're a great American.
We have you registered. Ms. Hagler, if I could, we have you registered twice. So,
I'm sorry, I registered originally saying that I wasn't going to testify, but then I wanted to testify. So
okay. We clear? Okay. Great. Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State's office, who's on the bill.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office Elections Division. And the one concern that we had was the one that Representative Schofield has already addressed, the extra 15 days.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much. Okay. These individuals registered against the bill, wished not to testify. Jesse Romero with Common Cause Texas was against the bill, and David Weinberg with the Texas League of Conservation Voters against the bill. Testifying for the bill, Julie Wheeler with the Travis County Commissioners Court. Also testifying for the bill, Jacqueline Callanan with the Bexar County and Texas Association of Election Administrators. Erin Anderson with herself, True the Vote, was for the bill. Cindy Weatherby for herself within the League of Women Voters of Texas for the bill. Kathy Hagler for the bill. Chris Franson with his or herself for the bill. Rosemary Edwards self for the bill. Bruce Elfant self for the bill. George Hammerline with the Harris County Clerk's Office for the bill. Jason Vaughn with his self for the bill. And Ashley Fisher is here on the bill. This is from the Secretary of State's office. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 2925? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Schofield to close on House Bill 2925.
Madam Chairman and members, I thank you for your patience at this late hour. We will get you the committee sub as soon as possible. We'd ask you to vote it out, and I close.
Thank you, Representative Schofield. The chair now lays out House Bill 2760. Oh, you're right. House Bill, you're right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. House Bill 2925 by Representative Schofield will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill 2762 for consideration and recognizes Chairwoman Laubenberg to explain her bill.
Okay, and I have a committee substitute.
Oh, I did not.
So,
Representative Schofield offers a substitute to House Bill 2762, and the chair calls Chairwoman Laubenberg to explain the committee substitute for House Bill 2762.
Okay. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult for a Texas citizen to successfully prepare, collect, and file a petition with their local government. Oftentimes, a petition is invalidated by obscure legal technicalities. In addition, citizens have only 30 days to prepare a petition, collect signatures, and file it with their local government. 30 days is just not enough time to reasonably do all the things and ensure the petition satisfies all the necessary requirements. Some of them can be a little nitpicky. Currently, the burden is on the individual citizens to draw up a valid petition with little help or guidance from their local governments, which are often trying to perhaps protect the very ordinances the citizens wish to address with their petition. It has become necessary to clarify and protect the petition process to ensure transparency and accountability on all sides. The right to petition is a crucial aspect and of democracy. With HB 2762, we can ensure the right to petition is safeguarded throughout Texas. And the difference between the original and the substitute, I am addressing some issues that were brought to my attention from TML, and my committee substitute addresses those concerns. The substitute differs in that it reinstates Section 277.004, which allows a home rule, city charter, or city ordinance relating to petitions to stay in effect, provided that they follow the new requirements laid out in House Bill 2762. The committee substitute also clarifies that the provisions in this bill apply only to petitions seeking to repeal an order, ordinance, or resolution. The committee substitute, as I said, puts back Section 277.004, and let's see, okay. Okay, what it does do. So petitions relating to a city council recall or anything not relating to an ordinance will not be affected by this bill. All right, just wanted to make sure y'all understood that. It relates only to petitions seeking to repeal an order, ordinance, or resolution. Again, it does not relate to a city council recall or anything else that does not relate to an ordinance. House Bill 2762 and its committee substitute amends the election code by adding these provisions. 1, it increases the time to file a petition that seeks to repeal an order, ordinance, or resolution to 90 days after final passage or publication of an ordinance. Secondly, it clarifies that a city secretary or other responsible authority provides specific grounds for invalidation of a signature when they determine a petition contains an insufficient number of signatures. 3, it provides that if a petition is invalidated and subsequently refiled with corrections, a city secretary or authority may not invalidate the corrected petition for something that was not cited as a reason to invalidate it the first time. They have to give all the reasons at the beginning. 4th, it requires a political subdivision to provide a petition form on its website that complies with state law and all local ordinances, orders, and resolutions concerning petitions. This would provide all of the requirements necessary to petition in one easily accessible location. It would also take the burden off the citizen from having to hunt through the complex and extensive election code for all the necessary requirements. 5th, it provides that a city secretary or responsible authority may not invalidate a petition because it failed to contain information that the locality's petition form fails to require itself. This would protect the process by ensuring that a petition form provided by the locality cannot be invalidated for lacking a requirement omitted by the locality itself. So overall, House Bill 2762 prevents local governments from using technicalities to kill otherwise valid petitions or engaging in endless delays to effectively kill a petition. However, this bill still allows cities to maintain their local provisions relating to petitions as long as they comply with the transparency requirements of this bill, and limits these new requirements to only petitions that address local orders, ordinances, and resolutions. House Bill 2762 is a win-win for both cities and citizens. Cities maintain their local control while providing a transparent, streamlined petition process to their citizens. Meanwhile, citizens are ensured the opportunity to engage in the democratic process fairly and with the assurance that their concerns will be held.
Great. Any questions, members?
And I reserve the right to close.
Great. The chair calls Mark Reed with the North Texas Citizens Lobby for the bill.
Chairman, members, thank you. My name is Mark Reed. I'm a resident from Plano, Texas, very near Denton County.
A good American.
And a former Collin County Commissioner. And I work with various grassroots organizations such as the North Texas Citizens Lobby. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 2762. The First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees citizens' right to petition the government for redress of grievances. What it does not address are the various rules that govern the process. As a result, a political subdivision may create rules that make the process extremely difficult for ordinary citizens to perfect. This is exactly what recently happened in Houston and in Plano, Texas. In December of 2014, the Plano City Council passed a controversial ordinance. The ordinance was quietly drafted and passed with public debate in only one city council meeting. As a result, the citizens of Plano organized a petition drive to have the ordinance put on the May ballot. We collected more than twice the number of signatures necessary, and in spite of this, the city secretary disqualified all the signatures, silencing the voices of over 8,000 Plano citizens. We faced significant challenges, among other things, the challenge of organizing this effort during the Christmas holiday season, and the challenge of complying with various state laws and local ordinances without the benefit of council or other applicable expertise. I support House Bill 2762 because it seeks to address these two issues. First, it provides 90 days to submit a petition rather than the 30 days currently provided. Having 90 days would have eliminated the advantage that Plano's mayor and city council created by quietly writing and passing the ordinance right before the Christmas holidays. Additionally, it would have allowed much more time for the citizens that organized the petition drive to research and comply with all relevant regulations. Secondly, this bill requires the political subdivisions to provide a proper format for such petitions. This would have eliminated another technically correct yet materially irrelevant error in the Plano petition. Transparency is absolutely essential for trust and representative governance. Evidence of the lack of such transparency abounds in our nation's capital and arguably contributes to Congress's abysmal public approval numbers. Clearly bodies that want to enact ordinances, rules, or other regulations behind closed doors without adequate public debate will continue to find ways to do so. House Bill 2762 takes common sense steps to level the playing field for citizens who simply want to exercise their First Amendment rights. Accordingly, I encourage the committee to send HB 2762 to the full body for consideration and a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, members? No questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair now calls Bill Longley with the Texas Municipal League against the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Longley here on behalf of TML to discuss our opposition to the bill as filed, and I haven't had a chance to take a look at the committee substitute, but I do want to thank you, Chair Laubenberg, for your willingness to work with us on this, and from what you've described, it does sound like the bill's much better. My understanding of it, from how you laid it out, is that provision of the election code allowing for city charter provisions on petitions is still there, but that cities may be preempted with regards to referendum elections. And again, I think the bill does sound much better. I think at this point our only concern would be, that what we're really talking about here are charter provisions that place petition requirements. It kind of from the previous testimony, it sounds like it sounded like cities and city councils were the ones that were kind of unilaterally imposing those conditions, whereas the charter is a document that's approved by the voters and can be amended by the voters at any time. That's probably our only concern at this point, and like I said, we greatly appreciate you working with us, and we'll go back and look at it and hopefully be able to work with you.
Right. I took those concerns. Yeah, I took those concerns, and that's in the substitute. So that does retain your local charter.
We appreciate that.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. The chair now recognizes Brantley Starr with the Attorney General's office on the bill.
Thank you. Brantley Starr, Office of the Attorney General. Here's a resource witness on HB 2762. I have no prepared remarks, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Keith Ingram with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Keith Ingram, Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, here on House Bill 2762.
Any questions, members? No. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Wishing not to testify, but registering for the bill, Alan Vera on behalf of himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security. Also for the bill, Kathy Hagler on behalf of herself. For the bill, Rosemary Edwards on behalf of herself. George Hammerline with the Harris County Clerk's Office for the bill. Peggy Venable on behalf of herself and the Americans for Prosperity Texas for the bill. Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office for the bill. And Jason Vaughn on behalf of himself for the bill. Testifying against the bill, Mark Israelson from the City of Plano. Also against the bill was Lindsay Lanigan with the City of Houston. On the bill, Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office, and on the bill, Amanda Crawford with the Office of the Attorney General.
And Mark Israelson did not want to testify, right? But he wanted to use against it. I thought you just
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make clear because it sounded like you said he was going to testify.
sorry, if I was not clear, Mark Israelson wished not to testify with the City of Plano, but was against the bill. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for or against or on House Bill 2762? The chair recognizes Chairwoman Lottenberg to close on House Bill 2762.
Okay, well, I think I'll talk to Bill Longley and show him the substitute, and I think he'll find that I did address the concerns of TML and maintain the local control, but also maintaining transparency, and I close.
Terrific. The chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 2762, and House Bill 2762 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill 3005 for consideration and recognizes Chairwoman Lottenberg to explain the bill.
Okay, House Bill 3005, in the 82nd legislative session, Senate Bill 100 was passed, which implemented the Federal Military and Overseas Voter Empowerment Act, or also known as the MOVE Act. The implementation of this bill created a misalignment of various election dates. At the request of the Secretary of State's office, House Bill 3005 would align those dates, create consistency, and fix minor errors. This, again, is a date calendar cleanup bill. It does not create any new substantive law. Rather, it makes changes to make the existing law consistent with the spirit of the prior past legislation. And let's see. Okay, these changes will basically provide synchronization and harmonize with existing and intended dates and deadlines. And with that, I reserve the right to close.
Terrific. Thank you. Questions, members? No questions? The chair calls Bill Sargent with the Galveston County Elections Office, who's for the bill.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, testifying in favor of 3005. God bless you, Madam Chairman. We have a situation where, because of the voter ID bill, or the cure period, if it ends up on a holiday, moves to the following day. That's 7 days. Time of the early voting ballot board in local elections, its authority goes for 7 days. That means the early voting ballot board has to finish its work between 5:30 at night, when it finally gets those provisional ballots, and midnight. The extension of making it 9 days solves that problem. Thank you very much.
Any questions, members? No questions. Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office, testifying on House Bill 3005. We also thank you, Chairwoman Lottenberg, for this bill. As you noted in your comments, this is just a cleanup bill, mostly from Senate Bill 100. We have talked to both the election administrators and county clerks. There's no objection to the bill, so I'm happy to go through a quick section-by-section analysis, but it's late.
God bless you.
Do that?
God bless you guys for doing all that.
What section do you want to start with?
Yeah, get out of here.
And there's 31 of them, so really quickly.
I simply followed it. They're the ones that did all the work. So God bless you.
Any questions, members?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 3005? Back up. Sorry, let me read who's for the bill but not wishing to testify. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself. Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party is for the bill, wishing not to testify. Julie Wheeler with the Travis County Commissioners Court for the bill. Alan Vera, on behalf of himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security for the bill. Cindy Weatherby, herself and the League of Women Voters of Texas for the bill. Kathy Hagler, on behalf of herself, is for the bill. Heather Hawthorne, on behalf of herself and the County and District Clerks Association for the bill. Rosemary Edwards, on behalf of herself, for the bill. Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office for the bill. And Jason Vaughn, on behalf of himself, for the bill. And Keith Ingram with the Texas Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division, is here on the bill. Now, is there anyone else wishing to testify for, against, or on House Bill 3005? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Lottenberg to close on House Bill 3005.
I close.
Thank you. House Bill 3005 will be left pending at this time.
Switch back and close it out.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Okay, that is it. You guys were the diehards here. So, having no further business before this committee, the House Committee on Elections now stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.